The Empire of Aksum, flourishing from around the 1st century AD to the 7th century AD, stands as one of the most influential civilizations in ancient Africa. Situated in present-day northern Ethiopia and southern eastern Eritrea, Aksum's strategic location along the Red Sea and the Upper Nile facilitated its emergence as a prominent player in the transcontinental trade network between the Indian subcontinent and the Mediterranean. Renowned for its economic prosperity, cultural achievements, and pivotal role in the spread of Christianity in Africa, Aksum left an indelible mark on the region's history and continues to intrigue scholars and enthusiasts alike. And that's why you're here, isn't it? Are you not enthusiastic about learning of the Aksumite Empire today? That's exactly what we're doing. If you're new to the channel, welcome, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to have you back for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, you may only follow the links in the description and comments to the Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment, and subscribe, then please do so. Without further ado, let's begin our video for today, a full history of the Aksumite Empire. Let's go back to the beginning. The Tigray Plateau in northern Ethiopia was once home to the Kingdom of Dmut before the rise of Aksum. Dmut, influenced by Sabians from Yemen, was previously thought to have been founded by the Sabians, but recent scholarship suggests that their influence was perhaps a more minor one. Now, the Sabians' impact on Aksumite civilization included the adoption of the ancient South Arabian script, which evolved into the Ge'ez script and ancient Semitic religion. The early stages of Aksum's development, transitioning from a local center to a significant power, remain relatively unknown, and we must engage in a little bit of speculation. However, archaeological findings indicate human activity that dates all the way back to the Stone Age, near and around Aksum. Excavations, such as the sites like Gobedra and Beti Georgis, reveal settlements from the 7th to the 4th centuries BC. Must remember that this is south of Egypt, definitely cradle of civilization stuff. The Stel Park in Aksum further confirms continuous habitation from the beginning of the Common Era. The geographic features of Aksum, including 2 hills and streams to the east and west, likely contributed to its initial settlement on the grounds of hunting and defense concerns. Much easier to defend when you're surrounded by hills and rivers. Archaeological evidence suggests that the emergence of the Aksumite polity between 150 BC and 150 AD. District kingdoms with large nucleated communities and evidence of elite residence, giving us proof of a social hierarchy, existed in the very earliest stages of Aksum. Scholars have proposed that Aksum may have operated as more of a confederacy, led by a district-level king who held sway over other smaller kings with less power and influence. Now, the absence of a single royal lineage suggests succession was rather based on consensus rather than hereditary principles. So, as we explore further into the mysterious beginnings of Aksum, I remind you that it's a rather complex interplay of cultural, political, and social factors that shape the trajectory, but most of our records are coming from archaeological sources rather than written sources. So at the time of making the video, the 23rd of March 2024, this is basically what we know about the civilization. Don't come back in 10 years' time and tell me how wrong I am about a certain thing if we have made a different discovery in that time. Now I digress back to the topic. The earliest historical record of Aksum comes from the periplus of the Erythraean Sea, believed to date around the mid-1st century AD. And this source was effectively a trading guide. Aksum is mentioned alongside Adulis and Ptolemies of the Huns as part of the realm of Zoskales. The region was noted for its production of ivory and also tortoise shells, among other smaller commodities. King Zoskales, who had received a Greek education, suggests the presence of Greco-Roman influence during this period. The periplus indicates that Aksum was already involved in transcontinental trade between Rome and India, highlighting its significance in the ancient trade world. And you will find this with many of those smaller kingdoms along the road, especially kingdoms that were developing along the Silk Road above northern Mesopotamia, effectively acting as middlemen trade agents, whether it be between the Indian subcontinent or all the way to Han China in some later times. Now, Aksum's control over Adulis facilitated the exchange of Ethiopian goods for imports from abroad. References in works like those of Pliny the Elder also attest to this port. Located 3 days' journey from the ivory market at Koloe, which is itself at least 5 days' travel from Aksum. This trade route across the Red Sea, connecting the Roman Empire with India and Ceylon, Ceylon being the old name for Sri Lanka, was crucial for Aksum's economic prosperity. The city flourished by exporting various commodities, such as the aforementioned ivory and tortoise shell, but also rhinoceros horn, with additional items like hippopotamus hide, live monkeys, and also, of course, slaves, which was mentioned by Pliny in his writings on the kingdom. By the 2nd century AD, Ptolemy's geographer described Aksum as a powerful kingdom, indicating that its influence was growing and would continue to grow in the region. Archaeological evidence and textual sources suggest that the emergence of a centralized polity in the Aksumite area during this period was characterized by social stratification. By the early 4th century AD, the Aksumite state had become well established, boasting urban centers, an official currency also minted in gold, silver, and copper, and also an advanced agricultural system. Of course, with all of this, you had to have something to protect it, and Aksum, too, had a formidable military. I not remind you that the Egyptians in earlier times were taking warriors from places like Nubia, parts of sub-Saharan Africa, As they were quite fierce on the battlefield, well, Aksum was no exception to the rule. Around 200 AD, Aksumite interests expanded into southern Arabia, with evidence suggesting their presence in Al-Mafer. They engaged in conflicts with Saba and Himyar, forming alliances with various kingdoms and tribes. Now, before we mention the next two names, some of our sources and naming for the Aksumite kings is a little bit strange. Abbreviations from translations and transliterations, we don't quite know their names completely. So if you hear some names abbreviated just into letters, that is the reason why. Let us continue. Kings like GDRT and DBH dispatched military expeditions to the regions, as indicated by inscriptions from local Arabian dynasties. References to Nagasi of Aksum and Habashat and GDR Negus of Aksum in Arabian further attest to Aksumite influence in the region. Now, according to the Monumentum Adilatinum, around the mid-late 3rd century AD, Aksumites, led by an unnamed king, expanded their territory in the Ethiopian highlands and the Arabian Peninsula, reaching Lake Tana and the borders of Egypt. By the late 3rd century AD, Aksum had gained recognition as one of the 4 great powers of the world, alongside Rome, Persia, and China, according, at least, to the prophet Mani in the Kephalia. Well, whether you believe that or not, they certainly were getting some notoriety. As Aksum's political influence expanded, so did the magnificence of its monuments. Archaeological excavations revealed the early use of stelae, evolving from simple markers to some of Africa's largest monuments. The granite stelae found in the main cemetery, housing Aksumite royal tombs, progressed from plain to intricately dressed granite, eventually carved into multi-story tower-like structures, showcasing a unique architectural style that you just couldn't find anywhere else. Aksumite architecture feathered massive dressed granite blocks, supplemented by smaller uncut stones, mud mortar, bricks for vaulting and arches, and visible wooden frameworks known as monkey heads, or square corner extrusions. Walls were inclined inwards and incorporated recessed bays for added strength. Aksum, along with other cities like Adolis and Matara, boasted significant palace buildings employing this architectural style. In the early 6th century, Cosmas Indicopleustes describes his visit to Aksum, mentioning the 4-towered palace of the Aksumite kingdom, adorned with many bronze statues of unicorns. Aksum also featured rows upon rows of monumental granite thrones, likely bearing metal statues dedicated to pre-Christian deities. These thrones featured large inscribed panels documenting the victories of kings such as Osanas, Ezana, Caleb, and Wazeba. Now, onto King Ezana's reign, which marked a significant turning point. Why? Well, he became the first Christian ruler of Aksum in the 4th century. That's right, the 4th century. A long, long time before the Europeans had came over to bring some Christianity to Africa. Well, the Africans already had it, albeit they kind of made it their own. Well, back to King Ezana, his coins and inscriptions reflect the transition from pre-Christian imagery to Christian symbolism around 340 AD. The conversion to Christianity was a pivotal event in Ethiopian history, forging a cultural link with the Mediterranean world and establishing a political connection with the Byzantine Empire. Inscriptions on the Ezana stone document Ezana's conversion to Christianity and his military campaigns against neighboring regions, including the Noba and the Beja. The Noba, settled near the Nile and Atbara confluence, were engaged in conflict with the Aksumites, while the Red Noba, mentioned in the inscriptions, had likely resided somewhat further north. These military expeditions are detailed in both inscriptions of Greek and Ge'ez language, providing this valuable insight into Aksum's expansion and interactions with its neighboring peoples. Most of the time it was just a trade thing, but of course, as aforementioned, the formidable military that they had, well, they had to be put to use some way or another. King Caleb of Aksum launched an expedition against the Jewish Himyarite king Du Nuwas, who was persecuting the Christian community in Yemen. Caleb's successful campaign earned him widespread attention as the conqueror of Yemen. He expanded his royal title to include the kingship of Hadramaut in southeastern Yemen, as well as control over the coastal plain and highlands, along with all their Arabs, demonstrating the extensive reach of Aksum's influence across the Red Sea into Arabia. Following Du Nuwas's deposition and death, Caleb appointed an Arab viceroy named Sumuafa Ashawa, or Esimaphaios in Greek. However, Esimaphaios' rule was short-lived, as he was ousted in a coup led by the Aksumite named Abraha after 5 years. Caleb dispatched 2 expeditions against Araba. Both were decisively defeated. Now, according to Procopius, Abraha continued to govern Yemen through a tribute arrangement with the king of Aksum after the unsuccessful attempts to remove him. Well, either way, after Abraha's demise, his son Masruk Abraha continued the Aksumite viceroyalty in Yemen, resuming payment of tribute to Aksum. However, his half-brother Mad Karib began a rebellion. Initially seeking assistance from the Roman Emperor Justinian the Great, Mad Karib turned to ally with the Sassanid Persian Emperor Khosrau I after being denied Roman support. And this was the event that sparked the Aksumite-Persian Wars. And really, you do not want to go up against Persia. Let's see how they do. Khosrau dispatched a fleet and an army under Commander Vares to overthrow the king of Yemen. The conflict culminated in the siege of Sana'a, the capital of Aksumite Yemen, resulting in its fall in 570 and the death of Masruk. Mad Karib's son, Saif, ascended to the throne, but in 575 another war erupted after Saif was killed by the Aksumites. Varez led a Persian army of around 8,000, ultimately ending Aksumite rule in Yemen and establishing himself as the hereditary governor. Well, these conflicts signaled a decline in Aksum's authority and resources, potentially marking the beginning of its decline as a major power. Like I said, going up against Persia, at any time, in any place, well, you better be well prepared. The Aksumite trade in the Red Sea likely faced challenges due to the Persian conquests in Egypt and nearby Syria, followed by the defeats in Yemen, which were still stinging quite a lot. Well, however, a more significant impact occurred with the advent of Islam in the early 7th century and the expansion of the Rashidun Caliphate. Initially, Aksum maintained relatively positive relations with its Islamic neighbors. For instance, in 615, early Muslims fleeing persecution in Mecca sought refuge in Aksum, a journey remembered in Islamic history as the First Hijrah. However, the friendliness did not last too long. Tensions rose in 630 when Muhammad dispatched a naval expedition led by Umar against al-Habash, known as the Expedition of Alqamah bin Mujaziz, leading to strained relations between the two regions. Trade with the Roman and Byzantine world halted as the Arabs seized the eastern Roman provinces. Consequently, Aksum experienced a decline in prosperity due to increased isolation, eventually ceasing the production of coins in the early 8th century. Think about the trade situation. Egypt, directly north of them, were effectively a Muslim caliphate by now. Very difficult to get through there. Constantinople was very far away and covered in a layer of Muslim lands, effectively surrounded on all sides. And this was quite before the Suez Canal, so you could not just sneak through. Well, simultaneously, the Aksumite population sought refuge farther inland, in the highlands, for protection, abandoning the city of Aksum as the capital. Despite all of these setbacks, Arab writers of the era continued to depict Ethiopia, and I say Ethiopia as by this time it was no longer referred to as Aksum, as a vast and formidable state, albeit one that had relinquished control of most coastal areas and tributaries. While territory was ceded in the north, gains were also made in the south. And although Ethiopia's economic power waned, it remained a destination for Arab merchants. Subsequently, the capital was relocated southward to a new site known as Kubar. The Arab scholar Yaqubi was among the first to mention this new Aksumite capital. Its precise location, likely in southern Tigray or Angot, still remains somewhat unknown. Additionally, a famine had struck Ethiopia in the 9th century, with Coptic patriarchs attributing to the nation's plight to warfare, disease, and insufficient rainfall. During the reign of Degnadian in the 9th century, the empire continued expanding southward, engaging in missionary endeavors beyond Angot. Around 960, according to local history, a Jewish queen known as Yodit or Gudit rose to power and is believed to have defeated the Aksumite Empire, marking a significant turning point in Ethiopian history. While evidence of churches being burned and an invasion during this period exists, the existence of Queen Gudit has been disputed by some Western scholars. Nevertheless, Gudit's conquest of Aksum, characterized by the destruction of churches, persecution and execution of Christians, and a iconoclasm, the destroying of artifacts, is recounted in oral traditions. Accounts of Gudit's origin vary among scholars, with some suggesting a Jewish ethnicity or a southern regional background. According to more traditional narratives, she reigned for 40 years, and her dynasty endured until 1137 AD, when Marattakla Hamyanot overthrew it, leading to the establishment of the Agau-led Zagwe dynasty. Once again, according to oral tradition, Gudit ascended to the power after killing the Beta Israel king and ruled for 4 decades. She marshaled her Jewish army from the Semien Mountains and Lake Tana to sack Aksum and its surroundings, aiming to eradicate the Aksumite dynasty, its palaces, churches, and monuments in Tigray. Her ruthless actions are still remembered by peasants in northern Ethiopia, evidenced by large ruins, standing stones, and stelae in the region. Gudit's reign also saw the demise of the Aksumite population, which chose mainly to migrate southwards. She is said to have murdered the last emperor of Aksum, which was possibly Dil-Naod, who either went into exile in Shewa or sought refuge with a Nubian Greek ruler, King Moses Georgios. Gudit was then succeeded by Dagnajan, also known as Abnasawudem, according to the Ethiopian tradition. Now, contemporary sources confirm the rule of a female usurper during this period, whose reign ended before 1003 AD. Following a brief dark age, the Zagwe dynasty emerged in the 11th or 12th century, albeit with limited territorial influence. However, Yekuno Amlak, who founded the Solomonic dynasty around 1270, traced his lineage back to the last Aksumite emperor, Dil-Naod, signifying the enduring influence of Aksumite culture and traditions even after the empire's decline. Well, let's talk a little about the culture and society of Aksum and its people. The Aksumite population was predominantly comprised of Semitic-speaking groups, among which were the Agazian, speakers of Ge'ez, identified as the main inhabitants of Aksum and its surroundings. But it wasn't just that simple. Additionally, Cushitic-speaking Agau people inhabited the kingdom also, with historical records indicating their presence within the southern frontier of the Aksumite realm, and they were entrusted specifically with safeguarding vital caravan routes by King Caleb of Aksum. Aksum also boasted a notable population of Ethiopian Greeks, particularly in cities like Ptolemais Theron and Adulis. Nilotic groups, such as the Baria tribe, were also part of Aksumite society, residing in the western regions of the empire. Aksumite settlements were widespread across the highlands of northern Horn of Africa, particularly concentrated in the northeastern Tigray, Ethiopia, as well as the Akele, Guzai, and Seraye regions of Eritrea. Despite this concentration, settlements like Chika Beret extended as far as South Wollo. Along the Red Sea coast of Eritrea, near the Gulf of Zula, numerous Aksumite settlements were discovered, strategically positioned along a route connecting the capital in the highlands to the principal port of Adulis. Major settlements like Matara and Kohaito were located along this route, indicating a high population density in the highlands of Tigray and central Eritrea. The Aksumite agricultural system was sophisticated, employing techniques such as irrigation, dam construction, terracing, and plough farming to sustain the urban and rural populations. A diverse array of crops, including cereals like teff, finger millet, sorghum, and various grains of Near Eastern origin, were cultivated alongside crops such as linseed, cotton, grapes, and legumes. Livestock herding of cattle, sheep, and goats complemented crop cultivation, contributing to a productive agro-pastoral tradition that underpinned the Aksumite economy and state power. The Empire of Aksum stands out for several remarkable achievements, including the development of its own alphabet, the Ge'ez script, which later evolved into Abugida with the inclusion of vowels. Dating back around 1,700 years, the empire also erected towering obelisks to mark the tombs of emperors and nobles, with the obelisk of Aksum being the most renowned among them. Under the reign of Emperor Ezana, Aksum embraced Coptic Christianity around 325 AD. This replaced its former polytheistic and Judaistic religions. The adoption of Christianity laid the foundation for the present-day Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church and the Eritrean Orthodox Tewado Church. Before this conversion to Christianity, the Aksumites mainly practiced a polytheistic faith, with ties to southern Arabian religions, worshipping deities known as Astar, Beher, and Mahrem. Scholars debate the extent of Jewish influence on Aksumite culture, with some suggesting a significant impact, particularly in the formative period before the emergence of Christianity. King Ezana's transition to Christianity was pivotal, and it was marked by the replacement of pagan symbols with Christian imagery on coins and inscriptions. Frumentius, appointed Bishop of Ethiopia around 330 AD, played his own crucial role in spreading Christianity within Aksum, although the Church of Alexandria maintained loose oversight, allowing for the development of a unique form of Christianity. The Islamic presence in Aksum dates back to the 7th century, as early Muslim migrants sought refuge from persecution in Arabia. King Ashama ibn Abjar's refusal to surrender these migrants to the Quraysh, the ruling Arab Confederation of Mecca, underscores Aksum's initial tolerance towards Islam, despite being Christian at the time. Later inscriptions in Arabic on the Dakhla archipelago confirm the enduring legacy of Islam in Aksum. The Empire of Aksum played a pioneering role in African history by being the first among the African polities to mint its own coins. Now these coins, inscribed in both Ge'ez and Greek, were issued from the reign of Endubis to Arma, spanning approximately from 270 to 610 AD. Minting coins was a significant declaration of Aksumite sovereignty and equality with neighboring powers. Each coin serves as a historical marker, providing insights into the events and developments of its time. For instance, the introduction of the cross symbol onto the coins following the empire's conversion to Christianity reflects a profound shift in religious ideology. Additionally, the presence of coins facilitated trade, serving as a medium of exchange, propagandistic tool, and a source of revenue for the empire. Now trade was the big thing that Aksum was all about, and it was the main reason why they had all their power in the first place. I think if they hadn't gone and invaded the southern parts of Yemen, the Persians might have left them alone, and, well, the story perhaps would have been a lot different. Either way, their trade empire spanned parts of present-day northern Ethiopia and southeastern Eritrea, and it played a pivotal role in the ancient trade network, connecting the Indian subcontinent and the Mediterranean. Well, Aksum as an empire thrived on the exchange of goods, all the way from ivory, tortoiseshell, gold, and emeralds, with imported commodities like silk and spices from regions such as Rome, Byzantium, Arabia, and India. And Aksumite emeralds were very popular among the upper classes in these other kingdoms, by the way. But it wasn't simply the materials they had to trade. It was more of its location. This strategic location along the Red Sea and on the Upper Nile facilitated lucrative maritime trade routes. Aksum was the place to stop over on your way through. And this also allowed Aksum's navy to capitalize on commerce between Africa, Arabia, and the Indian states. That being said, they were primarily an agricultural society. They boasted fertile lands, yielding a variety of crops, including wheat, barley, teff, and other grains. Livestock, such as cattle, sheep, and camels, were also reared, alongside hunting for ivory and rhinoceros horns. The empire's abundant reserves of gold, iron, and salt further fueled its economic prosperity, with these resources being highly valued in trade with Roman, Egyptian, and Persian merchants. While the rise of Aksum coincided with a significant shift in maritime trade routes during the 1st century AD, marked by increased traffic between the Roman Empire and India via the Red Sea. It was this transformation that favored Aksum's strategic position, with Adulis, that port city, emerging as a key port for exporting African goods. The kingdom leveraged its inland trading networks to expand its influence, gradually overtaking rival trade routes, such as those controlled by the Kingdom of Kush, and establishing a lucrative caravan route to Egypt. In 525, Aksum made a strategic move to control the trade routes by attempting to annex the Yemen region, and I believe this is really what did them over. Well, this endeavor, prompted by the persecution of Christians by Dunuas, demonstrated their determination to safeguard their interests and expand their sphere of influence, but it was simply not meant to be. Even though they were victorious in this campaign, I think that they flew a little too close to the sun. Going up against the Persian Empire, quite bravely, may I add, that was what ended Aksum. And, well, it didn't end straight away, but it certainly ended their overseas ambitions. And after that, little by little, they either shrank smaller or simply migrated southwards and inland, while the new players of the game took on the reins of commerce and conquest. And with that, we reach the end of our history of Aksum. The Social War, also known as the War of the Allies, was a pivotal engagement that shook the Roman Republic in the 1st century BC. Lasting from 91 to 88 BC, it erupted primarily due to the grievances of the Italian allies, who sought Roman citizenship and their equal rights. The war reshaped the political landscape of Italy, leading to significant changes in Roman governance and military dynamics, but not without significant bloodshed. Hello and welcome. If you're new to the channel, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you'd like to support my work on YouTube, you may follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment and subscribe, that also goes a very long way. Now, without further ado, let's begin our video on the Social War. First of all, let's have a look at the name. You see, the term social war is somewhat of an inadequate translation of the Latin term bellum sociale, which actually means War of the Allies in Latin, derived from socius, meaning ally. Now, in contemporary scholarship, social war is commonly used to describe any conflict between allies, so this is more of a blanket term. Now, the term bellum sociale was coined by historian Florus in the 2nd century AD, gaining popularity during the imperial period. During the time of the Romans, it was also known as the Marsic War, named after the Marsi, an Italian tribe east of Rome, who were prominent in the conflict, having even killed 2 Roman consuls. You might also hear it referred to as the Italian War. Now, the focus on the Marsi tribe could be attributed to figures like Quintus Poppaeus Silo, a leader among the Italians. So, with that out of the way, let's get right back to the start. Talk about the roots of the conflict and the situation in Rome and broader Italy that led us to this point. During the 2nd century BC, the Roman Republic held sway over the Italian peninsula, forming alliances through bilateral treaties with numerous city-states across the region. These agreements typically guaranteed the territorial integrity and self-governance of the Allied cities, but of course in exchange for their military support in Rome's various conflicts. Now, as Rome grew, it engaged in more and more wars, and it needed more soldiers to fuel the machine. The contribution of Allied contingents to its military grew quite significantly. By 295 BC, Allied forces outnumbered the Roman troops on the battlefield, and by 218, there were 3 allies for every 2 Romans. Cities allied with Rome for various reasons. including the promise of war spoils and land allocations. Moreover, Rome provided support to allied elites who were facing popular uprisings, such as those in Eretria, Lucania, and Volsini in 302, 296, and 264 respectively. While some cities defected during the Second Punic War, following the Battle of Cannae in 216 BC, Rome quashed these defections and imposed severe penalties, making an example of anybody who stepped out of line. Well, little by little over time, Roman interference in the internal affairs of its allies increased, although historians do debate the extent of this intervention. For instance, the Senate's actions to suppress the Bacchanalia in 186 BC raises questions about whether it applied solely to Roman territory or extended extraterritorially to the allies. Now, during the Social War, the Allied forces primarily hailed from regions such as Etruria and Umbria in the north, as well as territories further south, including Lucania, Apulia, and Magna Graecia. As early as the 5th century BC, going way back, Oscan and Umbrian-speaking communities in southern Italy had already established somewhat of a loose confederacy, with notable powers like the Samnites and Lucians emerging as key players. Despite conquests in Italy, these allies, particularly the Samnites, maintained their unity and defected from Rome as a unified front during the Second Punic War. Roman influence and the process of Romanization varied from region to region. While Latin had little impact on Apulia and Samnium, Marsic territories showed signs of adopting the Latin alphabet, indicating somewhat of a degree of cultural assimilation. Overall, the Italian tribes at large and their communities did remain somewhat distinct from Rome, at least on the eve of the Social War, and they preserved their identities as much as they had in the preceding centuries. Must remember, not everybody wanted to be Roman. Now, before the 1st century AD, individuals could not hold multiple citizenships, and allied soldiers did not receive Roman citizenship upon completing their service prior to the establishment of the empire. This single citizenship system contrasted with the practice in Greece, where multiple citizenships were common. Citizenship was closely tied to territories, with acquiring Roman citizenship necessitating the forfeiture of local citizenship. Losing local citizenship while residing outside Roman territory often led to a decline in social and economic status for individuals. And here's a term for you: the Italian question encapsulates the complex dynamic between Rome and its Italian allies during the Social War. It's been debated these primary motivations behind the Allies' revolt, with the two main perspectives emerging from ancient accounts. One viewpoint portrays the conflict as a struggle for citizenship, while the other depicts it as a rebellion against Roman hegemony. Some modern observers suggest that the Social War should be interpreted primarily as a revolt against Rome. However, we may also acknowledge that both the quest for citizenship and desire for independence reflect somewhat of a deeper aspiration for equality and freedom, whether within or outside of the Roman political framework. Now, a source from Appian, entitled Civil Wars, serves as a primary one for understanding much of the social war period, offering valuable insights. According to Appian, the Italians were driven by several key themes. Among them were support for agrarian reform, political equality, but also aspirations for land distribution. One notable aspect that is highlighted by Appian is the association of agrarian reforms with the plight of the Italians. He suggests that the reforms proposed by figures like Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus were perceived as potential means to address the grievances of the Italian population. However, modern historians question the validity of this claim, viewing it as either a political tactic or an anachronistic insertion by later commenters. Well, Appian also portrays the war as a response to the failed reform efforts of Marcus Livius Drusus in 91. Drusus's proposed changes to the composition of criminal court juries allegedly involved promises of free land, which ultimately failed to materialize. It was this failure, according to Appian, that fueled the Italians' quest for citizenship and legal equality, which they believed had been denied to them in times of peace. While Appian presents various motivations for the revolt, the desire for political equality in general emerges as the central theme. He suggests, in his work, that the Italians sought to be partners in rule rather than subjects. However, it is likely that different segments of Italian society harbored their own goals, with poorer Italians seeking relief from mistreatment by Roman authorities, and wealthier individuals aimed for direct involvement in Roman politics. Modern interpretations of the citizenship thesis emphasize the role of Italian commercial classes in driving Romanization efforts. These scholars argue that access to Roman citizenship would enable all Italians to share in the benefits of the empire, and also influence Roman provincial policies. However, alternative perspectives, such as the overall economic factor, may have also played a significant role in sparking the conflict. Overall, it's a mixed bag. Now, scholarly analysis challenges the traditional view of the social war's motivations. It suggests that the desire for Roman citizenship among the Italian allies that is depicted by Appian may simply be anachronistic. You see, before the conflict, there was limited agitation for citizenship, and the implications of such citizenship reforms would have been extensive, potentially disrupting the long-standing alliance system that formed the basis of Roman dominance in Italy. Instead, focus is more played on the Italian discontent with Roman public land reforms. Well, a proposed reconstruction of the events leading to the war suggests that the Roman politicians, to perhaps placate the plebs through land distributions, led to increased unrest among the allies. A raw deal, it seems. The failure to address these grievances culminated in a confrontation between the Roman leaders and the allies, prompting preparations for insurrection. Efforts to grant citizenship to appease the allies ultimately failed, and it led to the launch of the Italian bid for independence. This decision to rebel against Rome was certainly a significant gamble for the Italians, as demonstrated by the brutal reprisal against Fregale following his attempted revolt in 125 BC. To prepare for war, the Italians needed to establish trustworthy alliances, often secured with the exchange of hostages. Appian also recounts a series of somewhat clandestine negotiations among Italian states that were, for a long time, completely unbeknownst to Rome. Although the Romans may have been aware of some unrest, they likely underestimated its extent. The capture of Roman garrisons in unfriendly cities at the outset of the war suggests a rather poor strategic planning by the Romans and prior strategic planning by the Italians. Roman authorities had dispatched praetors with troops to investigate the rumors of dissent around the peninsula by late 91 BC. However, these efforts were either insufficient or simply too late, as the war had already begun by the time their investigations concluded. It's probable that preparations for rebellion had been underway prior to Drusus's tribunate in 91 BC. At the onset of the war, Italians swiftly raised forces and organized armies to confront the Romans, indicating prior agreements on power sharing and command. Now, according to Photius's summary of Diodorus Siculus, which aligns with the views of the majority of modern scholars, the Italians established a new capital at Corfinium, complete with their own senate of about 500 members, and they even appointed 2 consuls and 12 praetors. These officials were evenly divided between the northern and southern fronts, with Quintius Poppaedius Silo and Gaius Papius Mutilus appointed as consuls for the north and south respectively. Reconstructions of the Italian state organization have varied over time. Early interpretations proposed a structure akin to Roman governance, while later views suggest a more federal arrangement with tribal divisions. Some modern observers suggest that Livy's account of the Latin War, albeit anachronistic, may offer some different insights into the social war, indicating Italian demands for power-sharing arrangements akin to those sought by the Latin allies in the earlier conflicts. However, apart from the account of Diodorus Siculus, there is limited evidence regarding the internal politics or officers of the Italian coalition. Florus, for instance, makes no mention of an Italian senate or magistrates, instead referring to tribal and ethnic leaders serving under their respective standards. The presence of imperatores, or commanders, among the Italians implies a decentralized leadership structure, with very little evidence of formal elections or even succession protocols. Now, in late 91, or perhaps early 90 BC in the winter time, a significant incident occurred in Asculum, where a Roman praetor named Quintus Servilius, possibly the quaestor of 103 BC, intervened in a customary hostage exchange between Asculum and another city, threatening violence if Asculum was to continue. In response, fearing Roman reprisal, the inhabitants of Asculum killed the praetor and his legatee Fonteius, along with all of the Romans in the city, and looted their belongings as well for good measure. Well, this was not received well. This act of violence against Romans openly triggered a widespread revolt among the Italians. However, it may have been different, as this sequence contradicts Appian's narrative, which does suggest that Asculum rioted in late 91 BC, but following the assassination of Marcus Livius Drusus in Rome, and also due to the general atmosphere of persecution of the Italian allies, which everybody was quite rightly sick of at this point. According to Appian, Drusus, whose political influence had waned since the death of his powerful supporter, Lucius Licinius Crassus, saw his legislation invalidated by the Senate before being killed by an unknown assailant. Subsequently, the Italians sent a delegation to Rome, but negotiations were refused. Appian then asserts that after the death of Drusus and the prosecution of their allies in Rome, the Equites established the Varian Court to prosecute those aiding the Italians' quest for citizenship. This, Appian claims, led to the Italian conspiracy and revolt. However, once again, given the time frame between Drusus's death and the outbreak of the war, this chronology that Appian puts forth appears somewhat implausible. But it is just another take on the early events. With the beginning of the social war being well defined, its conclusion remains somewhat ambiguous, with proposed end dates ranging from 89 BC to perhaps November of 82 BC. Well, what we are going to cover is the events until the nominal pacification of the Samnites and Lucanians in 87. Well, the primary sources for the war's course are a little convoluted. Appian presents them geographically, resulting in a bit of a disjointed narrative, while Livy's chronology is obscured by the loss of his original volumes. But we'll do our best. Oh, and additionally, the conflict unfolded against two main theatres. One was in the north, centered in Asculum, and the other in the south, encompassing Samnium, Lucania, Apulia, and Campania. Additionally, there was a brief but unsuccessful attempt to foment rebellion in Etruria and Umbria, but the Romans swept that one up with relative ease. Now, after these events that led to the initial massacres of the Romans and the Italian allies banding together and putting their plan in motion, in Rome, the initial response to the rebellion was marked by confusion. Plebeian tribune Quintus Varius Hybrida established a permanent court to identify the conspirators behind the Italian uprising. However, the Romans did not initially perceive a direct link between the issue of citizenship and the outbreak of the war. There are suggestions of a potential peace negotiation in the early winter of 90 BC, but if such talks did occur, the Senate ultimately refused to engage in serious negotiations. Now, Appian reports that at the outset of the war, the Italians had quite a lot behind them. He reports that they had mobilized around 100,000 men, while on the other side, Rome's Latin allies had remained loyal. Rome retained control over strategic areas like Capua and central Campania. The consuls for the year, Lucius Julius Caesar and Publius Rutilius Lupus, were supported by rather experienced legates, including Gaius Marius and Lucius Cornelius Sulla, both very battle-hardened men. They knew what to do when commanding an army. Well, in response to all of this, these numbers of 100,000 angry peasants, Rome mustered their own substantial force, allowing the consuls of 90 BC to swiftly depart for battle. All consuls and praetors were assigned to Italy for the duration of this conflict. Livy's records detail the Latin and foreign communities that contributed auxiliaries to Rome's cause, and they certainly did their part. Estimates suggest that Rome's manpower exceeded 140,000 men, with resources split among 14 legions and additional support from overseas allies. Now the Italians, with all of their side, were on the offensive. Launched in late 91 and early 90 BC, they demonstrated a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of Roman military tactics. Must have been looking over the fence while they were training. Well, of course, a lot of them were veterans of past wars. Naturally, they would know what the Romans were going to do, especially going up against a quote-unquote inferior force. Notably, there was a concerted effort to win over the pro-Roman combatants, resulting in significant defection from Roman ranks. Remember how he said that much of the Roman army was composed of auxiliaries from other areas. Victories were achieved in various regions, with notable successes in Campania and Picenum. In Campania, Italian forces under Gaius Papius Mutilus captured key cities before being halted at Acre. Meanwhile, in Picenum, Gaius Vindicilius and others defeated Roman forces and advanced into Apulia, seizing territory along the eastern coast. Despite initial setbacks for Rome, the conflict remained indecisive in many engagements, with Acernia falling after repeated Roman failures to relieve the besieged town. Lucius Julius Caesar, and he was attempting to halt Italian advances at Acre, and he was doing well, but unfortunately it resulted in a series of inconclusive battles. But quite a learning experience for the young commander. In the northern theatre, on June 11th, during the Battle of the Tilenus River, Consul Publius Rutilius Lupus fell while attempting to lead his men across the river. His under-trained troops were routed during the crossing, leading to panic when the large number of bodies returned to Rome. In response to this, to try and quell some public outcry, the Senate decreed that the war dead should, instead of being paraded through the middle of town, buried on the field of battle in future, saving everybody from that hit to morale, I think. Now Gaius Marius, another of Rutilius's legates, managed to secure a decisive victory by forcing the river and assuming command after Rutilius's replacement was assassinated during a false surrender negotiations. Marius, with assistance from Lucius Cornelius Sulla, later defeated Marci near the Fucine Lake, splitting the Italian forces. Meanwhile, Sextus Julius Caesar, consul in 91 BC, moved to relieve Firmum in October. His forces routed Labrenius's troops, driving them into Asculum, which was then besieged by Pompey Strabo. Sextus's forces also pushed Vindiculus back into Apulia, placing it under siege in December. These victories led to the collapse of the northern front of the war. Attempts to incite rebellion in Etruria and Umbria were also quickly suppressed, and the Senate garrisoned Cumae with freed men recruited into the army for the first time. With the northern front collapsing, and the division of Italian forces, defeat for the Italians became somewhat inevitable. As Rome began to gain the upper hand, the Senate passed legislation in October allowing Italian communities that had not revolted to elect Roman citizenship, known as the Lex Julia de Civitate. This addressed one of the main grievances that was behind the war, albeit after the bodies had piled up. Too little, too late, it seems. Well, despite these developments, only the Italian hardliners remained on the battlefield, and their resistance was gradually overcome by the superior Roman force. In 89, the new consuls were Gnaeus Pompeius Strabo and Lucius Porcius Cato. In January, the Marsi attempted to support the rebellions in Etruria and Umbria, but were intercepted by the consuls. Strabo defeated them rather soundly near Asculum, forcing a retreat across the snowy mountains, while Cato, taking command from Marius, defeated them near the Fucine Lake, but he was killed in battle. The Romans continued their offensive against the Marsi, eventually forcing them to petition for peace, and this allowed the Romans to besiege Asculum and Corfinium, forcing the Italians to transfer their capital to Bovianum. The Romans also made the effort to subjugate the Vestini and the Marrucini, pacifying the northern theater pretty much by summer. Now back to the south. That was where Sulla was, and he was making his own impact. He besieged Nola and Pompeii, defeating attempts to relieve them. He then moved into Samnium, subjugating the Hirpini and taking Bovianum by September, forcing the Italians to relocate their capital to Isernia. So by this time, the northern front and the southern front, well, the writing was on the wall for the Italians, it seems. Asculum surrendered in the November of 89 BC, and Strabo celebrated a triumph on December 25th. Merry Christmas. Further legislation extended citizenship with the Lex Plautia Papiria, and new colonies in Transdapane Gaul were established with Latin rights and privileges. The reorganization of Italy continued with the formation of new municipia and the surveying of their lands. Now, by 88 BC, the social war was more or less concluded. And yes, there was perhaps a few people still knocking about, but there was only really a few pockets of resistance remaining. And by this point, they weren't so tough. Lucius Cornelius Sulla, and Quintus Pompeius Rufus were elected at this time as consuls, but neither was assigned to commands against the Italians due to new concerns about Mithridates VI's invasion of Asia. Pompey Strabo's command in the northern theatre was extended, and he quickly accepted the surrender of several Italian towns, effectively ending the war in the north. The remaining insurgents fled south to Samnium and Apulia, where they reorganized under Quintus Pompaedus Silo. Now Silo still had some force behind him, and he had about 50,000 men. But his efforts, despite valiant, were insufficient against the Romans. He did manage to reverse Roman advances in Samnium and recapture Bovianum, before being defeated and killed by Metellus Pius in Apulia. All in all, a valiant effort. Well, after Silo's death, organized resistance completely collapsed, although a few people did fight on in Brutium, but it was game over at this point. They sought the intervention, these last holdouts, from Mithridates, remember him? But ultimately reached a negotiated settlement with the Roman government in 87 BC, siding with the faction of Cornelius Cinna and Gaius Marius, in exchange for citizenship and other concessions. So they did get a few things of what they wanted. It wasn't a complete waste of time. Well, perhaps tell that to the giant pile of dead bodies. The social war extended a significant toll on both sides, with the need for soldiers leading to the induction of freed men into the Roman army and the unprecedented financial strain on the Republic. The devastation was profound. Fighting in their own backyard, particularly in central and southern Italy, and we know this by the archaeological evidence along with the literary sources that describe complete misery and lawlessness all over the countryside. Moreover, the extension of citizenship to the Allies changed the political and legal landscape of Italy. Former sovereign Italian communities were all but replaced by Roman citizen municipia, governed by uniform magistrates, and their laws, well, they were Roman laws now. While the process of municipalization evolved over time, it culminated in the establishment of a more standardized system under Caesar and Augustus. In the following year, 88 BC, during Lucius Cornelius Sulla's consulship, a significant issue arose regarding the enrollment of newly enfranchised Italian citizens into the Roman tribes. The expansion of citizenship following the social war raised questions about how these citizens would be politically organized, as their placement in the 35 tribes of the Comitia Tributa would influence politics for generations to come. Initially, proposals suggested creating new tribes to accommodate the influx of new citizens, a solution reminiscent of practices in the past. However, some advocated for integrating the new citizens into the existing tribes, which would ensure their full political influence. This debate culminated in legislation proposed by Publius Sulpicius Rufus, a tribune of the plebs, which aimed to enroll the new citizens in the existing tribes. This proposal was later revoked when Sulla marched on Rome in response to a reassignment regarding the Mithridatic command. After Cornelius Cinna took control of Rome and supported the Italian suffrage, the decision was made to redistribute the new citizens among the old tribes. This process began somewhat later in 70 BC with the election of new censors, but its completion was delayed, likely due to Rome's deliberate inaction, and was not finalized all the way until the reign of Augustus. The impact that these new Italian citizens on Rome had was quite significant. They formed a concentrated electorate with their own vested interests, or they often sold their votes to the highest bidders, and there were plenty of them. Additionally, their distribution across Italy empowered the magnates close to Rome, whose votes became valuable commodities in various political dealings. The influence of these Italian citizens was evident in legislative actions, such as the recall of Cicero from exile in 58 BC, which was supported by Italian landowners who had been granted citizenship during the Social War. This highlights the role of Italian enfranchisement in supporting political champions and shaping Roman politics. But more to the immediate aftermath of the Social War, which set the stage for continued conflict and political upheaval. The dispute over enfranchisement persisted, driving support for figures like Lucius Cornelius Cinna, who positioned himself as a champion for the Italians during the Bellum Octavianum. Concerns arose that Sulla might revoke citizenship's right granted by Cinna-era legislation. This fueled tensions and contributed to preparations for civil war against Sulla. Now, the war's impact on politics was also profound. It brought large-scale military campaigning back to Italian soil, creating opportunities for new generals to seize power. Sulla's exploitation of standing armies in Italy to usurp control demonstrated this shifting dynamic of power within the Republic. However, the conflict politicized the Roman army and eroded civil military norms, leading to many defections, lax discipline, and even mutinies. The blurred distinction between Romans and foreign enemies during the war continued to a breakdown in loyalty to the state among soldiers. This rift between the common soldiery and Roman voters further destabilized the Republic, making its victory in the Social War a somewhat precarious one. Ultimately, the conflict paved the way for figures like Sulla to assert dominance, marking a significant shift in Roman political history. And there you have it, the Social War. A war that's often forgotten, not one of the popular rebellions, but with a line such as Rome versus Italy certainly peaks a few ears up. Babylonian law. A significant branch of cuneiform legal tradition is well documented through extensive arrays of archaeological findings, including thousands of contracts such as deeds, legal decisions, and various administrative records. You may have heard of the Code of Hammurabi, of course, one of the foundational legal documents in the world. This wealth of material, complemented by historical inscriptions, private letters, and even grammatical texts, offers a comprehensive view of ancient legal practices. And that is exactly what we are here to discuss today: the laws of ancient Babylonia. Hello everyone and welcome. I'm the ASMR historian. You may have watched some of my other videos, but if you're a new viewer, welcome. It's good to have you on the team. Well, without further ado, let us begin today's video. The legal systems of ancient Mesopotamia, including those of cultures intertwined with it, shared many common laws and contractual forms. This similarly extends to biblical contracts examined by archaeologists, which notably include sequences of blessings and curses akin to those found in ancient Mesopotamian agreements. Comparable approaches to professional accountability, prescribing penalties for malpractice, can be seen in the maxims of Ptah-hotep, Sharia law, and the Code of Hammurabi, underscoring a widespread concern for professional standards within the ancient world. The discovery of the Code of Hammurabi has significantly advanced the study of ancient law, providing a structured framework for understanding the development of legal systems over time. Despite the existence of fragments from other codes, the Code of Hammurabi remains a central reference point for reconstructing ancient legal principles, thanks to its preservation and study over a millennia, including copies from Assurbanipal's personal library, and even later Babylonian reproductions. Babylonian legal precedents proved resilient, enduring through various conquests, including the Persian, Greek, and the later Parthian empires, with minimal impact on the private lives of Babylonians. This continuity allowed Babylonian law to influence even Roman legal traditions. That's right, a little bit of copying of the homework, but changing it up a little bit. After all, who's going to know? Now, Assyrian law, while derived from Babylonian sources, maintained early features long after they had vanished in other regions, highlighting the dynamic evolution of legal practices in ancient Mesopotamia. Of course, you had the cities like Ur, Uruk, Nippur, all of these different kingdoms in different parts of the area between the two rivers, let us say. I almost said country. Cue the angry comments. Of course, everybody had their own take on how to run a successful society. Some being a little bit more lenient, and others being markedly more strict. But we'll get to that later. By the time of Hammurabi, ancient tribal customs had largely been replaced by solid state laws, signifying a shift to a more structured and centralized legal system. The Code of Hammurabi eliminated practices such as self-help, blood feud, and marriage by capture, which is exactly what it sounds like. Yet it did retain some primitive aspects, like family solidarity, district responsibility, ordeal trials, and the principle of lex talionis. That means an eye for an eye. Of course, they had a different term for it, but we go by the Latin legal term, lex talionis. The king emerged as a benevolent autocrat, accessible and protective of his subjects against oppression, with a legal system that allowed for appeals and closely supervised judges. Pretty ahead of its time. Feudal holdings covered the land, indicating a developed system of governance. They even had a regular postal service and a decent level of safety. We can perhaps refer to it as a pax Babylonica. Pax, of course, meaning peace. We can talk about Pax Romana, the Roman peace, or even the Pax Britannia from later eras. Well, you see, this Pax Babylonica enabled safe travel across vast distances. You could go all the way from one river to the other, all the way from north to south, well, exercising normal safety precautions. It wasn't perfect, but at least there was some kind of repercussions for people who wanted to do the wrong thing and make their living through, let's say, more time-efficient means. Now, the Code of Hammurabi itself was not just a preservation of ancient law or contemporary customs. It was a result of centuries of legal tradition and the widespread practice of writing, which influenced contracts and legal proceedings. It wasn't like Hammurabi just sat down one afternoon and came up with the concept of laws. No, this was a very long process that involved many people before him and many trailblazers whose names are now lost to the sands of time. Now, in terms of contracts, they were freely made if parties agreed. They were also formalized in temples and could be appealed to the king, reflecting a blend of autonomy and central oversight in legal matters. Well, if you signed a contract and something went wrong afterwards, that was when you called the higher-ups to act as a third party. The code's organization by subject matter, though not aligned with modern scientific categorization, provided a comprehensive legal framework guiding judicial decisions and appeals, thereby illustrating the sophisticated legal culture of Babylon under Hammurabi's reign. Now, the Code of Hammurabi delineated society into three main classes. First being the Avilum, the Mushkenu, and the Ardu, a proper caste system, each with different rights, responsibilities, and of course, a standing within the larger society. So let's talk about which ones were which, and how they fit into the Babylonian structure. First up, Avilum. Originally patricians or members of the elite, possessing full civil rights and responsibilities, including the registration of birth, marriage, and death. They enjoyed aristocratic privileges, such as the right to exact retaliation for injuries, but they also faced heavier penalties for offenses, higher taxes, and higher fines. Over time, the word avilum actually became a courtesy title for anyone, irrespective of property or race, including the king, court officials, craftsmen, and professionals. It was a nice thing to call somebody. Now, the next one, mushkenu. This term eventually evolved to mean beggar in modern languages. However, in the Code of Hammurabi, mushkenus were not necessarily impoverished, but they were possibly landless. They were free individuals entitled to monetary compensation for injuries, subject to lower fees and fines than the avilum were, and they were also required to make less extravagant offerings to the gods. They lived in separate city quarters, and their exact role or prevalence in society, well, it remains a little less defined. Unfortunately, we just don't really have the references. Yet, there's still plenty more tablets to find underground. Let's get digging. Well, the next one, Ardu. Obviously the final caste. They were effectively slaves, considered the property of their masters, masters most likely being avilum. They formed a significant part of the population. Now, it wasn't all bad. They could own property. They could even buy slaves of their own. And they were provided with necessities by their masters. Slaves could even marry, with children's status depending on the spouse's freedom, and could even be freed or adopted, transitioning all the way up to the avilum class. Now, of course, not all of the slaves wanted to take the long way out of slavery. Escaped slaves, if they were caught, were to be immediately returned to their masters. And if you captured an escaped slave, you would even get a reward. Not bad. You must feel sorry for the slave, though. Slaves were marked for easy identification. Practice that included branding or perhaps tattooing the owner's name on the slave. Where this was tattooed, well, that would depend on the owner's discretion. In Assyria, the presence of serfs, essentially tied to the land they cultivated and sold with it, yet able to own land and property, contrasted with the less evident traces of serfs in Babylonia, suggesting a complex social hierarchy, always influenced by economical, legal, and cultural factors under the prevalent Code of Hammurabi. Now, in ancient Mesopotamia, city gods, and every city had one, were considered landowners, and the citizens were considered their tenants, contributing dues in various forms. The rent had to be paid. kings, acting as divine vice-regents, eventually accepted fixed dues without altering tenancy agreements. Early records mention kings in Babylonia purchasing land for their sons, compensating previous owners generously, indicating the recognition of private land ownership. However, all sold land remained subject to fixed charges. Through the king, well, he could exempt land from those as a reward for service, just like the Romans did many years later. Service guarantees citizenship. Would you like to know more? Land obligations included military service and dues in kind, with specific areas responsible for providing soldiers and supplies. This system, established as early as the 8th century BC, often relied on slaves and serfs for military duties, although free citizens also served when required. The state also demanded a share of agricultural produce and could commandeer goods. However, they always compensated the owner of those goods after, at least if they were a good king. Cities imposed their own duties and tariffs according to their own whims, while the king profited from royal estates, personal property, and dues from his subjects. The Code of Hammurabi outlined the feudal responsibilities of certain classes, who received estates in exchange for service. These estates could not be freely traded or passed on, except under rather specific conditions, ensuring the land remained within the family or at least under state control. All sounds pretty complex, doesn't it? Well, of course, it was all written down, clear as day, at least for those who could read the cuneiform. Well, if you couldn't, there would definitely be somebody there who could advise you. Just hope that their interpretation of the law was in your favor. The temple was central to economic and social life in ancient Mesopotamia, serving not only as a place of worship, but also as a major financial institution. It benefited from estates, tithes, fixed dues, sacrifices, and offerings from the faithful, accumulating vast resources in natural products, money, and permanent gifts. Large temples operated with numerous officials and servants, becoming key granaries, storehouses, and sometimes archives for the city. In the early stages of urban developments, towns would likely have formed around temples, with each family head entitled to minister and share in the temple's income. This right evolved into a form of property that could be pledged or rented, but never sold. What does that mean? Well, that means that this right, this property within the temple, was something that was seen as sacred and of an inalienable nature. Of course, it wasn't all just about collecting the money. It's not like our temples in the modern day, no. The temples also had broad societal obligations, such as ransoming citizens captured in war and providing loans of seeds or perhaps supplies to farmers without interest, by the way. They weren't allowed to charge interest on these loans from the temple. Of course, this highlights a great role in community support and welfare. If you got yourself into trouble, well, you would go knocking on the doors of the temple and they were pretty much obliged to help you, within reason. The king's interaction with the temple was administrative rather than proprietary. He could borrow resources from the temple, but repayment was always expected, just as it would be for any other debtor. In the temple's eyes, well, when the king came asking for money, he was no different to the farmer, just two people down on their luck. The tithe, a significant temple revenue, was viewed as rent for land owned by a deity, although it is unclear if all lands were subject to this duty. The code also addresses individuals dedicated to divine service, like vestals, for example, and hierodules, who lived under vows of chastity and were granted many privileges. Well, it's very intertwining of the religion, economy, and law in ancient Babylonian society, isn't it? There was not a facet of this society that was not untouched by the code. The Code of Hammurabi detailed various legal transactions for property, including sale, lease, barter, gift, dedication, deposit, pledge, or loan. That's a lot of ways to deal with getting a new house. Transactions, however, required evidence, such as receipts or witnesses' oaths, to avoid severe penalties for unlawful possession or theft. The code allowed for the return of property in cases of defective titles or undisclosed liabilities, and set out specific conditions for the leasing and cultivation of land, including fixed rents, profit-sharing agreements, alongside stipulations for the reclamation of wasteland and the leasing of gardens or plantations. The code also outlines the meteor system, particularly on temple lands, detailing the responsibilities and penalties for tenants or stewards in cases of theft or perhaps misuse of property. Irrigation laws were strict, holding individuals accountable for flood damages caused by negligence. Of course, irrigation, also immigration, but irrigation was of course a very serious business. If you didn't get it right, well, you could cause trouble for everybody. Now, for housing in particular, leases could be for 1 year or longer, with conditions on maintenance and repair. The code even protected tenants' rights, including stipulations for early re-entry by landlords, and the construction of buildings on leased land with rent-free periods before ownership reverted back to the landlord. Isn't that interesting? Sounds like our modern day. We just hope that the landlords in Babylonia were doing the right things by their tenants. Hired labor was common for tasks like harvesting, with contracts often securing advanced payment and collateral. The code also set wages for various labors and rental rates for animals. It also regulated the responsibility of shepherds for the herds and flocks under their care, including compensation for losses and penalties for negligence and dishonesty, illustrating a comprehensive legal framework for property and labor management in ancient Babylonia. Now, in Babylonian commerce, while payment in kind was prevalent, contracts increasingly specified cash payments in various currencies, such as those of Babylon, Larsa, Carchemish, and Assyria. The code allowed the debtors to flexibly pay in produce at a statutory scale if they lacked money or other crops, emphasizing a fairness and flexibility in financial dealings. If it was agreed upon in the contract, well, no problem, but a contract had to be made. Now, of course, when there is money and people using it, there of course is debt. Debt security was stringent, with the debtor's person potentially held as collateral. That's right, get yourself into debt and, well, your life could be changed in ways that you never imagined. The code protected debtors by prohibiting the seizure of grain for debt repayment and penalizing illegal restraints. A debtor could nominate a family member or slave as mancipium, or hostage, to work off the debt, with specific protections and limitations to prevent abuse of this system. Imagine one of your family members gets involved with the wrong people, and all of a sudden, well, your work becomes a lot more difficult. Property, including fields, houses, or crops, could also serve as collateral. The code required debtors to manage and benefit from their pledged property directly, ensuring that they had the means to repay their debts from the proceeds. It instituted protections against interest accumulation in the event of crop failure, promoting leniency and preventing further financial hardship for the debtor. Pledges and anticritic pledges, where the profit from the pledged item offset the debt's interest, were common, allowing for a practical approach to securing loans without transferring property ownership. Personal guarantees further reinforce the system, holding guarantors accountable if debtors failed to fulfill their obligations. This underscores another sophisticated and regulated nature of not only Babylonian laws, but their economic practices. The Code of Hammurabi provided detailed regulations for family matters, including marriage, divorce, widowhood, childbearing, and they even had adoption back then. That's pretty structured, don't you think? Marriage, of course, just like in our modern day, was a contractual thing, and it involved a bride price and dowry, symbolizing a union beyond a mere purchase. The contract actually ensured protection for the bride, specifying penalties for breach and conditions for the marriage's dissolution. It facilitated property transfer and outlined the mutual responsibilities of the husband and the wife, including debt liability and property management. Well, if you have marriage, of course you have divorce, which was initiated by the husband. Women were not really initiating divorces. But while divorce was initiated by the husband, it necessitated the return of the dowry and provision for the wife and children. This law balanced the husband's unilateral right to divorce with financial obligations to ensure the wife and child or children's welfare post-divorce. In cases of mistreatment, however, or neglect, the wife could seek a judicial separation. Of course, this would have to go up against the courts. I do wonder if the people from those times, thousands and thousands of years ago, would argue about the same things. The husband and wife bickering over money, or perhaps they didn't want their children to play with the Assyrian kids, or the kids from Akkad. Who knows? I'm sure that arguments between couples are a tale as old as time. Now, widowhood, never a good thing. They also had laws about that, and these laws were put into place to protect a widow's status and her financial security. Certain things were in place that detailed the widow's rights to her husband's estate, but also conditions for remarriage. You had to, of course, go through the customary mourning period. Getting remarried a little bit too early would no doubt, just in our modern era as well, raise more than a few eyebrows, don't you think? Childbearing regulations emphasized legitimate heirs, allowing childless wives to provide a maid for childbearing, with specific rules governing the status of children born to either concubines or slaves. Of course, if you couldn't get your own children, you could get somebody else's. Adoption was common for various reasons, including childlessness or labor needs. Of course, people would often think of ways of making this system work to their advantage, especially on the labor needs part. Perhaps you couldn't afford a slave, but you could adopt a young lad of good strength. Well, the Babylonians figured this one out pretty quickly, and there were strict rules to ensure the adopted child's welfare. And the other way was also the filial responsibilities of the child towards his adoptive parents. Adoption contracts could be annulled if the child failed in their duties or if they were proven to have been mistreated. Inheritance laws aimed at equitable distribution among the legitimate children, with provisions for disinheritance in cases of unfilial conduct. The code sought to protect family assets and ensure a proper succession of property. Of course, the boys would always come first. The girls would very rarely get anything. Well, after all, they had husbands of their own, you would hope. So that's them sorted. It's just the way it is, or rather, the way it was. The Code of Hammurabi emphasized the lex talionis, or the law of retaliation, encapsulating the principle of an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, as a core tenet for addressing assaults, particularly against the Amelu class. This principle extended to symbolic punishments for various offenses, such as cutting off the hand for theft, or even striking a parent, and removing the breast of a wet nurse who substituted the child in her care. Perjury, causing death through medical malpractice, and other severe offenses resulted in stringent penalties, including the loss of a limb, or perhaps 2 limbs, or indeed the loss of life entirely. So be good. Punishments under the code were meticulously tailored to fit the crime, and every crime you could think of had a specific punishment, although most of them were just being put to death. Of course, this was all aimed to deter wrongdoing, albeit through direct consequences. The idea was that if people were too scared to commit crimes, they would just not commit crimes. Sounds pretty simple, right? Didn't always work that way, though. For example, a skilled surgeon for a case would not do the job to the correct specifications of the one under his knife. Of course, surgery back in those days was a little touch and go. Well, if the surgeon was to make an error that made the recipient of the operation take the self-checkout line, well, he would have his hand cut off. Very difficult to do surgery after that. And what happened if you were hungry, or you were starving? Well, you had no choice but to steal, didn't you? Go ahead. But if you get caught, you can say goodbye to that hand of yours. I hope you've enjoyed it. And what about a false accuser? If you pointed the finger at somebody, he stole my bread, he stole my cows or my livestock. You just wanted to get back at him. You just didn't like the guy, didn't you? Well, if you were found to be lying, you would face the death penalty. False accusations were taken very seriously. This mirrored punishment extended to the branding or mutilation of individuals for other specific transgressions, such as a slave who struck a freedman, or perhaps those most vicious of crimes that males can commit towards women. Well, you can imagine the kind of mutilation that they would receive. Death penalties were pronounced for a range of crimes, from theft, especially involving sacred or royal properties, that would really get you in trouble. All the way to kidnapping, banditry, and fraud. Methods of execution varied, including drowning for adulterers, burning for incest, and gibbeting for burglary. Look that one up. The code also specified death for endangering another's life through false accusations. In certain instances, the lex talionis was applied to family members of the offender, such as the execution of a creditor's son, if his father caused the death of a debtor's son. You killed my son, I get to kill your son. Imagine coming home from school one day and your dad sitting at the kitchen table, having to give you the bad news on that one. Not a good day for anybody. The code also addressed lesser crimes, with fines, compensation, or perhaps just physical punishments like being whipped a few times. Well, if it was a little bit more serious, you could even be exiled. They would kick you out into the great wild expanses. Or it would just be a sentence of slavery. That being said, if you found yourself wandering out in the wilds, eventually someone would come across you and most likely sell you into slavery anyway. So you may as well just take the slavery. This intricate system of punishment under the Code of Hammurabi reveals a deeply ingrained belief in the moral and social order, where penalties were not only meant to punish, but they were also meant to restore a balance of justice within the community, make people feel safe. Of course, if you had nothing to hide, if you were doing nothing wrong, well, you had nothing to fear. So why would a death penalty for theft be a problem? Why would a death penalty for fraud be a problem unless you yourself were fearing this punishment? Well, of course, the laws have developed quite a bit since these ancient times. And while the old times were not perfect, we have to realize that in another 1,000 years, 2,000 years, perhaps 10,000, 100,000 years, if we are still around, we'll most likely look at our legal systems of today, in our year of 2024, and view them as archaic, in ways that we've not yet even imagined. Who knows how our ancestors will look upon our ways of dealing with things such as theft. Perhaps the whole system of a prison will be looked at as barbaric. Perhaps in the future they will take an even more barbaric approach and just directly lobotomize people, Clockwork Orange style. Please help me, brothers. The Goths, a people who emerged from the shadows of history and embarked on a journey that would see them evolve from nomadic tribes to formidable players on the stage of the late Roman Empire. Originating from the mists of Scandinavia, they migrated southward, propelled by a quest for new lands and the push of encroaching adversaries. Their legacy, marked by warfare, diplomacy, and cultural exchange, profoundly influenced the course of European history, leaving a lasting impact that resonates to this very day. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, It's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, as always, it's a pleasure to have you again. If you'd like to support the channel, you can follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to do so, like, comment, and subscribe, as this helps YouTube push my videos out to a broader audience. Now, without further ado, let's get to our topic today. A full history of the Goths. Please make yourself comfortable. Let's go back as far as we can first. I suppose we best ask the early Roman historians where the Goths came from. Well, an invaluable account of Gothic history is found in the work called the Getica. It was penned by the 6th century historian Jordanes, who himself was possibly of Gothic lineage. Jordanes claims to have drawn from an earlier work by Cassiodorus, which is unfortunately lost to time. But he also references 15 other classical sources, among them an obscure writer named Ablabius, possibly a Goth himself. While Jordanes' narrative regarding the Gothic origins is believed to be influenced by Gothic oral tradition and factual on certain aspects, scholars have not quite made up their mind yet on its authenticity. Now, according to Jordanes, the Goths originated from an island known as Skansa, which is believed to be Scandinavia. They then migrated by sea to an area called Gothiskansa, under the leadership of their king, Berig. However, historians are not unanimous regarding the truthfulness and precision of this assertion. While most do agree that Gothic migration from Scandinavia is evident in the archaeological findings, the evidence is not conclusive. It's just the best that we have right now. Instead of a single large-scale migration, some scholars propose a gradual movement over the 1st centuries BC and AD, possibly involving only a few select elite clans from Scandinavia. Now, the similarities between the names of the Goths, certain Swedish locales, and the Guts and Geats suggest to scholars that the Goths originated in Gotland or Gotaland. May we speculate that the modern Gothenburg, Sweden, has perhaps got some relation? That's my personal speculation, by the way, not backed up by any scholars. Perhaps I should look into that a little more. Well, either way, it's posited that these groups, those Guts, Geats, and the Goths, might have descended from an earlier seafaring community that were active around the Baltic region. Linguistic parallels and disparities between Gothic and Scandinavian languages further fueled the debates regarding their earliest origins. Now, what about that region, Gothiskansa? Well, the majority of scholars commonly place it within the realm of the Weilbach culture, which flourished in the lower Vistula and along the Pomeranian coast in the 1st century AD, succeeding the preceding Osque culture. Now, the Weilbach culture, characterized by burial customs, the absence of weapons in graves, and the presence of stone formations, was closely linked with Scandinavia in ancient times. The populace of this region during the Weilbach era is believed to have comprised Germanic tribes, including the Goths and the Rugi. Jordanes recounts that the Goths, upon settling in Gothiscanza, swiftly occupied the lands of the Ulmerugi, or just another name we have for the Rugi tribe. The earliest mentions of the Goths in Greco-Roman records dates back to around the 1st century, but in these references they were referred to as the Gutones. However, their connection between the Gutones and later Goths is another subject of contention. Now, around 15 AD, Strabo mentions the Butones, Lugi, and Senmones, among others, who fell under the rule of Marodobus, the Marcomannic king. The Butones are often identified with the Gutones, while the Lugi have been associated with the Vandals, who were closely linked with the Reworsk culture south of the Weilbach culture. It's also suggested that the Gutones might have been under the influence of the Lugi and Vandals during this period. Now, moving on a little later, in 77 AD, Pliny the Elder lists the Gutones among the peoples of Germania, grouping them with the Vandili alongside the Burgundians, Varini, and Carini tribes. Pliny categorizes the Vandilini as one of the 5 primary Germanic groups. Earlier, Pliny mentions a people called the Guiones, whom some scholars have equated with the Gutones, although the reliability of this account is also uncertain. In his work Germania, Tacitus, writing around 98 AD, describes the Gutones, along with the Rugi and Lemovi, as Germani, who lived near the ocean, beyond the Vandals, and were characterized by their round shields and short swords. Tacitus notes their governance under kings, albeit with stricter rule than other Germanic tribes. Additionally, Tacitus mentions the Gutones' involvement in supporting Catualda against Marodobus. According to Jordanes, following their settlement in Gothiscanza, the Goths overcame the neighboring Vandals. It's been suggested that the Gutones gained independence from Vandalic control at the start of the 2nd century AD. Now, Ptolemy wrote about them too a little bit later, around 150 AD in his work Geography. He mentions that the Gutones, residing east of the Vistula in Sarmatia, between the Veneti and Feni. He also mentions the Gutae, living in southern Scandia, possibly the same as the later Gauti referenced by Procopius. Now, that's enough of their early origins. Let's go back to around the 2nd century, where the story really begins to kick off. In the midst of this 2nd century, a significant movement began around the Weilbach culture, as they gradually shifted southeastward towards the Black Sea region. This migration coincided with the expulsion and partial assimilations of peoples from the Pzeroworsk culture, likely instigated by a surge in population growth among Eastern Germanic tribes. This shift southwards led to the displacement of other tribes towards the Roman Empire, thus marking the onset of the Marcomannic Wars. By 200 AD, it is believed that Wild-Bark Goths were increasingly being recruited into the Roman army. Now, bit of a tangent here, but I'm going to talk about the Marcomannic Wars for a while, because it's important to understand the context in which the Goths found themselves in, and the broader context of Europe at the time. So, just within this video, a brief history of the Marcomannic Wars as well. By the time Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne in 161 AD, mounting pressures along the Roman frontier had reached a critical juncture. Germanic tribes positioned along the Rhine and the Danube frontiers perceived their survival hinged on penetrating Roman territories. The escalating tension culminated in a series of clashes, beginning in 162 and persisting until 165, as the Chatti and Chauci incursions into Rhaetia and Germania Superior were thwarted. Subsequently, in late 166, or early 167 as winter rolled over, a contingent of 6,000 Langobardi and Lacringi invaded Pannonia. Although swiftly repelled by local forces, led by vexellations of Legio I Adiotrix and Alla Ulpia Contraronium, these incursions signaled the onset of even more significant challenges. Responding to the escalating threats, Marcus Aelius Bassus, the military governor of Pannonia, initiated negotiations with 11 tribes. The Marcomannic king, Balomar, serving as a mediator. Although a truce was temporarily brokered, no lasting accord was achieved. Simultaneously, Vandals and the Sarmatian Lazyges launched an assault on Dacia, resulting in the death of its governor, Calpurnius Proculus. To counter this threat, Legio V Macedonica was relocated from Moesia Inferior to Dacia Superior. Now, if things weren't bad enough already, amidst these events, the Antonine Plague wreaked havoc across the empire, impeding Marcus Aurelius's intended punitive expedition, initially planned for 168. Ultimately, in the spring of that year, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus embarked on a campaign from Rome, establishing their headquarters at Aquileia. They orchestrated the reorganization of defenses and raised 2 new legions before crossing the Alps into Pannonia. While the imperial army's approach to Carnuntum compelled the Marcomanni and the Victuali to withdraw, promising good conduct, Lucius Verus succumbed to death en route to Aquileia in the January of 169. Marcus Aurelius, accompanied by his son-in-law Claudius Pompeianus, pursued a renewed offensive against the Lazyges and independent tribes dwelling between the Danube and Dacia. However, the Roman forces found themselves embroiled in a protracted campaign, enabling several tribes to breach the frontier and launch raids into Roman territory. Notably, the Kostoboki descended into the Balkans, desolating Thrace and reaching as far as Eleusis, while the Marcomanni, under Balomar's leadership, inflicted a decisive defeat on Roman soldiers, near Carnuntum before advancing southward towards Italy. The subsequent siege of Aquileia marked the first hostile incursion into Italy since 101 BC, instigating a pivotal confrontation between the Roman forces and a coalition of Germanic tribes. As this conflict unfolded, scholarly debates persist regarding the precise chronology of the events, with varying interpretations regarding the year of the Great Germanic invasion towards Aquileia. Following the calamitous events, Aurelius undertook a significant re-evaluation of his strategies. Troops from various frontiers were mobilized against Palomar, with Claudius Pompeianus leading the charge, aided by Pertinax, the future emperor. To bolster defences, the Praetornia Italiae et Alpium command was established, tasked with safeguarding the roads into Italy, while the Danubian fleet was reinforced. Aquileia was relieved, and by the close of 171, the invaders had been completely expelled from Roman territories. Subsequent diplomatic endeavors aimed to secure alliances with various barbarian tribes in readiness for a Danube crossing. Treaties were concluded with the Quadi and the Lasges, while the Hascindi Vandals and the Lacringi pledged allegiance to Rome. In the year of 172, Roman forces crossed into the Danube into Marcomannic territory, achieving success by subjugating the Marcomanni, along with their allies, the Varistae and Naristae, and the Cotini. Marcus Aurelius, recognizing this victory, assumed the title Germanicus, with coins minted bearing the inscription Germania Capta, the one who subjugated Germany. During this campaign, Marcus Valerius Maximianus slew Valao, the chief of the Naristi tribe. The following year saw Roman campaigns against the Quadi, culminating in their defeat and submission. Notably, during this campaign, the legendary Miracle of the Rain occurred, as recounted by Cassius Dio, where a sudden shower saved the beleaguered Legio 12 Fulminanta, earning the divine attribution by contemporaries and historians. Simultaneously, Didius Iulianus repelled an invasion by the Chatti and the Hermunduri along the Rhine frontier, while the Chouaki raided the Gallia Belgica coastline. In subsequent years, Roman efforts focused on consolidating control over conquered territories, such as dealing with the Quadi and their political struggles, leading to their complete subjugation in 174. Intentions to establish new Roman provinces, Marcomannia and Sarmatia, were further curtailed by the rebellion of Avidius Cassius in the east. Marcus Aurelius led his forces to quell the revolt, and upon its suppression returned to Rome after nearly 8 long years. In a historic joint triumph with his son Commodus on December 23, 176, Marcus celebrated victories over the Germanic tribes and the Sarmatians, commemorated by the rising of the Aurelian Column. After a brief interlude of victory celebrations, unrest flared once more, as the Quadi rebelled again in 177, followed by the Marcomanni. Aurelius, once more resolute in facing this new challenge, embarked on his second campaign in 178. Arriving in Carnuntum in the August of the same year, he launched a campaign against the Marcomanni and then the Quadi between 179 and 180. Under the leadership of Marcus Valerius Maximianus, the Romans achieved a decisive victory against the Quadi near modern-day Trenčín in Slovakia, driving them further into Greater Germania. Commodus, his son and successor, lacked the inclination to continue the war. Against the counsel of his senior generals, Commodus opted to negotiate a peace treaty with the Marcomanni and the Quadi before returning to Rome in the early autumn of 180, where he celebrated a triumph on October 22nd. Now, while the Marcomannic wars temporarily halted the German threat, they foreshadowed the invasions that would eventually contribute to the complete collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the 4th and 5th centuries. If the Marcomannic wars had have continued, perhaps the Goths may have been weakened enough. Well, they didn't, and they weren't. And so now, with our brief explanation of the Marcomannic Wars, we return with this newfound context to our history of the Goths in general. So, according to accounts preserved by Jordanes, under the leadership of King Philimir, the Goths embarked on a significant migration to Oium, a region within Scythia, where they encountered and ultimately conquered the Spali people. This narrative, while reflecting certain aspects of archaeological findings, also suggests the possibility that the Spali, described possibly as the giants in Slavic terms, were not themselves of Slavic origin. During the early 3rd century AD, the western part of Scythia was inhabited by the Zarubinci culture, known for its agricultural practices, and the nomadic Sarmatians. Preceding these groups were the Bastarnae, who, like the Goths, had undergone significant migration during the 3rd century BC. Notably, it suggested that the accounts of King Philimir among the Goths may have been influenced by the oral traditions of their own. By the middle of the 3rd century AD, the influence of Weilbach culture had become marked evident in the formation of what is now known as the Cherniakov culture in Scythia. The cultural development spanned a vast territory from the Danube in the west to the Don in the east, and was largely shaped by the presence of Gothic and other Germanic groups, including the Heruli tribe. Despite this dominance, the Cherniakov culture also exhibited elements from Iranian, Dacian, Roman, and likely smaller Slavic cultures. Now, in 238 AD, the Roman Empire faced its initial confrontation with the Goths during the sack of Histria, marking the first notable clash between the two powers. Interestingly, in early 3rd century references, the Goths are denoted as Scythians, reflecting the historical occupancy of Scythia by an unrelated group bearing that name. However, it wasn't until the late 3rd century that the term Goths, or in Latin Gothi, was first introduced. Despite this, the ancient authors do not explicitly equate the Goths with the earlier Gutones, although philologists and linguists assert a certain connection between the two names. On the Pontic steppe, the Goths swiftly assimilated various nomadic customs from the Sarmatians, excelling particularly in horsemanship, archery, and falconry. Notably, they also demonstrated prowess in agriculture and seafaring. This period marked a departure from the nomadic lifestyle typically associated with the steppe. The only non-nomadic episode in the history of the steppe. Some historians draw parallels between the Gothic migration and that of the early Mongols, who similarly migrated southward from the forests to dominate the eastern Eurasian steppe around the same time as the Goths in the west. By the 240s at the earliest, Goths were significantly recruited into the Roman army to participate in the Roman-Persian wars, notably engaging in the Battle of Mysice in 244 AD. Amidst these developments, Gothic incursions into the Roman Empire continued to persist. Notably, in 250 to 251 AD, the Gothic king Cniva captured Philippopolis and inflicted a devastating blow to the Romans at the Battle of Abritus, resulting in the death of the Roman Emperor Decius. This encounter marked one of the most catastrophic defeats in Roman military history. So the Romans were quite shocked to lose to a bunch of quote-unquote unwashed barbarians. The Goths expanded their raids to the sea in the 250s, with incursions into Asia Minor attributed to groups termed Boranoi by Zosimus. With the involvements of Goths in these raids remaining somewhat uncertain, subsequent attacks attributed to Goths and Boradoi targeted numerous cities, including Pythias, Trabzon, and Chalcedon, establishing Gothic dominance over Crimea, the Bosphorus, and several cities along the Euxine coast. After a decade-long hiatus, the Goths, joined by the Heruli with a formidable fleet, resumed their raids, sacking various cities before being intercepted by a Roman fleet. Despite a brief escape into the Aegean Sea, they were eventually confronted and defeated by the Roman army near the Nessos River, with reported barbarian casualties numbering around 3,000. Following the assassination of Gallienus outside of Milan in 268 AD, Claudius was proclaimed emperor and faced immediate challenges, notably from the Alemanni invasion. After securing a victory at the Battle of Lake Benarcus, Claudius redirected his efforts towards addressing invasions in the Balkan provinces. During this period, a larger and more formidable seaborne invasion was launched, spearheaded by an immense coalition comprising Goths, including both Greuthungi and Thravingi factions, Gepids, and Percuni, once again under the leadership of Heruli. Gathering at the mouth of the Dniester River, sources such as the Augustan history and Zosimus estimate an astonishing number of 2,000 to 6,000 ships, along with 325,000 men. Now, while these figures are most likely and almost certainly exaggerated, it underscores the sheer scale of the invasion. Despite initial failed attempts to besiege coastal towns along the western Black Sea and the Danube, the invaders managed to assault Byzantium and Chrysopolis. However, part of their fleet was either wrecked due to the Goths' unfamiliarity with the treacherous currents of the Propontis, or was defeated by the stronger Roman navy. Subsequently, they ventured into the Aegean Sea, ravaging islands as far as Crete, Rhodes, and Cyprus. Didn't want to be all dressed up with no place to go, it seems. According to the Augustan history, the Goths faced many setbacks during this expedition, notably succumbing to the Cyprianic plague. Nevertheless, they purportedly sacked Troy and Ephesus, inflicting damage upon the Temple of Artemis, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, which was later repaired, but eventually dismantled by the Christians. Thanks for that, guys. As their main force neared the capture of Thessalonica and Cassandreia, news of the approaching Roman emperor prompted a retreat to the Balkan interior. Upon learning of Claudius's approach, the Goths initially sought to invade Italy directly. However, they encountered fierce resistance near Naissus from a Roman army led by Claudius, resulting in a fiery and contested battle in 269 AD. Employing a tactical ruse, the Romans lured the Goths into an ambush by feigning retreat, resulting in the death or capture, at least by Roman sources, of some 50,000 Goths, and of course the destruction of their base at Thessalonica. Notably, Aurelian, who commanded all of the Roman cavalry during Claudius's reign, played a pivotal role in this battle. But what about the surviving Goths? Well, they were either resettled within the empire or integrated into the Roman army. And by resettled, they were probably just made slaves. Either way, it ensured the survival of the Roman Empire for another 2 centuries, one with the population boost, and 2 by getting rid of a sizable enemy. Following Claudius's death in 270, Goths were at it again. Under the leadership of Cannibaldes, they launched another invasion into the Roman Empire, but it was ultimately defeated by Aurelian, who relinquished control of Dacia beyond the Danube. Around 275 AD, the Goths mounted a final major assault on Asia Minor, where Black Sea Gothic piracy had become a significant menace. Emperor Marcus Claudius Tacitus succeeded in defeating them sometime around 276 AD. Well, by the late 3rd centuries, the Goths were divided into at least 2 distinct groups, the Thervingi and the Gruthungi, separated by the Dnestia River. The Gepids, residing northwest of the Goths, are also attested during this period, sharing common origins with the Goths according to Jordanes. In the late 3rd century, the Gepids under King Fastida achieved a resounding victory over the Burgundians before turning their attention to the Goths and their king, Ostrogotha. Out of this conflict, the Goths emerged victorious. Additionally, the last decades of the 3rd century witnessed large numbers of Carpi fleeing Dacia for the Roman Empire. Many believe that these Carpi tribesmen were possibly displaced by Gothic incursions. In 332 AD, Constantine intervened to aid the Sarmatians in establishing settlements along the north bank of the Danube, aiming to fortify the Roman border against those Gothic incursions that seemed to just keep on coming. This move led to a significant confrontation between Roman forces and the Goths, resulting in a reported death count of around 100,000 Gothic warriors in battle, once again by Roman count, with Eoric, son of the Thervingian king Ariaric, taken captive. Subsequently, Constantine evacuated approximately 300,000 Sarmatians from the Danube's north bank following a revolt by the Sarmatian slaves. Continuing his campaign along the Danube from 335 to 336, Constantine secured more victories against numerous Gothic tribes. Driven from the Danube region by Roman forces, the Thervingi under Vidigoia's leadership launched an invasion of the Sarmatians of the Tisa, emerging victorious despite Vidigoia's demise in the conflict. Eoric was then succeeded by Giberic, renowned for his valor and noble lineage, who waged war against the Hastingi Vandals and their king Visamar, compelling them to settle in Pannonia under Roman protection. Now during the 4th century, both the Greuthungi and the Thervingi underwent significant Romanization, facilitated by trade with Rome and Gothic participation in a military covenant centered in Byzantium. Notably, Constantine had even enlisted 40,000 Goths to defend Constantinople, while the palace guard increasingly comprised Germanic warriors due to the declining effectiveness of Roman soldiers. The Goths' integration into the Roman military during the 4th century contributed to a notable Germanization of the army, with figures such as Gaius, Tribigild, Fravita, and Aspar rising to prominence. Mardonius, a Gothic eunuch, exerted considerable influence as the childhood tutor and advisor of Roman Emperor Julian. However, the Gothic preference for wearing skins faced criticism in Constantinople, with Bishop Sinensius deriding their attire and questioning their loyalty to Rome. Oh, come on. We can't all wear the same togas, can't we? Well, in the late 3rd century, Giberic succeeded by Greuthungian king Ermanaric, who embarked on a vast expansion, conquering numerous tribes across Scythia and Germany, including the Heruli, led by Alaric, and the Aesti, and also the Vistula Veneti saw the same fate. While some historians compare Ermanaric's conquest to those of Alexander the Great, others suggest a bit of an exaggeration on his realm's extent. Ermaneric's possible dominance over the Volga-Don trade routes has led some to consider his realm as a precursor to the Viking-founded state of Kievan Rus. In the western territories dominated by the Thervingi, various populations began to coexist with each other, including the Dacians, Taifali, Sarmatians, and many Romanized groups of other barbarians. In the 360s AD, Atharanic, son of Eoric and leader of the Thervingi, aligned with the usurper Procopius against the Eastern Roman Emperor Valens. Valens then invaded Athanaric's territories, but he failed to achieve a decisive victory. Ultimately, Athanaric and Valens negotiated a peace treaty aboard a boat in the Danube, with the Thervingian leader refusing to set foot within Roman territory. Following a civil war against Fritigern, Athanaric embarked on a crackdown on Christianity within his realm. Now, around 375 AD, guess who showed up and joined the party? The Huns made a sweeping advance across the eastern territories, conquering the Alans, an Iranian people residing east of the Goths. Subsequently, the Huns, accompanied by the Alans, launched an invasion into Gothic territory, encroaching upon the Gothic Empire itself. Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus provides an insight into the tumultuous period, suggesting that Hunnic dominance over the Gothic kingdoms in Scythia commenced around the 370s. Some scholars speculate that the Hunnic incursion was prompted by Gothic expansion towards the east. Well, seems they didn't get very far, didn't they? Following the demise of Ermaneric, the Greuthungi gradually fell under Hunnic control. Now, some scholars have proposed that the Hunnic foray into Europe and the Roman Empire aimed to subjugate the independent Goths in the western regions. The Thervingi, led by Athanaric, found themselves besieged by the Huns, prompting Athanaric to seek refuge in the mountains, often referred to as Kolkaland in sagas and chronicles. Accounts of the battles between the Goths and the Huns are recounted in sagas like Hlodskivida, which just translates to the Battle of Goths and Huns. I know, creative name, right? It was a medieval Icelandic narrative. Now, sagas like these depict Gizur, the king of the gates, coming to the aid of the Goths in a legendary confrontation with the Huns. Although the authenticity of this saga concerning specific Gothic-Hunnic conflict remains uncertain, and like with a lot of sagas, it's open to a bit of dramatic license. Well, either way, despite the Huns' success in subjugating many Gothic tribes, Fritigern approached the Eastern Roman Emperor Valens in 376 with a faction of his people, seeking permission to settle south of the Danube. Valens agreed to his request and facilitated the Goths' crossing of the river, likely at the fortress of Durostorum. The Gothic migration across the Danube was likely a well-planned operation, albeit initiated after considerable deliberation among the community's leaders. Upon their arrival, the Goths were supposed to disarm as per their agreement with the Romans, although many managed to hide their weapons away and retain them. The Moesogoths settled in Thrace and Moesia, hence the name, marking a significant chapter in Gothic migration and their interactions with the Roman Empire. Mistreated and subject to appalling conditions by corrupt local Roman authorities, the Gothic refugees faced a harrowing plight, with some driven to desperate measures such as selling their own children to Roman slave traders in exchange for meager sustenance. Reportedly, they were often thrown scraps of rotten dog meat. Certainly not the best meal. Fritigern, incensed by this betrayal, sparked a widespread rebellion in Thrace, rallying not only Gothic refugees and slaves, but also discontented Roman laborers, peasants, and Gothic defectors from the Roman military. The uprising, known as the Gothic War, raged on for several years. Simultaneously, another faction of Goths, led by chieftains Alethius and Saphrax, along with Vithericus, son and heir of Greuthungi kings Vithamyrus, crossed the Danube, but this time without Roman consent. The culmination of the Gothic War came with the Battle of Adrianople in 378, a decisive confrontation where the Romans suffered a resounding defeat, and Emperor Valens met his demise. In the aftermath of this pivotal battle, Julius, the Magister Militum of the Eastern Roman Empire, orchestrated a brutal and systematic massacre of Goths across Asia Minor and Syria. To quell potential uprisings, Julian employed cunning tactics, trapping the Goths within urban confines where they faced indiscriminate slaughter. The ensuing chaos led to widespread riots among the Gothic populace, resulting in specific casualties, with survivors possibly seeking refuge in the nearby Phrygia. Now, with the ascension of Theodosius I to power in 379, the Romans launched a concerted effort to suppress Fritigern and his followers, of which there were very many. Meanwhile, Athanaric, having fled to Coqueland due to Fritigern's machinations, arrived in Constantinople, where he managed to receive a gracious reception from Theodosius. Athanaric, in turn, expressed admiration for the Roman emperor, and was honored with a grand funeral following his passing shortly after his arrival. In 382, Theodosius initiated peace negotiations with the Thervingi, culminating in a treaty on October 3rd of that year. As per the terms of the agreement, the Thervingi became foederati of the Romans in Thrace, obligated to furnish troops to the Roman military. In the wake of the devastating Hunnic onslaught, and this politics with Rome, the Goths splintered into two significant factions, ultimately giving rise to the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths. Now the Visigoths, denoting the Goths of the West, were led by the Balti dynasty and traced their lineage to the Thervingi. They dwelled within the Roman territory as foederati, or federated allies of the empire. In contrast, the Ostrogoths, signifying the Goths of the East, were led by the Amali dynasty and claimed descent from the Gruthingi. Now, under their Hunnic rule, they remained subjects of the Huns. This distinction between Visigoths and Ostrogoths was not merely geographic, but also symbolic, reflecting their respective affiliations and alliances during this tumultuous period. Procopius, an ancient historian, elucidated the nomenclature, interpreting Visigoth as Western Goths and Ostrogoth as Eastern Goths in alignment with the territorial demarcations of the Gothic realms at the time. Now, the close kin to the Goths were the Gepids, who similarly found themselves under Hunnic dominion. Additionally, a smaller enclave of Goths known as the Crimean Goths opted to remain in their namesake of Crimea, and they preserved their Gothic heritage well into the Middle Ages. But of course, the two main groups, Visigoths and Ostrogoths, will require their own videos. Because let me tell you, the party for the Goths is far from over, as the Romans were about to find out in the century after. I'll teach you all about that in the next video about the Goths. Maybe it'll be Ostrogoths, maybe it'll be Visigoths. We'll see. The Battle of Kadesh, fought around 1274 BC between the forces of Egypt under Pharaoh Ramesses II and the Hittite Empire led by Muwatalli II, is one of the earliest well-documented battles in history. Taking place near the city of Kadesh on the Orontes River in modern-day Syria, it was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control over territories in the ancient Near East. And despite grand claims of victory by Ramesses, depicted in numerous inscriptions across Egypt, the battle is generally considered a stalemate, with both sides incurring heavy losses and ultimately failing to achieve a decisive victory. This battle eventually led to the signing of the first recorded peace treaty in history, a document which still hangs in the UN headquarters to this very day. Hello there, welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again. And if you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe definitely helps push the video out more. Did you like it? Thank you in advance. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic for today. So, please get relaxed, and we may begin. The history of the Battle of Kadesh. After the Hyksos 15th dynasty was expelled around 1550 BC, Egyptian New Kingdom rulers, notably Thutmose I, Thutmose II, and Amenhotep II, aggressively aimed to regain control over their state's borders. Their military campaigns extended from Megiddo to the Orontes River, including conflicts with Kadesh. This period saw the general destabilization of the Jehi region, which was around southern Canaan, with Egyptian campaign accounts reflecting this instability between 1400 and 1300 BC. Thusly, the reigns of Thutmose IV and Amenhotep III marked a continuation of territory lost to the Mitanni in northern Syria, despite Egypt's ongoing efforts. One source that we have for this is the Amarna letters from the 18th dynasty, which indicate Egypt's declining influence in the region, showing a decreased interest in Canaan until the dynasty's end. The last dynasty's ruler, Horemheb, actively campaigned in the region, signifying a rejuvenation of Egyptian interest towards the end of the 18th dynasty. The revival persisted into the 19th dynasty. Seti I, like his predecessor Ramesses I, was a military leader solely focused on restoring Egypt's empire to its former glory. Seti's inscriptions at Karnak detail his campaigns into Canaan and ancient Syria, where he reoccupied Egyptian posts, garrisoned cities, and, in an informal peace with the Hittites, regained control of the coastal areas along the Mediterranean, thusly continuing campaigns in Canaan. His capture of Kadesh and the Amurru kingdom were significant victories, commemorated by stelae. His son and heir to Egypt, Ramesses II, also participated in these military ventures. Historical records do suggest that Ramesses ordered a large quantity of weapons in preparation for his expedition to Kadesh by his 5th regnal year. However, the control over both regions might have reverted to Hittite dominion after some time. The fate of Amurru is a matter of debate. Hittitologists posit that while Amurru could have been once again fallen under Hittite control, it was more likely that it remained a vassal state to the Hittites. Now, if you want a detailed history about the Hittites in general, I've got a video that, yes, is a little bit old and the visuals are a bit different, but it's going strong at about 5,500 views at the moment, so it must be good. If you want to learn about the Hittites in general, then it's probably a good place to start. But today let's just concentrate on the Battle of Kadesh. So leading up to the battle, the initial campaigns of Ramesses II into Canaan played a crucial role, and that's why we have to start there. In the 4th year of his reign, he undertook a northward march into Syria, aiming to either reclaim Amurru or as a strategic move to verify the allegiance of his vassals and, of course, scout the potential battlegrounds. By the spring of the 5th year of his reign, in May 1274, Ramesses set out from his capital, Pi-Ramesses, which is modern-day Qantir, advancing beyond the fortress of Tagel and toward the coastal route of Gaza. This campaign to reclaim Amurru was explicitly cited by Muwatalli II, the Hittite ruler, as his reason for moving south to face the Egyptians head-on. Ramesses II commanded an army organized into 4 divisions, and they were named thusly: Amun, Re, Set, and the Ta division, the last of which appears to have been newly established at the time. Of course, these are all named after Egyptian theological terms. Additionally, there was a unit that was referred to as the Nearin or Niarin, whose exact nature is not fully clear due to the limited documentation that we have. But we do know a few things. The forces were possibly Canaanite military mercenaries who aligned with the Egyptians, or perhaps they were Egyptian units themselves. Well, either way, Ramesses had stationed these troops in Amuru, ostensibly to maintain control over the port of Sumur. Not Sumer, Sumur. Very different. Now, the role of the Niarin division would prove to be pivotal in the ensuing battle. Notably, the Egyptian army also incorporated Shurden troops as mercenaries, and this marks the first recorded instance of the Shurden serving with the Egyptian military framework. Remember, first recorded. Now, their involvement would grow to be significantly influential, especially in the late Bronze Age, with the Shurden later emerging among the Sea Peoples. Yeah, that's right. Those guys who inflicted widespread devastation across the eastern Mediterranean at the close of the Bronze Age. In fact, many people just simply attribute the end of the Bronze Age to the Sea Peoples entirely, but, well, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Now, there certainly exists a lot of challenges in determining the exact size of the Egyptian chariot force at Kadesh, and it's estimated that it comprised no fewer than 2,000 chariots, which were, of course, distributed among the Amun, Re, Ta, and Set divisions, with each of them most likely commanding around 500 chariots respectively. The estimate might also need to account for the chariots of the Niarin, should they have been distinct from the main Egyptian army. Now, on the opposing side, the Hittites, the king Muwatalli II had rallied several allies, including Rimisharana, the king of Aleppo, among others. Ramesses II documented a comprehensive list of 19 allies that Muwatalli had convened at Kadesh. Muwatalli had strategically concealed his forces behind Old Kadesh. Unbeknownst to Ramesses, he was deceived by two captured nomads who falsely claimed that the Hittite army was stationed far, far away near Aleppo. These nomads were, in reality, Hittite spies, tasked specifically with misleading the Egyptian pharaoh. And it worked. Strange to think that in the 1200s BC they had spies and espionage, but they did. Well, trusting this information, Ramesses instructed his troops to quickly establish their camp. He then led a rapid march towards Kadesh, completely unaware that a formidable Hittite force was there, lying in wait for him. Ramesses' arrival at the battlefield is detailed in two inscriptions associated with the battle, one called the Poem and one called the Bulletin. Let's read from the Poem, and this is a translation that can change between whichever source that you view. So, from the Poem. Now then, His Majesty has readied his infantry, chariotry, and the shurden of his master's capture. In year 5, the second month of the third season, day 9,
His Majesty crossed the fortress at Sele and entered Canaan. His infantry navigated the narrow passes as if they were traversing the highways of Egypt. Following several days, His Majesty was in Ramesses Meri Ammon, located in the Valley of the Cedar. Proceeding northward, upon reaching the mountainous terrain of Kadesh, His Majesty advanced, and he forded the Orontes River with the lead division of Armon, named He Gives Victory to User Mat Re Setep En Re. His Majesty approached the town of Kadesh. The division of Ammon followed directly. The division of Re was crossing the ford south of Shabdunah, about 1 eater from His Majesty's position. The division of Tar was positioned south of the town of Arnaim, and the division of Set marched along the road. His Majesty had arranged the foremost ranks of all the army's leaders while they were still on the shore in the land of Umuru. End of the text from the poem source. Now, onto the shorter source of the bulletin. In year 5, in the 3rd month of the 3rd season, day 9, under the majesty of Ramesses II, the Lord moved northward, and His Majesty arrived near the town of Shabdunah. As Ramesses II and the Egyptian vanguard were approximately 12 kilometers from Kadesh near Shabdunah, they encountered 2 Shasu nomads. These nomads informed His Majesty that the Hittite king was located in the land of Aleppo to the north of Tunip, around 200 kilometers away. So according to the Shasu, the Hittite king was too afraid of the pharaoh to venture south. This misinformation, as aforementioned and stated in his Egyptian records, was an intentional dissemination. Subsequently, an Egyptian scout arrived at the camp with 2 Hittite prisoners in tow. The prisoners were then brought before Ramesses for the interrogation, and the information was given thusly, as from the bulletin. Upon their presentation to the pharaoh, he questioned their identity, to which they responded, "We are servants of the Hittite king, sent to spy on you." Perplexed, Pharaoh then inquired, "Where is the adversary from Hatti?" I was informed he was in the land of Aleppo. The prisoners from Tunip corrected him, saying, "The king of Hatti is indeed close by, along with the numerous allies who have joined him. They have marshaled their infantry and chariots, armed and ready for warfare. Their numbers surpass the grains of sand on the shore, and indeed they are fully prepared for combat, stationed behind the ancient city of Kadesh." Following the revelation of the Hittite army's proximity, Ramesses convened a meeting with his princes to address the negligence of his governors and officials for failing to accurately report the location of Muwatalli and his forces. During this critical juncture, Ramesses found himself accompanied solely by his bodyguard unit and the division of Amun. In response to the urgent situation, the vizier received instructions to expedite the march of the divisions of Tar and Seth towards the encampment, noting that the division of Re was nearing its arrival at the camp. As discussions with the princes progressed, and orders were given for the Amun division to ready itself for combat, the Hittite chariots launched a surprise attack across the river, targeting the center of the Re division as it advanced towards Ramesses' position. The Red Division, caught off guard in open terrain, and faced with the very frightening prospect of the chariots, dispersed in chaos, with some retreating towards the Amun camp, albeit hotly pursued by the Hittite charioteers. The assault intensified as the Hittite chariots encircled the north, breaching the Egyptian camp's defenses and breaching the Amun division's shield wall, triggering more panic among its ranks. The effectiveness of the Hittite offensive began to slowly diminish as the chariots navigated the densely packed camp, with some charioteers accidentally crashing into each other and perishing, and if not perishing from the impact, certainly getting stabbed to death as they thrashed around on the ground with broken legs and backs from the fall. Not a good way to go. Well, complete chaos. And in the midst of this chaos, Ramesses portrayed himself as solitary, abandoned by his officers, charioteers, soldiers, shield-bearers, at least according to the Egyptian narrative. Despite being overwhelmed, Ramesses managed to repel the initial wave of attackers and rejoined the Egyptian lines, likening his ferocity in battle to the deity Set, a war god sent to Earth. Pretty cool. Now he recounted dispersing the Hittite chariots encircling him, charging through their ranks with his horses. Whether or not this is what actually happened certainly paints Ramesses as quite a brave character. I suppose it depends on who's doing the writing. Either way, a good bit of propaganda that makes the Egyptians look like the real tough guys. Now confronted with a dire situation, the pharaoh invoked the protection of his deity Amun and took to the offensive, leading the charge with his personal guard, a contingent of chariots from the Amun division, and the remnants of the dispersed Ray division. Ramesses, gallantly at the front of the line, fought back against the Hittite adversaries. You see how this is kind of one-sided, but that's what the Egyptian sources tell us. The Hittite forces, under the impression that they had completely vanquished the Egyptians, engaged in looting the Egyptian encampment, thereby rendering themselves vulnerable to Ramesses' strategic counteroffensive. He successfully repelled the looters, driving them back towards the Orontes River, thereby safeguarding the Egyptian camp from further plunder. During this case, the lighter, more agile Egyptian chariots easily overtook and defeated the more bulky and heavier Hittite chariots, capitalizing on their speed and maneuverability. Of course, the Hittite chariots were great out in the open, but around these tight corners and the uneven ground of the camp, well, they weren't as good as the smaller variants. Well, despite this setback, Muwatalli remained at the helm of a formidable force, comprising not only reserve chariotry and infantry, but also the fortified town's protective barriers, and that's gotta count for something. As the Hittites' retreat reached the river, Muwatalli orchestrated a counter-strike with an additional deployment of 1,000 chariots, led by the most noble of his soldiers. This move aimed to reassert Hittite presence near the Egyptian encampment. However, it didn't go as planned. The strategy encountered some unexpected resistance. The Nearin troops, a contingent from Amaru, made a timely and, frankly, very surprising entrance to the battlefield, seemingly out of nowhere, stepping in to further complicate the situation for the Hittites. Compounding Hittite distress, the Egyptian Tar division also made its presence felt from the south, posing a significant threat to the rear of the Hittite forces. The battle was turning in the Egyptians' favor. The battlefield dynamic shifted even more dramatically after 6 intense charges led by the Egyptian forces that resulted in the Hittite forces being nearly encircled with their backs against the Orontes River, and I doubt that all of them could swim. The encirclement forced the remaining Hittite troops into a desperate attempt to flee by abandoning their chariots, simply leaving them there, throwing down all of their things and attempting to swim across the river, likened in the Egyptian narratives to be scurrying away like crocodiles. However, many were not very fortunate. Of course, some made it across, but the majority of them succumbed to the depths of the Orontes River. And, well, they did not last the day. The aftermath of the battle has, of course, been subject to many different interpretations. It ranges from an outright Egyptian triumph to a more equivocal stalemate. Now, some scholars even argue for an Egyptian defeat, suggesting that the Egyptian historical records were more propagandistic than factual in nature. And honestly, I don't blame them for this. Now, while there's no solid evidence to come to this conclusion, when you read through the Egyptian narratives, it seems so fanciful, especially when they're talking about Ramesses II and his heroic actions. It certainly seems like something that's, well, a little bit blown out of proportion. But how far out of proportion can it be blown? Would it be for propaganda purposes, all the way to a complete lie about the victory? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. But there's certainly some credence to think that certain aspects were made different for political purposes. It's not the first or the last time that has happened. Now, despite the forced retreat of the Hittite army, the Egyptians were unable to secure Kadesh, which marks the battle's conclusion without a decisive victory. Now, what was the victory condition? Was the condition on beating the Hittites, defending their camp, or was it on the capture of Kadesh? If it is on the latter, then we can't really chalk this one up to an Egyptian victory. And even if we chalk it up to a Hittite victory, which we're not going to do, we could perhaps call it a Pyrrhic victory for both sides. Now, facing the logistical challenges of maintaining a prolonged siege on the fortified city of Kadesh, Ramesses made the strategic decision to simply withdraw his forces, directing them southwards towards Damascus before he himself returned to Egypt. Now, despite not achieving this objective of capturing the city of Kadesh itself, Ramesses declared a personal victory, and he portrayed the retreat as a rout of his adversaries. The assertion, however, is pretty much seen as largely symbolic, highlighting his ability to extricate his forces from a potentially disastrous ambush through the deployment of his innovative, lighter, and frankly faster two-man chariots, which proved to be advantageous against the slower, heavier Hittite chariots. Of course, think of it in this way. If they had used the same chariots during the raid on the camp, then the Hittites, well, it may have been a more even ground, and they may have even managed to capture or kill, in whichever order, Ramesses himself. But that's just speculation now, isn't it? But you know, the Egyptians, they're not the only ones with written records. The Hittites had their own account of it. Contrasting narratives emerged from the Hittite records preserved in Hattusa. That was the Hittite capital, by the way. And of course, the Hittite records suggest a slightly less favorable outcome for the Egyptian forces. Color me surprised. Well, the Hittites suggest that Ramesses' retreat was a consequence of defeat rather than a tactical withdrawal. These accounts provide a perspective that certainly diverges significantly from the triumphant Egyptian narrative, suggesting a rather complex aftermath to the battle that is, of course, once again subject to the listener's interpretation. But in terms of modern historians, they genuinely still view the battle's outcome as inconclusive. Not much was really lost or gained, and they recognize it as a stalemate, but with significant long-term implications for Egyptian military strategy and tech advancements. And of course it marks just another pivotal moment in Egypt's ongoing conflict with the Hittites. Well, in the aftermath on the Hittite side, Mu'tali expanded his campaigns into the Egyptian territory of Apa, asserting Hittite control and positioning his brother, the future Hattusili III, as the regional governor. This expansion effectively limited Egypt's influence in Asia to Canaan, a region that itself became unstable due to revolts among Egypt's vassal states. The ensuing years saw Ramesses undertaking a series of campaigns to reinforce Egyptian authority in Canaan, setting the stage, of course, for more confrontations with the Hittites. Ramesses' subsequent military campaigns, particularly in the 8th and 9th years of his reign, saw quite a few notable successes, including the capture of the Hittite-held cities of Dapur and Tunip, territories that had not seen Egyptian military presence since the era of Thutmose III, and that was nearly a century ago. However, the victories were short-lived, as the strategic importance and defensibility of the region between Umuru and Kadesh proved to be more or less untenable, leading to its recapture by Hittite forces shortly thereafter. A second campaign against Dapur in Ramesses' 10th year mirrored the impermanence of his earlier achievements. The protracted conflict eventually led to the negotiation of a formal peace treaty with Hattusili III, which was signed 15 years after the Battle of Kadesh. This historic agreement, documented on a silver tablet with a clay copy discovered in Hattusa, and currently displayed at the Istanbul Archaeology Museum, symbolizes one of the earliest recorded instances of an international peace treaty. And, as mentioned in the introduction, this treaty, which is also commemorated at the United Nations headquarters, is well known to this day. Walk into the UN, you'll see it up there on the wall. So what is the treaty? What did they get? What did they lose? Well, let's talk about the treaty a little bit. It meticulously outlines pledges of peace and also mutual respect, effectively ending decades of conflict over Syrian territories and establishing a precedent for international peace agreements. Its clauses articulate a clear intention to maintain peace, delineate boundaries, and prevent future hostilities, signifying mutual recognition of sovereignty and also a commitment to coexistence. A significant aspect of the treaty is its provision for mutual defense, promising aid in the event of an external aggression, or perhaps an internal turmoil. Think about rebellions, that sort of thing. And all in all, that reflects a pretty deep level of strategic alliance that pushes the agreement beyond this mere peaceful cohabitation. This clause of it not only facilitated a defensive pact against common enemies, but it also ensures stability within each empire by discouraging internal dissent and rebellion, thereby strengthening Hattusili's position and securing his dynasty's future. Furthermore, the treaty's emphasis on the extradition of political refugees and dissidents underscores a broader theme of legitimacy and political stability in general, with both empires agreeing to a protocol that prevented the harboring of fugitives who could pose threats to internal security. The invocation of divine witnesses in the treaty reflects another profound role religion played in legitimizing political authority and legal agreements in the ancient world. By calling upon the gods to witness and enforce the treaty, the document taps into the religious beliefs and practices of the time, emphasizing the sacred nature of the oath and severe divine repercussions if it is violated. All in all, this treaty of Ramesses II and Hattusilis III is just an example of the advanced diplomatic acumen that the ancient civilizations don't often get credit for. It showcases an ability to negotiate a complex international agreement, also foresight in establishing mechanisms for peace and cooperation, and of course the integration of legal, political, and religious elements into a binding document. So, for Ramesses, the decision to enter into an alliance with the Hittites marked a pragmatic shift in his foreign policy objectives. After years and years of costly and inconclusive military campaigns, which were aimed at reclaiming lost territories in Syria, Ramesses recognized the diminishing prospects of military success, especially against a force as formidable as the Hittites. Of course, in light of this realization, he just turned to victory through diplomacy, aiming to bolster his reputation as a capable and influential pharaoh on the world stage. And he did. By accepting the terms of this treaty, Ramesses aimed to achieve several strategic objectives. Firstly, he sought to maintain the status quo in the region and prevent any further depletion of Egypt's resources through costly wars like the one against the Hittites. Secondly, he aimed to secure Egypt's claims in Syria by establishing a mutually beneficial agreement with the Hittites, which of course would grant Egypt access to ports in Hittite territory and facilitate trade routes extending as far north as Ugarit. Thirdly, Ramesses aimed to mitigate the emerging threat posed by the rising power of Assyria, which had begun to assert its own dominance within the region. By forging this alliance, Ramesses simply hoped to deter Assyrian encroachment into Syrian territories and safeguard Egypt's interests against external threats. Did it work? Well, if you want to know, you should go watch my video on Assyria. Shameless self-plug, I know. Furthermore, by portraying the treaty as a victory over the Hittites, Ramesses sought to assert his supremacy as the ruler of Egypt and, of course, enhance his political stature among his own subjects. Through carefully crafted depictions at the Ramesseum and other monuments, Ramesses presented himself as the architect of the settlement, positioning the Hittite king as simply a supplicant seeking terms of peace. While this narrative, of course, allowed Ramesses to protect an image of strength and also leadership, further consolidating his authority and bolstering his legitimacy. Now, on the other hand, for Hattusilis, the treaty with Egypt offered a means to address more internal challenges to his reign and navigate the complex politics of the ancient Near East. Facing questions of legitimacy and internal dissent, Hattusilis sought to consolidate his position as the rightful king of the Hittites by securing the endorsement of Ramesses. By entering into an alliance with Egypt, he aimed to neutralize the threat posed by his nephew, Urhi-Tesub, who sought to challenge his rule with the support of Ramesses. Of course, old Ramesses can only pick one side, can't he? And he chose Hattusilis. Urhi-Tesub knew that if he started up a rebellion, well, he'd have to fight both the Hittites and the Egyptians. And even fighting one of them is quite a tall order. Additionally, Hattusilis also recognized the pressing need to confront the growing threat that was posed by Assyria right on their doorstep, and it had already encroached on Hittite territories in Hanigalbat. The prospect of this further Assyrian aggression prompted Hattusilis to seek the protection of Egypt and forge a defensive alliance against what was quickly becoming a common adversary. Moreover, by aligning with Egypt, Hattusilis aimed to stabilize the volatile politics within his own region and consolidate his control over Hittite territories in Syria, simultaneously averting the risk of a conflict with Egypt over disputed lands. Well, this treaty of Ramesses and Hattusilis was a grand product of strategic calculations, diplomacy, and mutual interest between two powerful empires. By forging this alliance, Ramesses and Hattusilis safeguarded their respective interests, addressed internal challenges, and definitely left us with a template to follow for the future. Have you heard of the Picts? They were a confederation of tribes living in what is now eastern and northern Scotland around the late Iron Age and medieval period. They were known for their distinctive symbol stones and rich metalwork, and they also played a significant role in the resistance against Roman Britain's northern expedition, notably documented by their presence in Roman records as a formidable adversary. but with a culture that remains somewhat enigmatic due to the scarcity of written records from the Picts themselves. Much of what we know comes from external sources, including Roman and later Scottish and Irish chronicles. Regardless, we're going to try and piece it together. And if you want to learn about the Picts, then you're in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're brand new here, it's good to meet you. If you want to support the channel, links to Patreon are in the comments and description. Otherwise, if you want to help YouTube push my content out to more people, then throw a like on the video, subscribe if you feel inclined, or leave your comments down below. Helps me out more than you can imagine. But, without further ado, make yourself relaxed, because we're going to learn all about the Picts today. The evolution of the term Pictish and Pict, and its application to the peoples of early medieval Scotland, has of course been a subject of debate, and will definitely do so for the foreseeable future. Now, the traditional view, which painted the Picts as a mysterious and homogeneous group, has been significantly challenged by modern archaeological and historical research. What has been suggested is a much more complex picture of Pictish society, highlighting its diverse and dynamic nature. The archaeological record, while it is sparse in more than a few places, has begun to reveal a society that was rich in material culture, distinctive art, architecture, and unique burial practices that made it unique, setting it apart from the neighboring groups in its vicinity. The Picts' material culture, including the renowned symbol stones, provides valuable insight into their society. These stones, unique to Pictish territories, feature a range of symbols, whose meanings remain the subject of speculation, but do indicate a sophisticated system of identity and communication. And similarly, Pictish metalwork, with its intricate designs and techniques, points to a society with rather advanced skills in craftsmanship and artistry, more than they previously get credit for. Excavations of Pictish settlements in our modern times have uncovered swaths of evidence pointing to well-organized communities with substantial dwellings. All of this comes together to indicate a level of social organization and economic stability that rather seems to contradict the traditional notions of them as a barbaric people. Linguistically, the Picts are believed to have spoken one or more Brittonic languages, closely related to Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. This is inferred from place names and the sparse written evidence that survives. Their language, of what we understand to it, contributes to the view of the Picts not as an isolated barbarian group, but as part of the broader tapestry of early medieval British Isles, interacting with and influencing their neighbors. And the more we dig, the more we find out. We're always finding out more about the Picts. In fact, by the time this video is out, we may have discovered many things that are completely new. In fact, the level in which we discover things through our digs in northern Scotland and areas that are assimilated with the Picts certainly may even contradict the information in this video, depending on the time you're viewing it. If you're viewing it 10 years later, then certainly don't start yelling at me in the comments if new information has been found. Now, the transition from the use of Pict as an exonym by Roman and early medieval writers to its adoption as an endonym by the peoples of northern Britain themselves is seen as a key development in the Pictish identity. This shift reflects a growing sense of unity and also self-awareness among the Pictish polities, especially in the face of external threats and internal consolidation. The Battle of Dun Nectane, for instance, is a pivotal event in Pictish history that underscores their military prowess and helps solidify their identity against external aggressors. But we'll get to those things in due time. Let's just first understand what kind of people we're dealing with here. Now, by the 9th century, the merging of the Picts with the Gaelic-speaking Dal Riata under the Alpanid dynasty certainly marked the traditional end of the Picts as a distinct group, at least in historical records. This merger gave rise to the Kingdom of Alba, a precursor to modern Scotland, blending Pictish and Gaelic cultures. The legacy of the Picts, however, remains an integral part of Scottish history and identity, with their art, language, and material culture continuing to fascinate scholars and the public alike. I mean, you're here watching an hour-long video on them, aren't you? That's sort of got to say something, doesn't it? Now, going back all the way to the beginning, let's try and trace how the Picts came about. They didn't simply spring out of the ground, didn't they? Well, you see, the narrative of the Picts, from obscure barbarians to key players in the formation of Scotland, underscores a danger of the ethnic fallacy and highlights the importance of nuanced approaches to historical and archaeological evidence. Modern scholarship continues to peel back these layers and gives us a complex image of what was previously thought to be a rather simple one. Well, this genetic study of the Picts serves as a pivotal piece of evidence in understanding the Pictish lineage and origins, significantly enhancing our comprehension of their roots within the British Isles. And it shows a continuity of population in certain regions of Britain, despite the myriad of cultural transformations and invasions documented in historical texts. Now, for the Picts in particular, it suggests that rather than being foreign settlers, as proposed in origin myths, were deeply integrated into the fabric of early British society, sharing a common ancestry with other Celtic groups in Britain and Ireland. Think about it. Many times when we hear about an ancient people, the first time we hear of their origins is simply when they came from somewhere else, whether they came down from the steppes of Asia, or they crossed the Rhine, or perhaps they forded that channel and came over to the British heartland. But the Picts seem to have been completely homegrown. Now, the narrative of the Picts arriving from Scythia, as recounted by Bede and the Pictish Chronicle, while intriguing, yes, aligns with a common medieval practice of linking groups to illustrious or mythical origins to assert their legitimacy and understanding. But it's not really a historical certainty. while the specific naming of Cruthen and his sons, correlating with the provinces of Pictland, further served to politically unify the region under a shared mythos, weaving a collective identity that transcended individual tribes and territories. The recent genetic findings not only challenge these traditional narratives, but they also provide a scientific foundation for the understanding of the Picts' origins. By highlighting the genetic similarities between the Picts and other Celtic groups in the western and northern parts of the British Isles, this new research points to a predominantly indigenous origin. And it aligns with archaeological evidence that depicts the Picts as an integral part of the complex tapestry of peoples that inhabited late Iron Age Britain, rather than simply outsiders who arrived from afar. Now, these findings also enrich our understanding of the cultural and politics of early medieval Britain. They suggest that the formation of Pictland was not solely a political or military endeavor, but was underpinned by a shared genetic heritage that bound its people more closely to the land and, of course, to each other. This sense of belonging and a shared identity likely played a crucial role in the Picts' resistance to external pressures and their ability to maintain a distinct cultural identity in the face of Rome and, of course, the later Anglo-Saxon expansion. Furthermore, the genetic studies identification of what is known as broad affinities among the Celtic peoples of Britain and Ireland underscores more of the fluidity of the genetic and cultural boundaries in the past. For example, it suggests that despite the fragmentary nature of historical and archaeological records, modern scientific techniques can offer new insights into the connections between peoples of the British Isles, and it all seems to reveal a shared heritage that predates many of the divisions documented in historical sources. Now, this transition from the Picts, known in Roman and early medieval sources, to the Gaelic-speaking Scots of later periods certainly marks another fascinating chapter in the history of Britain, which, honestly, I've been researching quite a lot more lately, and I think that the history of the Bronze Age is certainly going to have to take a back seat for a while. Anyway, the transformation was not abrupt. It didn't happen straight away, but it was more of a gradual process of cultural assimilation, but also political realignment, influenced by various external and internal pressures. This period witnessed significant shifts in power dynamics, from the dominance of Northumbria to the rise of Pictish kings who exerted influence over neighboring kingdoms, including Dalriata and, to an arguably lesser extent, Alt-Clut. The defeat of Northumbria at the Battle of Dun Nectain in 685 under Bride mac Bailly was a pivotal event that not only checked Anglian expansion, but also solidified Pictish independence for the time being. Of course, our timelines between looking at this history are a little bit difficult to establish. So, we will be discussing these major events that we have from different sources, so don't be too surprised as if I don't start from the beginning with the Picts, because we don't really know, at least as of yet. We have to start where the Romans tell us to start, and the other chroniclers from Britain and Ireland. So, back to the Battle of Dunnactane, which victory allowed the Picts to maintain their autonomy and even assert a good amount of dominance over Dalriata, a Gaelic kingdom with ties to both Britain and Ireland. The reigns of Oengus mac Fergusa and later Castontin mac Fergusa illustrate the peak of Pictish power, with the former bringing Dalriata under Pictish sway, and the latter placing his lineage on its throne. However, the arrival of the Vikings in the 9th century introduced new challenges and reshaped the political landscape of Scotland and the wider British Isles. Also, people started losing their body parts to the Viking axes, and this generally made people a little bit upset. The Vikings' raids and resettlements disrupted the existing order, leading to a decline in the established kingdoms like Northumbria, Strathclyde, and the emergence of new entities such as the Kingdom of York and the Kingdom of the Isles under figures like Ketil Flatnose. The pivotal battle of 839, where significant Pictish and Dalritan leaders were slain, showed the vulnerability of these kingdoms to Viking incursions. And I will have a full video on the Viking invasions of Britain very soon, so hold your horses. The ascension of Kenneth MacAlpin, a figure of mixed Pictish and Dalriatan heritage, to the kingship of the Picts, marked a key moment in the fusion of these two cultures. Under his reign and that of his descendants, particularly Constantin mac Aeda, the process of Gaelicization accelerated. This was not merely a substitution of one elite for another, but it was more of a profound cultural integration that saw the gradual erosion of Pictish language and identity, replaced by that of the Gaelic Scots. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Alba had fully embraced Gaelic language and culture, and the distinct identity of the Picts faded into the annals of history. These transformations were noted by later historians, such as Henry of Huntingdon, who observed the disappearance of the Picts as a distinct people. Despite this, the legacy of the Picts continued to resonate, revived in myths and legends that celebrated their historical significance. But don't worry, in modern Scotland very few people speak Gaelic. Of course, they have their own language, though down in Wales they've seemed to maintain their language quite well, albeit they seem to get rather touchy when there isn't bilingual signs everywhere you go, even though they all speak English perfectly well. But still, the Scottish have certainly seemed to have lost a lot of their linguistic heritage, not through any fault of their own. For a lot of the time, they simply were not permitted to speak it. Anyway, the fragmented nature of the early Pictish society, with its multitude of kingdoms, gives us a complex political image that was far from the centralized nation-states that are familiar to us today. The evidence drawn from medieval documents such as Decit du Albaniae, the Pictish Chronicle, and the Duan Albanach, along with Irish legends, suggests a tapestry of territories each under its own rule, but connected by a common cultural and ethnic heritage. This mosaic of kingdoms, namely Kate, K, Kirsin, Fib, Fidak, Fortriu, and Fortla, each with its own domain within the region now known as Scotland, indicates a society where power was both divided and shared. Whether that's the truth or not still remains a matter of debate, but it certainly seems that way. Now, Fortriu's prominence among these kingdoms, as suggested by historical records, signifies its role in particular as a political and possibly a cultural center of Pictish life. The revision of Fortriu's location to Moray, based on recent scholarly work, challenges earlier assumptions and underscores the evolving understanding of Pictish society. This dominance of Fortriu might explain why in some sources the title King of Fortriu was synonymous with King of the Picts, highlighting the kingdom's preeminence among the rest. The suggestion of matrilineal succession, based on Irish legends and Bede's writings, introduces an intriguing aspect of Pictish kingship. The accounts of Bride and Nectan, sons of Der Ilay, claiming the throne through their mother, a daughter of an earlier Pictish king, offer a glimpse into the unique social mechanisms at play within Pictish society. This matrilineal practice, although not universally accepted among scholars, suggests a society where lineage and inheritance might differ significantly from the patrilineal models common in many other early medieval European societies. The Pictish approach to kingship, with its preference for rulers selected from a pool of candidates with royal lineage extending back to a great-grandfather, gives us a nuanced system of succession that emphasized experience and authority over direct patrilineal descent, which is somewhat rare for the time. Now, this system mirrored the Irish practice of tanistry, ensured the mantle of leadership did not automatically pass from father to son, but rather to a male relative, and it was often a brother or a cousin who was deemed most capable of ruling. So no free rides just because daddy likes you. Such a method likely helped maintain stability and continuity within the kingdom, as it favored seasoned leaders over potentially inexperienced heirs. Now, over time, the nature of Pictish kingship, of course, evolved and changed, moving from a focus on individual war leaders to a more structured and collective form of governance. This transition, while stopping short of the bureaucratic kingship that would characterize later periods, began to reflect a greater institutionalization of power. The role of the church in supporting kingship and the dominance of a few families in controlling succession from the late 7th century onwards played its own role in this transformation. These developments all came together to hint at the early stages of a more systematic approach to governance, which set the stage for the later emergence of Alba. The institution of mormaers, akin to earls, and the establishment of shires and tannages further show the Picts' adaptation and innovation in governance. Borrowing and adapting concepts from their Northumbrian neighbours, the Picts integrated these elements into their own system, possibly transforming former kings, royal officials, and local nobles into these new roles. Such changes signify a pivotal shift in Pictish society from loosely organized kin-based groups to more formally structured political entities. The material culture of the Picts, revealed through archaeological findings, portrays a society deeply rooted in agricultural practices, common to many of their contemporaries in late antiquity. Their existence as farmers within cohesive communities shows a shared way of life across various Celtic, Gaelic, and Anglo-Saxon groups throughout Northern Europe. Their economy, predominantly pastoral, highlighted the significance of livestock, cattle and horses in particular, as indicators of wealth and status. The more cows and horses you had, the better off you were. The management and breeding of these animals, especially cattle for size and quality, might have mirrored the competitive practices observed in contemporary elite circles in Ireland, hinting at a similar cultural value placed on livestock excellence within the Pictish society. And there's also evidence of hunting, with dogs and, uniquely, falcons, which contrast with Irish customs and gives us a more diverse picture in leisure and sustenance activities. The cultivation of cereal crops and vegetables, along with the possible gathering of wild plants, provided a varied diet complemented by the rich resources of the surrounding seas and rivers. The archaeological record hints at a diet heavily reliant on animal products for the common populace, while the elite enjoyed the added luxury of hunted game. Despite the agricultural prosperity and technological advancements, such as water mills and kilns, the Picts did not develop urban centers or large settlements comparable to those found in Gaul or southern Britain. The larger settlements that did exist were primarily clustered around royal forts or religious establishments, and it shows a suggestion of a society structured around defensive and spiritual centers instead of overly commercialized urban development. The absence of significant urban centers until the 12th century in Scotland further emphasizes the rural and dispersed nature of the Pictish, and, by extension, early Scottish settlement patterns. The technological aspects of the Picts' daily lives were not really extensively documented, but they do appear to align with those found in Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England. The aforementioned discovery of water mills within Pictland, for instance, reveals a level of technological sophistication and adaptability to the environment. Plenty of other places who didn't have them for a long time. Similarly, the use of kilns for grain drying reflects another ingenuity, overcoming the challenges posed by Scotland's unpredictable and frankly unpleasant climate. Now, the notion of the Picts as seafarers, engaging in both piracy and commerce, shows another aspect of their society that's not often talked about. Now, it wasn't just piracy either. There's economic reasons for seafaring. This dual role as both traders one day and raiders the next day, see what I did there? Particularly evident in the murky waters of late antiquity's maritime activities, shows the Picts as a people with the capacity for navigating the economic landscapes shaped by the ebb and flow of the Roman Empire's inclinations. The evidence of Gaulish tableware and storage vessels in Pictland, while sparse, does give us hints of a network of trade routes that, despite the assumed decline following Rome's fall, maintained a lifeline of long-distance commerce, likely facilitated through strategic points like Dunad in Dalriata. Now on to the Picts' architectural legacy, encapsulated in structures such as brochs and crannogs, further illuminating our understanding of their society through this architectural design. The continued use of brochs, which are ancient stone towers from the Iron Age well into the Pictic era, alongside the reconstruction of crannogs, which were man-made island dwellings, shows a blend of tradition with innovation, and I for one am glad they kept the old style around. Never goes out of fashion, a nice big stone structure. Now, here's a misconception. If you guys have played Rome Total War, I'm sure you know it. Contrary to the popular belief that the Picts were extensively tattooed, the archaeological and artistic record shows a bit more of a nuanced picture. So, maybe they could have, maybe they couldn't have, but monumental stones across Pictland depict nobles, hunters, and warriors devoid of the anticipated tattoos, presenting instead a rich picture of Pictish life rendered in Latin inscription, Ogham script, and enigmatic symbols. But no tattoos. In fact, every time we come across a drawing of a Pict, even in their own rather crude styles, we don't see any tattoos. Well, these artifacts that we have found, resisting definitive interpretation, also give us a bit more of a mystique surrounding the Pictish culture, yet they also align the Picts with the broader Celtic and later insular art traditions. Pretty much the same sort of thing, but with some minor differences. Now what about religion? What were they all about? Well, the religious parts of early Pictland, of course, like everything else, shrouded in the mysteries of antiquity and time, give us a complex tapestry, interwoven with Celtic polytheism and also the new Christian monotheism. While definitive records of pre-Christian beliefs are rare, with only place names hinting at ancient practices, the transition to Christianity in Pictland unfolds as a series of fragmentary historical and archaeological clues. The arrival of Christian missionaries, such as Saint Palladius, and the connections with Saint Bridget of Kildare, herald the onset of Christianity's spread within the Pictic realms. The mention of apostate Picts by St. Patrick, and the silence of the poem E. Gododin regarding pagan practices among the Picts further illustrate the early Christian influence. Bede's accounts of St. Ninian's conversions, although muddled with later saints, suggest that the Christianization of the Picts began in the south. The archaeological discoveries at Point Mahamak, revealing a monastery established in the late 6th century, challenged previous assumptions about the timing and extent of Christianity's reach in Pictland. This period, coinciding with the reigns of notable figures like Bride Mac Melkon and Columba, shows us another pivotal phase in the Christian journey across Pictic territories. though the complete Christianization process undoubtedly spanned several generations. But the religious identity of the Picts wasn't solely shaped by the influence of Ireland and Iona. Northumbrian connections, particularly during Nectan mac der Ilei's reign, underscore a complex picture of external ecclesiastical influences. Nectan's reported expulsion of the Ionian clergy, possibly tied to liturgical disputes, reflects both the tensions between different Christian traditions, but also the Pictic kings' efforts to assert their authority over religious matters. The Pictland religious institutions, unlike the monastic central model of Ireland, developed a parochial structure from an early stage. Significant religious sites like the one at Portmahomac, St. Andrews, Dunkeld, Abernethy, and Rosemarkie, likely under royal patronage, highlight the role of Pictish kings in fostering and controlling the church's growth within their territories. Extensive excavation and research conducted at Portmahomac exemplify the scholarly efforts that to unravel the intricacies. So who knows what we're going to find out next? Excavations are still going on. Now, also along with the Irish and English was the veneration of saints, playing a crucial role in Pictic spirituality, with both major figures like St. Peter and St. Andrew, and also some lesser-known local saints receiving devotion. The personal patronage of saints by noble families, each with their preferred holy figure and religious establishment, points to a deeply personal aspect of faith that intertwined with familial and political identities. Now, that's enough about the religion. Let's talk about their language a little bit more. We briefly touched upon it, but it's always interesting to talk about things that we don't know much about. Let's look at the little things that we do know. Now, it is an extinct language. It's completely gone. And it's known only through scattered place names, personal names, and indirect testimony of records in other languages. These fragments do suggest a linguistic landscape where Pictish, an insular Celtic tongue akin to the Brittonic languages of southern Britain, was thriving, at least for a while. The divergence of Pictish from its southern counterparts likely stemmed from its reduced contact with Latin, painting a picture of a linguistic evolution uniquely shaped by cultural isolation. While despite the dearth of direct written evidence from the Picts themselves, particularly in the absence of written material in Pictish beyond the cryptic Ogham inscriptions, it would be erroneous to consider Pictish society as lacking in literacy. The Latin literacy required by the Church for the creation and dissemination of liturgical texts does imply a certain level of scholarly activity. Iconographic evidence from Pictish stones depicting individuals engaging with texts further supports the idea of a literate elite, particularly within the ecclesiastical and monastic communities. The progression of Gaelic into Pictland is traceable through toponymic evidence, with names such as Athol, possibly meaning New Ireland, indicating Gaelic expansion or influence by the early 8th century. Further, the region of Fortriu offers place names that either reflect Gaelic settlement or are influenced by the Gaelic language, illustrating the linguistic interplay and cultural exchange between Gaelic speakers and the Pictic population. And it's easy to hear Gaelic, by the way. Not many people speak it anymore, like I said, but look on YouTube. It's making a little bit of a comeback. You'll certainly find some people speaking Gaelic. Now, the surviving Ogham inscriptions found on Pictic stones represent a tantalizing yet opaque window into the Pictish language. Initially deemed incomprehensible and non-Celtic by modern linguists, these inscriptions have since been subject to reinterpretation, within a Celtic framework, of course. However, the true nature and linguistic affiliations of these inscriptions, well, we don't really know for sure. It's just one of those emblematic challenges in unraveling the heritage of the Picts that maybe we'll never figure out. But Pictish art, that's something we do know a little bit about. With its rich tapestry of symbols, animal motifs, and intricate metalwork, it offers us a pretty transparent window into the cultural and aesthetic aspects of the Picts. The monumental stones, the most iconic carriers of Pictic artistry, scatter the landscape of what was once Pictland, bearing witness to a unique blend of local and external artistic influence. These stones, adorned with mysterious symbols, such as the enigmatic Pictish beast, rectangles, mirrors and combs, double discs and crescents, as well as a variety of other motifs, show the distinctive Pictish contribution to the wider Celtic and insular artistic traditions of early medieval Europe. The fusion of curvilinear patterns, meticulous hatchings, and both secular and Christian iconography on the cross slabs encapsulates the syncretic nature of the Pictish art. The interlace of animal patterns derived from insular art combined with Christian imagery highlight their integration into the broader insular world, while preserving their unique artistic voice. And then, of course, there's the metalwork, distributed throughout Scotland and beyond, showing a wealth and connections of the Pictish elite. The presence of substantial silver hoards, possibly acquired through raiding, or perhaps as tribute to prevent other people raiding you, underscores the Picts' active engagement in the power dynamics of the period. The loss of much of the Norre's law hoard to melting down is one of the lamentable gaps in our knowledge, unfortunately. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many things they've melted away. All those times Rome was invaded and they had to melt down those old statues to pay the barbarians off. I shudder to think about it. Well, the heavy silver chains and the adoption and adaptation of Irish Celtic brooch form in Pictish metalwork further show the cultural exchanges and the aesthetic choices of the Pictish elite in the post-Christianization era. The preference for true penannular brooches with lobed terminals, along with the transformation of older Irish brooches into Pictish styles, reflects another nuanced engagement with Irish art, while asserting their own identity. If you want to see something interesting, look up the St. Ninian's Isle treasure. Now that's a testament to Pictish mastery of metalwork. It shows Pictish and Irish stylistic elements in this rather dazzling array of personal and ceremonial adornment. Go and take a look. The Scythians, also known as the Scyths or the Pontic Scythians, were an eastern Iranian nomadic people who migrated from Central Asia to the Pontic steppe in modern-day Ukraine and southern Russia during the 9th to 8th centuries BC. They established themselves in the region and remained dominant until the 3rd century BC. Skilled in mounted warfare, the Scythians became the dominant power on the western Eurasian steppe in the 8th century, supplanting groups like the Agathyrsi and the Cimmerians. They were especially known for their expertise in horseback riding and warfare tactics. During the 7th century BC, the Scythians expanded their influence further by crossing the Caucasus Mountains and conducting raids into West Asia, often alongside the Cimmerians. These incursions into West Asia were frequent and contributed to their reputation as formidable warriors and raiders. Haven't heard of them? Well, if you don't know who they are, you're about to learn a whole lot about them. Hello everyone and welcome to ASMR Historian. If it's your first time to the channel, welcome, and if you're coming back, thank you for your continued patronage. Speaking of patronage, if you'd like to support the channels, then how about you go over to Patreon? Take a look. You can get all of the videos ad-free and gain my eternal gratitude. Other than that, help me out in the algorithm. I'm trying to grow the channel right now, and a like, a comment, and a subscribe goes a very long way. With that being said, without further ado, let's get busy with today's topic: a history of the Scythians. The history and origins of the Scythians are largely pieced together from accounts provided by external sources, such as the Assyrians, the Persians, Greeks, as well as archaeological studies of the burial sites. Due to their mainly nomadic lifestyle and complete lack of a writing system, direct historical records from the Scythians themselves are very scarce. Initially, it was believed that the Scythians originated in the region of the Volga-Ural steppes of western Central Asia around the 9th century BC. They were thought to be descended from the Srubnaya culture, which emerged as one of the first nomadic pastoralist groups in the Central Asian and Siberian steppes during this time. The Srubnaya culture was heavily influenced by the Siberian Andronovo culture. However, more recent archaeological evidence suggests that the eastern Central Asia and Altayan region may have been the initial homeland of the Scythians' material culture. It is believed that the Scythian culture later spread westward, possibly through the migration of Saka-like groups. These Saka themselves were formed from a mixture of earlier Eastern Iranian peoples with local Siberian groups. This indicates that the emergence of Scythian cultures was not a direct continuation of the Bronze Age Srubnaya culture, but rather a later development influenced by various populations. Genetic studies have indicated that the Western Scythians may have been closely related to the Srubnaya culture. However, this does not necessarily imply direct continuity from the Srubnaya, as the Western Scythians also had ancestry from other populations. A little complicated, I know. During the 9th to 8th centuries BC, the Scythians experienced significant movement and interaction with neighboring nomadic tribes on the Eurasian steppe. This period saw the emergence of another Iranic tribe, possibly the Masagate or the Isidones, from eastern Central Asia. This tribe's westward migration pushed the early Scythians across the Araxes River, leading them to migrate into the steppe regions adjacent to the Black Sea. The Scythians settled in these areas alongside the Cimmerians, who were also a nomadic Iranic people, closely related to the Scythians. Archaeological findings, such as arrowheads discovered in the Arjan burials, suggest that Scythians began developing their characteristic socketed arrows made of copper alloy during this time. Over subsequent centuries, the Scythians undertook further migrations into the Caucasian and Caspian steppes. They assimilated many aspects of the Cimmerian culture and conquered their territory. This assimilation was facilitated by shared ethnic backgrounds and lifestyles between the Scythians and the Cimmerians. They were pretty much the same kind of people, except with a few minor differences. The migration of the early Scythians from Central Asia into the Caspian steppe represented the latest wave of expansion of the Srubnaya culture. During this period, the Scythians continued to refine their skills in goldsmithing and developed a very distinct material culture. Materially, the transition from Chernogorovka Novocherkassk culture, that was very hard to say, to Scythian culture was a gradual process. The Scythians incorporated influences from the east, including Central Asia and Siberia, as well as from the Kuban culture of the Caucasus. The archaeological record shows similarities between artifacts associated with the Scythians and those of the Cimmerians during this transitional period. Some groups of Scythians settled in Kiskorsia and the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains, where they began to integrate with the local populations. The displacement of the Cimmerians by the Scythians led to southward migration of the Cimmerians along the Black Sea coast. While the Cimmerians were on their way out, the Scythians expanded further southward along the Caspian Sea coast into Transcaucasia and Iran. This expansion influenced Scythian culture, with elements such as the Akhenake's sword, a special kind of weapon that they had, and the aforementioned socketed bronze arrowheads, having originated in Transcaucasia. And you don't want to be shot by one of them. Good luck getting that out. Furthermore, contact with civilizations in West Asia, particularly Mesopotamia, played a significant role in shaping Scythian culture. As the Scythians expanded into West Asia, they transitioned from a Bronze Age society to an Iron Age one, adopting iron smelting and forging techniques from neighboring regions. Of course, around this time and around this area, really anywhere near Iran, you were essentially at the forefront of human development, the cradle of civilization. And if you wanted to learn agriculture, metallurgy, really anything, the closer you were to Mesopotamia, the more opportunity you had to learn. Moving on. During the 8th to 7th centuries, the Scythians expanded their territory from the Caucasian steppe into the Pontic and Crimean steppes north of the Black Sea, reaching as far as the Danube River, which marked the western boundary of Scythian territory. This expansion was a significant achievement for the Scythians, solidifying their dominance over the Pontic steppe by the 7th century BC. Archaeologically, the movement of the Scythians into the Pontic steppe is evidenced by the westward migration of the Srubnaya Khvalynsk culture into Ukraine, which is referred to as the late Srubnaya culture. As Scythians advanced westward, they introduced elements of their material culture into the region, including distinctive swords, daggers, and even horse harnesses. Imagine so early. But then again, these were the famed horse masters of pre-antiquity, the Bronze Age masters of the reins. These artifacts, characteristic of early Scythian archaeological culture, were influenced by the Siberian Karasuk culture and ultimately by Chinese artistry. Indeed, they did have contact. Look at a map. It's not that far from China, isn't it? Well, at least not as far as the rest of the known world, quote unquote. It took Rome a very, very long time, same as the Greeks, to make contact with China. And whenever they did, it was always somewhere out in the far, far eastern reaches of the empire, where many Romans dared not tread. The Scythian migration into the Pontic steppe led to the destruction of earlier cultures in the region. Settlements associated with the Sabatinivka culture in the Dnipro Valley were largely destroyed by around 800 BC, while the center of Cimmerian bronze production ceased to exist during the 8th to 7th centuries BC. The arrival of the Scythians also disrupted other neighboring cultures, including the Chernogorovka Novocherkassk culture. I need to stop with these Russian names, huh? If there are any Russians or Ukrainians in the comments. I do apologize for butchering your beautiful language. It's not my fault. The migration of the Scythians had broader impacts on the populations of southeastern Europe. Many smaller groups were forced to migrate to more remote regions due to the Scythian incursions. Now, some North Caucasian groups, such as the Tsigane, retreated westward and settled in Transylvania and the Hungarian plain. Transylvania, yes, it's the one you're thinking of, modern-day Romania. It used to be its own country, you know. But, well, it's a little bit too cool for school, isn't it? These displaced populations introduced elements of the Novocherkassk culture into their new territories, including swords, daggers, those horse harnesses that were highly sought after, and of course other artifacts that everybody no doubt found quite interesting. Of course, not everybody was pleased with the arrival of the Scythians. The expansion of the Scythians had rather significant consequences for peoples in the Pontic steppe region. Among those displaced were the Galonians and the Agathyrsi, both of whom were nomadic Iranic people related to the Scythians. The Agathyrsi, one of the oldest Iranic populations dominating the Pontic steppe, were pushed westward by the Scythians from their original homeland, which was around Lake Maeotis. The displacement led to hostile relations between the Agathyrsi and the Scythians. I wonder why. Additionally, some Scythian tribes intermarried with sedentary Thracian populations, giving rise to new tribes, such as the nomadic Scythians and the Alazones. As the Scythians established themselves as the ruling class in the North Pontic region, they exerted control over various sedentary populations, including the Thracians in the east and the Maeotians on the eastern shore of Lake Maeotis. Later, they exerted their power over the Greeks on the north coast of the Black Sea. During the 7th and 6th centuries BC, the Pontic Scythians came into contact with the Greeks, finally, who were establishing colonies in the areas that were already under Scythian control. Perhaps somebody should have put a sign up to let them know. Greek colonies such as Borysthenes on Lake Maeotis, Panticipaeum, Pontic Olbia, Phanagoria, and Hermomensana on the Taman Peninsula thrived commercially and maintained peaceful relations with the Scythians. Well, it seems like the Scythians were pretty cool with having Greeks around. The large rivers of Eastern Europe, flowing into the Black Sea, provided access routes to these northern markets, facilitating trade between the Greeks and the sedentary peoples of the forest steppe. Although there were instances where Scythians might have destroyed Greek settlements, such as Panticipaeum, overall, everyone was pretty chill. The relations between the Greek colonies and the Scythians remained pretty peaceful during this period. What? Were you expecting a massacre? Sorry to disappoint you, friend.
it's not always bad news. Well, sometimes there's a little bad news. Using the Pontic steppe as their base, the Scythians conducted numerous raids into adjacent regions during the 7th to 6th centuries BC, with Central Europe being a frequent target. Their incursions reached as far as Podolia, Transylvania, and the Hungarian plain. As a result of these raids, new objects, including weapons and horse equipment, originating from the steppes and associated with early Scythians, began to appear in Central Europe, particularly in regions corresponding to present-day Transylvania, Bessarabia, Slovakia, and modern-day Hungary. The Lusatian culture, characterized by their fortified settlements, suffered extensive destruction due to Scythian attacks, ultimately leading to the collapse of culture itself. So, the Scythians weren't always chilled and laid back. They gotta do some raiding, don't they? Scythian raids into southern Germania, and possibly even Gaul and the Iberian Peninsula, leaving a trail of destruction reminiscent of a later migratory movements by groups like the Huns, Avars, and Mongols. These activities were recorded in Etruscan bronze figurines depicting mounted Scythian archers, as well as in Scythian influences observed in Celtic art. Now, don't we all think about mounted archers as the Mongols? I know that when I was a little bit less well-read, that I thought the Mongols were the first ones to come up with the idea of taking shots at people from on top of a horse. Well, it seems the Scythians were at least around 2,000 years ahead of them. I don't know. I'm a historian, I'm not a mathematician. I can't quite work that out. It'll be something. Definitely not 2,000 years. Maybe 1,200 years. We'll go with that, okay? Make fun of me in the comments. Well, specific sites in Central Europe, such as Smilonesia Mulpir, were targeted by the Scythians. Archaeological evidence, including the discovery of Scythian-type arrows and fortified hill forts, like the aforementioned one, attests to the extent of Scythian incursions and their impact on local settlements. The attacks led to the adoption of the Scythian style of art, called animal style. Pretty unique. And, of course, everybody had realized at this point that mounted archery was the way to go. After getting such a beat down from the Scythians, a lot of these tribes decided, we better learn how to do this whole mounted archery thing. At least we can fight fire with fire, should the need arise again. To which it most certainly would. So, as part of their expansion into Europe, a section of the Scythian Sindhi tribe migrated westward from the region of Lake Maeotis to Transylvania, and eventually settled in the eastern Pannonian Basin. There, they coexisted with the Tsigane, and gradually blended in so much that they lost contact with the Scythians of the Pontic steppe. Another faction of the Sindhi established themselves on the Taman Peninsula,
where they became a ruling class over the indigenous Maotians, who were of Caucasian origin. During their earliest presence in West Asia, the Scythians, led by their king Ispacaia, formed an alliance with the Cimmerians. Together with the Medes and the Manians, who were also Iranic peoples, distinctly related to the Scythians, they posed a threat to the eastern frontier of the Urartian kingdom during the reign of King Argishti II. In response, Argishti II's successor, Rusa II, constructed fortresses in eastern Urartu to defend against attacks by the Cimmerians, Manaeans, Medes, and Scythians. The Scythians first appear in the records of the Neo-Assyrian Empire between 680 and 679, and 678 and 677. Oh, and by the way, they kept very precise records, so we can pretty much confidently say these dates. They appeared when King Ispacaia forged an alliance with the Manaeans and Cimmerians to attack the Assyrians. These allied forces, including Scythians under Ispacaia, raided as far south as the Assyrian province of Zamua, but were ultimately defeated by the Assyrian king Esarhaddon. Subsequently, the Manaeans, aided by the eastern Cimmerians and the Scythians, expanded their territories at the expense of Assyria, capturing key fortresses. Esarhaddon launched a military campaign against Mannai in 676 BC, during which Ispacaia was killed. Rest in pieces to Ispacaia. Bartatua succeeded him and sought reconciliation with the Assyrians. He even proposed marriage to Esarhaddon's daughter, indicating a significant diplomatic shift. Although the marriage may not have occurred, the close alliance between the Scythians and Assyria, particularly under Bartatua and his son Madies, was pretty evident by this time. Bartatua's alliance with Assyria required him to pledge allegiance and accept Assyrian suzerainty, effectively making him an Assyrian viceroy. This arrangement solidified the Scythian presence in West Asia as an extension of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Bartatua helped the Assyrians by defeating Mannai and establishing Scythian hegemony over the region. The Scythians also likely provided assistance to Urartu in guarding its western borders. The marital alliance between the Scythian king and the Assyrian ruling dynasty led to the assimilation of Assyrian cultural practices by the Scythians. Concepts such as the divine origin of royal power, and unfortunately the practice of human sacrifices during royal funerals, were also adopted by the Scythian kings, reflecting the influence of West Asian civilization on the Scythian culture. They assimilated various cultural elements from the populations of Urartu and Transcaucasia, particularly in terms of new weaponry and art styles. They adopted weapons like the Archineke's sword, and the socketed bronze arrowheads from the Transcaucasian regions, incorporating them into their military arsenal. The emergence of distinct Scythian art, influenced by West Asian styles, is evident from the Ziwiye horde, and later examples found in Ciscaucasia and other regions. Initially limited to the Scythian elite, this art style gradually spread among upper-class Scythians, while the lower classes retained simpler designs. Still finger-painting stick figures, it seems. Gotta start somewhere. In their religious beliefs, the Scythians integrated deities influenced by Mesopotamian and Syro-Canaanite regions, which I have videos on Mesopotamian religion in my Bronze Age section, if you want to go have a look at that. I'm sure you do. For example, Artimpasa and the snake-legged goddess absorbed elements from Astarte Ishtar Aphrodite and Artagatis Dersico respectively. During the reign of Ashurbanipal, the Scythians, under the leadership of Bardatua, and later his son Matthias, extended their hegemony over Mannai, Urartu, and Media. Bardatua aided Ashurbanipal in suppressing a revolt in Babylonia, and Matthias imposed Scythian dominance over Media for 28 years on behalf of the Assyrians. This period, known as the Scythian rule over Asia by Greek authors, saw Media, Mannai, and Urartu existing as kingdoms under Scythian suzerainty. The Scythians' influence extended beyond military conquests, however. They introduced their superior archery techniques and equipment to the Medes, and facilitated trade routes, possibly even contributing to the early trade of silk into Western Eurasia. And certainly possible, it is in their neighborhood. This demonstrates the significant impact of Scythian presence and influence in West Asia in this period. During the 7th century BC, the Cimmerians, led by their king Tugdami, posed a significant threat to the Assyrian Empire and its allies, including Lydia and the Greek city-states of Ionia and Aeolis in Anatolia. Tugdami's success against Assyria led him to being recognized with the title King of the Universe, highlighting the extent of his power and the concern it raised for Assyria's security. In 644, the Cimmerians decided to attack Lydia, capturing the capital city of Sardis and defeating King Gagis. They then expanded their campaign to the Greek city-states in Anatolia. However, around 640 BC, Tugdami faced a revolt and sought an alliance with Assyria, acknowledging Assyrian overlordship. Despite this, Tugdami later broke the oath and decided it was a good idea to attack Assyria again. It was not a good idea. After Tugdami's death, his son Sandaksatru succeeded him. In 637 BC, the Thracian Treres, allied with Sandraxatru's Cimmerians and the Lycians, attacked Lydia and captured Sardis. This prompted Assyrian-approved intervention from the Scythians under Matthias, who expelled the Treres and defeated the Cimmerians in Anatolia. This defeat marked the end of the Cimmerian threat, with the Scythians extending their dominance over central Anatolia. The joint efforts of Matthias and the Lydian king Alyattes led to the final defeat of the Cimmerians. Alyattes, possibly aided by Scythian warriors, symbolically referred to as war dogs, expelled the Cimmerians once and for good from Asia Minor. Under Matthias, Scythian power in West Asia reached its zenith, with their territory spanning from Anatolia to the eastern borders of Media, and from Transcaucasia to the northern borders of the Assyrian Empire. Additionally, during this period, a group of Scythians may have migrated from Media to the region between the Don and Volga rivers, merging with the Maeotians to form the Sauramatian tribe. Of course, it couldn't all be good times. Eventually, it was somebody else's turn on the Xbox, so to say. The decline of the Scythians began in the 620s BC, with significant events leading to their weakening and eventual downfall. Let's just list off a few of those events, go through them. First was the Revolt of Media. In 625 BC, Cyaxares, the son of Phraaortes and the new ruler of the Medes, orchestrated a revolt against the Scythian rulers. He invited these Scythian leaders to a banquet and then murdered them all. No dessert? Including Matthias. Of course, he got them all extremely drunk first. It's a lot easier to murder extremely drunk people. This marked the end of Scythian dominance over the Medes and contributed to their decline. Honestly, I can't believe they fell for it. The next one was the Raid of Egypt. Following the assassination of Matthias, the Scythians exploited the power vacuum left by the weakening of their former Assyrian allies. Between 623 and 616 BC, they launched a raid into the Levant, reaching as far south as Palestine. Although initially predicted to threaten Jerusalem by the Judite prophets, the Scythians were halted at the borders of Egypt by the marshes of the Nile Delta. Pharaoh Psamtik I came out and negotiated with them, offering gifts to persuade them to withdraw. Well, they weren't getting past the marshes, so this whole thing was kind of a waste of time. Well, the next event was the war against Assyria. Now bear in mind, Assyria was huge at this time. By around 615 BC, the Scythians allied with Cyaxares and the Medes in their war against Assyria, and this marked a crucial shift in alliances. They participated in the conquest of Assyrian cities, such as Ashur in 614, Nineveh in 612, and Haran in 610, which led to the permanent destruction of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Surprised they got through. First they had the Assyrian Empire, and that was great. And the Neo-Assyrian Empire, well, the sequel has to be better, right? Of course it was bigger, but not as glorious as everybody thought it was going to be. During these conflicts, Scythian-style arrowheads were found at locations associated with Neo-Babylonian military campaigns, suggesting Scythian, or at least Scythian-trained Median contingents fighting alongside the Babylonians. They participated in battles such as the Battle of Carchemish in 605, where their presence contributed to the Neo-Babylonian victory over the Egyptians. Additionally, Scythian or Scythian-style mercenaries played a role in the Babylonian annexation of the Kingdom of Judah in 586. These engagements in West Asia marked the final phase of Scythian influence in the region, as they became increasingly entangled in conflicts and alliances that ultimately became so complicated and troublesome that it led to their decline. The rise of the Medes and their empire marked the end of Scythian dominance in West Asia during the 600s BC. Most of the Scythians migrated from Ciscaucasia to the Pontic steppe, which became the new center of their power. The incursions of the Cimmerians and Scythians into West Asia during the 6th to 8th centuries BC disrupted the political balance in the region, leading to the downfall of Assyria, Urartu, Manea, and even Elam. New powers, of course, emerged in the form of the Lydians and the Medes. Despite the migration of the majority of Scythians to the Pontic steppe, some splinter groups remained in West Asia, particularly in eastern Transcaucasia, which is modern-day Azerbaijan, by the way. The Medes annexed this region to their empire, calling it Saka Sayana, or land inhabited by the Scythians. One group of Scythians actually joined the Medes and participated in the Median conquest of Urartu. We know that because Scythian artifacts have been found in the destruction layers of the fortresses conquered by the Medes around 600 BC. Another Scythian group formed a kingdom in Azerbaijan under Median overlordship, but later clashed with Cyaxares, prompting them to flee to Lydia. By the middle of the 6th century BC, the Scythians remaining in West Asia had assimilated culturally and politically into Median society, all but ceasing to exist as a distinct group. Meanwhile, other Transcaucasian Scythian splinter groups migrated northward to join the West Asian Scythians in the Kuban steppe. Well, it seems that the Scythians went out with a whimper rather than a bang, fading into the pages of history very slowly, but very surely. That's how you lose your identity, isn't it? It all happens very slowly, and then one day it happens very, very fast. Scary stuff. Don't be like the Scythians. Well, everybody, thank you very much for listening. Bit of an avant-garde topic today, isn't it?
Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Well, today we have a video about the Spartan army. Perhaps you have some preconceived notions of what it was like to be a Spartan soldier. Or perhaps you've gotten some ideas from film or other media that has led you to some kind of picture of the Spartan lifestyle. Well, as always on this channel, it's all about the bare reality of the situation. So, if you would like to get relaxed, perhaps close your eyes, but most importantly, get comfortable, we can begin to talk about what it was like to be in the Spartan army. In the heart of the Peloponnesian Peninsula lay the city-state of Sparta, renowned for its unique culture and most notably its formidable soldiers. Unlike many of its contemporaries, Sparta's entire society was oriented towards warfare, making military excellence not just an ambition, but the very fabric of Spartan life. This dedication to martial prowess certainly set Sparta apart, creating a legacy that endures in history and popular culture alike. Sparta's military ethos was born out of a necessity and honed by centuries of continuous brutal warfare. Situated in the region known as Laconia, Sparta was relatively isolated, at least by Greek standards, bordered by formidable mountains on one side and the sea on the other. Now, this geographical seclusion fostered a society that was very insular, very disciplined, and fiercely independent. The Spartan state was not just a city, but a military camp, where every aspect of life was geared towards strengthening the body and sharpening the mind for the purpose of war. From a young age, Spartan citizens, known as Spartiates, were imbued with the ethos of endurance, discipline, and of course, loyalty, unquestionable loyalty to the state. These values were not mere abstract ideals, but they were lived daily and shaped the life of every Spartan from the cradle to the grave. The Spartan army thus was not just a fighting force, it was the culmination of Spartan society's entire way of life, a perfect expression of its values and ideals. The roots of Spartan society and its military system can be traced all the way back to the Greek Dark Ages, following the fall of the Mycenaean civilization. It was during this tumultuous period that the foundations of what would become the Spartan state were laid. Central to Spartan society's development was the legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, whose reforms in the 8th century BCE transformed Sparta into a unique polis focused on military training and communal living. The reforms of Lycurgus were comprehensive and touched every aspect of Spartan life. The land was redistributed among the citizens to prevent wealth disparities from undermining the importance of social cohesion. The famous agoge, a rigorous education and training program, was established to mold Spartan boys into warriors, and not just normal warriors. Sparta had its mind set on creating warriors of unparalleled discipline and never-before-seen resilience. They wanted to be the best. Well, these reforms of Lycurgus were designed not just to create an efficient soldiery, but to forge a society where individual interests were subsumed under the collective good of the state. Doesn't sound very fun, doesn't it? Well, regardless, let's continue. Under the system put forth by Lycurgus, the Spartan military became a model of efficiency, discipline, and strength. The hoplite phalanx, a tightly organized infantry formation, became the hallmark of Spartan military power. I'm sure you've seen that one before. In this formation, each soldier, or as we can call them, hoplite, was equipped with a long spear and a shield, and stood shoulder to shoulder with his comrades, creating a formidable wall of shields and spears. Now, this military innovation was not just a tactic, but a physical manifestation of Spartan society's core values, that being unity, discipline, and collective strength. The importance of the phalanx was the cohesion of all the people within it. If one soldier dropped his shield or spear, it could threaten the entire formation. Everyone was protecting the man next to him, and the man next to him was protecting the other man next to him. This is a play about Spartan society as a whole. Well, as Sparta evolved, its military system became increasingly sophisticated. This led to its allowance to dominate its neighbors and eventually become a leading power in Greece. Of course, back then Greece was not just a country like we know it today, but rather a very large collection of individual city-states, each with their own cultures, some even with their own spiritual beliefs, and of course their own festivals. Notably, they would war among each other, but generally hostilities were put on hold so that everybody could enjoy the Olympic Games. But that's for another video. Well, the Spartan army's reputation was such that even the mere mention of its approach could compel adversaries to reconsider their positions. This period of Spartan ascendancy saw the city-state at the height of its power, revered and feared for its military might and the unwavering discipline of its soldiers. Now, I suppose we can look at two different kinds of Greek states. We can think about what we've just mentioned in Sparta. Then we can think about Athens. Now, Athens were seen as a little bit more of the artistic type of Greeks. The Greeks who were into poetry and storytelling, and of course, the very poignant philosophy that we have to owe to many of the ancient Greeks that we still may enjoy today. Well, while Sparta was not just a rabble of meatheads, as we can put it, they were certainly versed in intellectual things, but they had a different sense of priorities. Well, speaking of these priorities, central to understanding the composition of the Spartan army is grasping the unique social structure of Sparta itself. The society was divided into three main classes: the Spartiates, Perioeci, and the Helots. The Spartiates, or full Spartan citizens, were of course right at the top of this hierarchy, and were the only members of society who were full-time soldiers, enjoying rights and privileges in return for their military service. These individuals were the heart of Spartan military power, dedicated from birth to the service of the state. The Perioeci, whose name means dwellers around, were free but non-citizen inhabitants of Sparta. They lived in the surrounding regions of Laconia and were primarily responsible for various trades and manufacturing. You know, the dirty jobs that no one really wanted to do. They were vital to the Spartan economy, of course, producing goods and conducting commerce on behalf of the Spartans, who of course were way too busy, extensively focused on military training and their own governance. And of course, we reach the bottom of the social ladder, where we meet the Helots, a class of state-owned serfs, primarily of Messenian origin, who were bound to the land and forced to work on the farms of the Spartiates. The Helots' labor provided necessary food and resources, allowing the Spartiates to dedicate their lives to military service without having to worry about the concern for daily sustenance. Well, it was, of course, not ideal to be a Helot. Of course, you'd rather be a Spartiate. The Helots were treated harshly, and of course they lived under constant surveillance and the threat of violence, a testament to the Spartans' fear of rebellion and the brutal measures they took to prevent it. Of course, you'd have to be very, very brave to rebel against the Spartans. Think about a colony of mice rebelling against a group of elephants. It would not go as planned. This three-part social structure supported the military machinery of Sparta in several ways. The Spartiates could devote themselves entirely to warfare, because the Perioeci and the Helots took care of economic production
and agriculture. This system was creating a society where every aspect, from social hierarchy to economic activity, was oriented towards maintaining and enhancing military capabilities. Now, it wasn't like you would go through your schooling and then choose to become a soldier. No, it all started very early. In fact, from the age of 7. That's right, 7 years old. Spartan males were enrolled in the agoge, the state-sponsored education and training regimen designed to produce physically and mentally tough super soldiers. This system emphasized endurance, discipline, and martial prowess, stripping away individuality to forge a collective identity among the Spartan warriors. The agoge was not merely a military boot camp, but a comprehensive program that included education in music, dance, and the Spartan values of loyalty, frugality, and of course, succinctness of speech. Of course, we could not always just be fighting. They were Greeks. Yes, they were Spartans, but they were still Greeks. And Greeks had to be intelligent, not just beefcakes. Well, this does not mean that life in the agoge was not harsh and competitive. Of course it was. Boys were grouped into agalai, or herds, and were encouraged to compete against each other in various physical and intellectual contests. They were subjected to rigorous physical training, learned survival skills out in the wilderness, and were taught to endure pain and hardship without complaint. This training also included the crypteia, a secret rite of passage that involved stealth and survival skills, reinforcing the importance of cunning and resilience. Of course, there has to be winners and losers, but it's not like our modern day where everyone gets a trophy. No, if you lost, you were a loser. And if you won, well, good job. See if you can do it again tomorrow. The lifestyle of a Spartan warrior was marked by simplicity and discipline. Spartan soldiers ate at common messes known as sycetia to foster camaraderie and equality among the soldiers. The diet was frugal, intended only to maintain physical fitness and harden the body against deprivation. Of course, the Spartans in the majority would eat something called Spartan black broth, a kind of porridge or gruel, I think the Americans call it, made from God knows what. But I can only imagine that something called Spartan black broth was not very appetizing. Luxury and personal wealth were also discouraged, as the emphasis was always on the collective well-being and readiness of the army. Military training and lifestyle were designed to eliminate weakness and to cultivate the ultimate warrior ethos, and there were no days off from that.
Of course, this system produced soldiers who were renowned all over Greece for their discipline, loyalty, combat effectiveness, capable of facing overwhelming odds with a stoic determination. The Spartan phalanx, with its highly trained warriors, was just another testament to the effectiveness of this rigorous lifestyle and training regime. The Spartan soldiers could form up in a phalanx at the click of their fingers, and the phalanx was like the flamethrower of the ancient world, a one-stop shop for wiping the floor with your enemy. Well, this all showcases the unparalleled military might of Sparta at its zenith. The military machine was not just a testament to the power and discipline of training, but also a reflection on Sparta's strategic acumen and, of course, adaptability in the face of varied threats. It was not a one-size-fits-all. Of course, the phalanx was the revolutionary approach to battlefield tactics, while the Spartans were taught to mix it up. The hoplites were equipped with a panoply that included a heavy shield called an aspis and a spear called a dory. They also received training and equipped themselves with a short sword, ideal for fighting in tight formations. This was called a xiphos. The aspis, the shield, was not merely a defensive tool, but an integral part of the offensive capabilities of the phalanx. It was used to push against enemy lines and create openings for the spears. They were shaped in a certain way that, when lined up in a particular fashion, the spears could slip through and pierce the midrib of the enemy. Certainly do not want to be on the receiving end of that. Well, they got their chance to really prove their worth. The Peloponnesian War further highlighted Sparta's military prowess. Initially, Sparta struggled to counter the Athenian navy's dominance and the latter's strategic raiding of the Peloponnesian coastline. I mean, the Spartans were great in a phalanx, but you can't load up ships in a phalanx formation now, can't you? However, despite all of this, the Spartan resilience and strategic evolution became very apparent as they shifted their focus, securing alliances and resources to bolster their naval capabilities, while simultaneously searching, finding, and exploiting Athenian weaknesses through raids and sieges on land. That's right, all-out guerrilla warfare. The victory was made by any means necessary, as long as you were victorious. That was the Spartan way. Spartan victories, such as the Battle of Plataea in 479 BC, where a Greek coalition led by Sparta decisively defeated the Persians, cemented its reputation for military excellence. These victories were not just triumphs of brute force, but of strategic insight, leveraging Spartan strengths against enemy vulnerabilities. Well, while the Spartan army's exploits are well documented, The evolution of its navy represents a fascinating aspect of Spartan military history that is often overlooked. The necessity for a strong naval force became apparent to Sparta during the difficulties in the Peloponnesian War, as Athenian naval supremacy allowed for effective control over the Aegean Sea and the ability to supply and reinforce distant territories. And just look at Greece. You definitely need a boat. The Greeks in those times needed a boat as much as you need a car if you want to live in rural Texas or Alabama. It's the same thing. Well, recognizing the limitations of their primarily land-based strategies, the Spartans embarked on an ambitious program to build a fleet capable of challenging Athens on its own terms. Of course, Athens were counting on facing Sparta in naval engagements as much as they could, because they had the advantage. Well, the Spartans were aiming to change that. This endeavor required not only significant resources, but a complete shift in Spartan military culture, which had always been focused on land warfare. The Spartans, however, rose to the challenge and demonstrated captivating adaptability. So proud of them, you should have seen them. The transformation of the Spartan navy was marked by several key developments. The influx of Persian gold, facilitated by the diplomacy of Lysander, was instrumental in expanding the fleet. Spartan shipbuilding efforts were also intensified, and training programs were established to create a cadre of skilled sailors and commanders. The Spartans' navy's growing prowess was demonstrated in a series of engagements where they employed innovative tactics, such as the use of lighter and more maneuverable ships, and the implementation of night attacks and blockades. As we said, by any means necessary. The climax of Spartan naval strategy came at the Battle of Aegospotami, where the Spartan fleet, under the great Lysander's command, executed a surprise attack on the Athenian fleet, anchored off the coast of Aegospotami. The destruction of the Athenian fleet in this battle was a master stroke of military strategy, effectively ending Athenian naval power and securing Spartan dominance in the war. Better luck next time, Athens. This expanded focus on the Spartan army and navy reveals a more complex picture of Spartan military history, showcasing that, while deeply rooted in tradition, it was capable of remarkable flexibility and innovation when faced with new challenges. Let's not just think of Spartans as staying in their phalanxes for the whole time. Give them a little more credit than that. The Spartan military, for centuries a symbol of unparalleled discipline and effectiveness, began to see its dominance wane in the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War. A very short-lived celebration. This decline was not the result of a single event, but a gradual erosion of the societal and military structures that had made Sparta a superpower. While several factors contributed to this decline, including demographic crises, economic stagnation, and the rigid adherence to traditional ways that hindered adaptation to the changing geopolitical realities. Sure, Sparta was great in the 500 BC, the 400 BCs, but the world was changing, and Sparta had to change too. Well, one of the critical blows to Spartan supremacy was the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BC, where the Thebans of all people, under the command of Epaminondas, decisively defeated the Spartans. Yikes! The innovative use of a deepened phalanx and tactical maneuvers outflanked the Spartan army, illustrating that Spartan military tactics had become rather predictable and could be countered. Of course, the Thebans were most likely thinking, poor Spartans, always using the phalanx, while the Spartans were thinking, good old phalanx, nothing beats that. You must comment if you get the reference. Well, this defeat, of course, broke the morale of the Spartans. It's not easy losing, and it shattered the myth of Spartan invincibility. This was, of course, a PR nightmare for the Spartans, and it marked the beginning of the end of Spartan dominance in Greece. I dare say that when this news received the Helots, there was perhaps some conversations in the slave quarters deep into the night. The decline of Sparta was also hastened by internal challenges. The rigid social system, which had been the backbone of the Spartan military machine, began to crumble as the number of full citizens dwindled due to constant warfare and very strict citizenship requirements. Economic difficulties were exacerbated by the loss of Helot labor and the inability to adapt to a changing economic landscape. Additionally, the Spartan refusal to innovate or adopt new military tactics on land rendered them increasingly ineffective in a world where warfare was always evolving. It was past the point where the Spartans could outmuscle everybody, and it had arrived at the point where the Spartans were being outsmarted. While during its decline, the legacy of the Spartan army remains deeply ingrained, especially in our Western culture. The Spartans are celebrated for their contributions to military strategy, discipline, and the concept of civic duty. Their ethos and way of life continue to be studied and admired, with the very term Spartan becoming synonymous with austerity, resilience, strength, and courage. The story of the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, in particular, has become a symbol of heroic resistance against overwhelming odds. And I may just say, because I know you've seen the movie, we've all seen the movie, and it was great. But it has to be mentioned that there were actually around 7,000 Greeks. Yes, there was a close personal guard of King Leonidas, the Spartan commander, of around 300 of his bravest soldiers, who chose to stay behind and make a brave sacrifice at the hot gates, but there were many other Greeks who were involved in that battle. In fact, the film that you are no doubt familiar with of 300 and its somewhat ghastly sequel was based around a graphic novel. I can't remember the author off the top of my head. You will have to look it up yourself. My apologies. The fascination with Sparta and its military extends far beyond the ancient world, resonating through the ages as a testament to human strength and discipline. The Spartan army, with its rigorous training, communal ethos, and formidable battlefield tactics, offers a unique study in the extremes of military and social engineering. So, upon reflecting on Sparta's history, don't you think it's very clear that its military achievements were as much of a product of its societal structure as it was its tactics and strategies? Don't you think? The decline of Sparta, however, teaches valuable lessons about the importance of adaptability and the dangers of over-reliance on traditional methods in the face of changing circumstances. Perhaps we can all engage in some introspection about our own personal circumstances on those days when brute force will simply not be enough. Today, the story of Sparta challenges us to reconsider the balance between the demands of security and the values of freedom and individuality. It invites us to reflect on the costs and benefits of a society oriented towards a singular purpose, and the complexities of maintaining such a system over time. Well, in the end, the Spartan army remains a powerful symbol of what humans are capable of achieving when they unite with a common purpose. Its story is a reminder of the heights to which discipline and dedication can elevate us, and the depths to which adherence to outdated principles can lead us. As we continue to navigate the challenges of the modern world, the lessons of Sparta remain relevant as ever, inspiring us to strive for excellence, while reminding us to have that need for flexibility and innovation in the face of our ever-changing world. Now, the vast majority of my viewers are from the United States. G'day to all of you from Australia. I would like to put it to you that the Spartan emphasis on this collective identity rather flies in the face of the American ideal of individuality. In fact, we may say that the American ideal of individuality is somewhat a militant force. I do believe that the way that I view American culture is that the concept of the individual within the society is a hill that the American person is willing to die on. I do think it's very important for us to have a cohesive society, but do not lose yourself in the binds that society has set for you. And perhaps we may remind ourselves that those in ancient times, thousands of years ago, well, they wanted to live their best lives as well. Unfortunately, many of them did not have a choice. Finally, we reflect on the Spartans, and I'd like to ask you all to appreciate the chance that you have for individuality, but take from the Spartans their discipline, their honor, and their commitment to never giving up. Look at your own challenges in life. Perhaps every now and then it's okay to go Spartan.
The Huns, a nomadic confederation of Central Asian origin, emerged as a significant political and military force in Europe during the late 4th and early 5th centuries. Prior to the ascendance of Attila, the most renowned and feared leader of the Huns, the confederation was governed by a complicated succession of rulers. The Huns' rise to power was marked by a series of strategic alliances, military campaigns, and diplomatic maneuvers that shaped their interactions with neighboring societies, particularly the Roman Empire. This period of Hunnic history before Attila is what I'm here to discuss today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. If you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to follow the links to the Patreon in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment, and subscribe, that's another way you can help me out. Now, without further ado, let's get on to the topic for today's video: a history of the Huns before Attila. The debate surrounding the origins of the Huns is characterized by a complex interplay of historical accounts, archaeological findings, and modern genetic research. While some scholars propose a connection between the Huns and the ancient Xiongnu people of Central Asia, others contend that evidence linking the two still remains inconclusive. One point of contention is the temporal gap between the decline of the Xiongnu and the appearance of the Huns in Greco-Roman sources. The Xiongnu, known as a significant nomadic power in Central Asia, were subdued by the Xianbei in the 2nd century AD, after which they completely vanish from the Chinese historical records. The emergence of the Huns in the West occurs around 200 years after this, leaving us with a chronological discrepancy that complicates our efforts to establish a direct link between the two groups. The Xiongnu, just quickly, were a group of barbarians from the steppe that harassed the Han Empire of China for many, many years, almost leading to their downfall. I have a full video on the Xiongnu if you want to go and take a look, but we'll get back to the Huns for today. Archaeological investigations have yielded some evidence, albeit limited, linking the material culture of the Huns to Eastern Central Asia. Some artifacts suggest potential cultural connections, but the overall picture remains murky, with significant gaps in the archaeological record, at least at the time of making this video. Which leads us to some genetic studies, which offer another avenue for exploring the origins of the Huns.
Research focusing on the Carpathian Basin during the Hunnic period has revealed a diverse genetic landscape, with individuals exhibiting a range of genetic signatures. Some individuals show associations to Northeast Asian groups like the Xiongnu and the Xianbei, while others, well, they're more akin to European populations. However, the genetic data from this period is still relatively sparse, and it leaves us for a lot of room for further investigation and interpretation. If any discoveries are made, please remember that this video is made in the early months of 2024. So don't come and comment some 5 years later saying that I'm wrong if a new discovery is made. Now, references in ancient texts, well, they can add additional layers to the debate. Ptolemy's mention of a people called the Konoi in his geographical works has led to more speculation about their possible identification with the Huns. However, modern scholars remain divided on the issue, with some suggesting alternative interpretations or disputing the association altogether. Similarly, references to tribes like the Orogondoi and the Borogondoi in historical sources have been subject to their own interpretations. While some scholars have proposed links to the Huns, others suggest that they have connections to Germanic tribes, or even early Turkic ethnonyms. The sudden emergence of the Huns in historical records presents a bit of a puzzle for scholars, sparking various theories about their origins, but also their motivations. Their appearance in written sources suggests a relatively recent migration across the Volga River from the east, but the exact reason for their westward expansion, well, we simply do not know. Now, in terms of speculation, one possible explanation for the Huns' aggressive movements could be environmental factors such as climate change, with speculation about the drying up of pastoral lands in their original territories. Once again, the lack of concrete evidence makes this hypothesis difficult to conclusively prove. There is another theory that posits pressure from other nomadic groups, such as the Jojan, who may have pushed the Huns towards the west. A third possibility, and equally as likely, is simply the allure of wealth and resources in the prosperous Roman Empire and its territories. The Huns may have sought to exploit the riches of these new lands, prompting their westward pioneering advance. So, when did the Huns meet the Romans? Or rather, the Romans meet the Huns, as it's their sources that we're relying on. Well, they first encountered the Huns when the latter's invasion of the Pontic steppes forced the migration of numerous Gothic tribes to seek refuge within Roman borders. Reports also indicate earlier Hunnic raids in Transcaucasia, prompting decisive measures by the Eastern Roman and Sasanian empires. The initial targets of the Huns' military campaigns were the Alans, whom they defeated or subjugated in battles east of the Don River. Some historians suggest that rather than outright conquest, the Huns may have formed alliances with various Alanic groups,
expanding their influence through diplomatic and military means. References in later sources, such as Jordanes, describe the Huns' conquest of other nomadic tribes in the region, potentially assimilating them into their expanding confederation. The figure of King Balamber, mentioned by Jordanes, remains a subject of debate, with some questioning his historicity at all, and others proposing alternate interpretations of his role within the broader Hunnic society. Either way, their expansion westward and their subsequent clashes with neighboring peoples played a pivotal role in reshaping the landscape of Eastern Europe during the tumultuous 4th century AD. As the Huns moved across the Pontic steppes, their incursions into the territories of other nomadic groups and settled societies sparked a series of conflicts and migrations that had far-reaching consequences. One, of course, that comes to mind, the Marcomannic Wars. The Huns' emergence in historical records coincided with their invasion of the lands inhabited by the Alans, the nomadic Iranian people located to the east of the Don River. The Alans were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Huns. They were either subjugated or simply forced to flee across the Don River. This early success allowed the Huns to expand their sphere of influence and establish alliances with various Alanic groups, enhancing their military capabilities and resources. Following their victory over the Alans, the Huns turned their attention to another tribe, the Greuthungi, a branch of Eastern Goths who inhabited territories west of the Don River. Led by their king, Ermaneric, the Greuthungi initially resisted the Huns' advances. However, Ermaneric's eventual demise, whether through taking his own life or perhaps ritual sacrifice, left the Greuthungi vulnerable to further incursions. Vithimirus, Ermaneric's successor, attempted to enlist the aid of the Huns in repelling an invasion by the Alans, but he was ultimately killed in battle. With the Greuthungi now weakened and leaderless, many decided to submit to the authority of the Huns, while others, under the command of Alathius and Saphrax, sought refuge along the Dnestia River. Meanwhile, Athanaric, the leader of the Thervingi, or Western Goths, confronted the fleeing Greuthungi along the Dnestia. However, a clever maneuver by the Huns, attacking the Goths from the rear, forced Athanaric to retreat toward the Carpathian Mountains, leaving the Thervingi vulnerable to further attacks. Recognizing the inevitability of the Hunnic domain, most of the Thervingi sought asylum within the Roman Empire, crossing the lower Danube in 376. Emperor Valens, facing challenges on multiple fronts, allowed the Goths to settle within Roman territories, hoping to benefit from their military prowess and manpower. The influx of Gothic refugees, including the Greuthungi and other tribes, put a strain on Roman resources and exacerbated existing tensions within the empire. Food shortages and mistreatment by local authorities prompted the Goths to revolt against Roman rule,
igniting a protracted conflict that would ensue for years to come. This period, following the Gothic War, saw the Huns continue to exert their influence across Eastern Europe, engaging in a complex web of alliances, conflicts, and migrations that further shaped the region's politics. Now, during the Gothic War, the Goths found themselves allied with a contingent of Huns and Alans, whose combined forces pressured the Romans into allowing the Goths to advance deeper into Thrace. Although the exact nature of the Hunnic involvement in this conflict remains somewhat unclear, intermittent mentions of their presence among Gothic allies suggest that they had a significant role. After the war, the Huns appear to have returned beyond the Danube, at least temporarily. In 381, they, along with the Sciri and Carpi, launched an unsuccessful attack on Pannonia, indicating their continued presence and military activities in the region. Theodosius I's subsequent peace treaty with the Goths in 382, which involved granting them land and cattle, aimed to create a buffer zone against further Hunnic incursions. Nevertheless, the Huns were undeterred and persisted in their raids and incursions into Roman territories. Between 384 and 385, they launched a raid into Scythia Minor, demonstrating their ongoing military engagements beyond the Danube. Meanwhile, waves of migrations, including that of the Greuthungi under Odotheus in 386, indicate the Huns' firm control over neighboring tribes. By the mid-4th century, the Huns had established a significant presence in Pannonia, potentially as foederati of the Romans, or as independent settlers. Their involvements as mercenaries in conflicts, such as Flavius Bauto's campaign against the Greuthungi in 384, underscored their military prowess and strategic importance in the region. However, they had some greater ambitions, and of course this extended beyond mere mercenary work, as evidenced by their incursions into Gaul and conflicts with the Alemanni. The Huns' role as both allies and adversaries of the Eastern Roman Empire continued to remain complex and fluid. While they fought alongside Theodosius against Magnus Maximus in 388, they continued to pose a threat through their raids in the Balkans in 392. The Romans even attempted to employ Hunnic mercenaries against the Goths, highlighting the strategic value that was placed on their military capabilities. However, this relationship soured, leading to more conflicts between the Romans and the Huns in the Thrace region by 394, ultimately resulting in the suppression of the Hunnic presence in the region by 401. In the following year of 395, the Huns initiated their first large-scale attacks on the Roman Empire, marking a significant escalation in their aggressive expansion. During the summer of that year, one Hunnic force crossed the Caucasus Mountains into Asia, while another invaded Thrace and Dalmatia by crossing the frozen Danube in winter. Despite differing interpretations regarding the coordination of these events, collectively, there's no argument that they posed a formidable threat to Roman territories. The invasion of Asia witnessed multiple fronts, with Huns launching incursions into Armenia, Persia, and Roman provinces in Asia. While one group faced defeat at the hands of a Roman army after crossing the Euphrates, others, led by commanders Basich and Kursich, ventured down the river towards the Persian capital of Ctesiphon. Though one of these armies suffered defeat, the others managed to retreat successfully through the Derbent Pass. Concurrently, the Huns ravaged parts of Asia Minor, inflicting significant damage and threatening major cities like Antioch. The severity of the devastation was compounded by the Roman Empire's internal power struggles, which had diverted most military forces to the west. And it wasn't until 398 that Ethiopia succeeded in assembling an army and restoring order in the province of Asia. Although it's unclear whether the Huns were defeated in battle or simply left on their own accord. While the raids into Asia Minor and Persia were indicative of the Huns' plundering intentions rather than territorial conquest, their motives were not solely driven by aggression. Priscus, writing later, suggests that famine on the steppes may have promoted the raids, indicating that resource scarcity played a role in their military campaigns. Additionally, Hun leaders Basich and Kursic's potential involvement as mercenaries in Rome in later years underscores a complex diplomatic and military interaction between the Huns and the Romans. Well, more raids marked the beginning of a prolonged period of Hunnic incursions into Armenian territories, with Armenian sources identifying a specific Hunnic tribe, the Zylandur, as recurrent perpetrators of attacks. The Huns' continued aggression in the region further destabilized Roman defenses and exacerbated tensions along the empire's eastern borders. Uldin emerges as a prominent figure among the Huns in contemporary sources, marking the first instance of a Hun identified by name. He held sway over territories in Muntenia, that's modern Romania east of the Olt River, and parts of Hungary, earning the title of Regulus, which in Latin means sub-king, from the Romans due to his perceived immense power. In the year 400, Uldin played a decisive role in the defeat of Gainas, a rebellious former Roman magister militum who sought refuge in Uldin's territory with a contingent of Goths. Uldin's victory over Gainas near Nove likely resulted in Gainas's death, underscored his military prowess and strategic significance. Moreover, his cooperation with the Romans during this period suggests a more nuanced approach to diplomacy as he expanded his influence over the Germanic tribes. The following years saw further displays of Uldin's military might and diplomatic maneuvers. In the year 406, Hunnic pressure prompted the migration of Vandals, Suebi, and Alans across the Rhine into Gaul, indicating Uldin's role in shaping regional dynamics. Concurrently, Uldin's Huns raided Thrace in the years 404 to 405,
further asserting their presence within the region. Ulden's involvement with conflicts with the Roman Empire continued, notably during Radagasius's invasion of Italy in 405. Ulden's intervention, at the behest of Stilicho, resulted in the destruction of Radagasius's army near Faesulae, showcasing Ulden's capacity to suppress potential threats to his authority. However, following Stilicho's death in 408, Ulden shifted allegiance to Alaric, aiding him in his campaigns against the Romans. In 408, Ulden led a Hunnic incursion across the Danube, capturing the strategic fortress Castra Martis in Moesia. Despite attempts by the Roman commander in Thrace to negotiate a peace, Ulden's refusal and subsequent defections within his ranks weakened his position. Many of his commanders decided that it would be a much better position to simply defect to the Romans, leading to the disintegration of Ulden's forces, primarily composed at the time of Sciri and Germanic tribes. The Romans responded to Ulden's invasions by fortifying border defenses and strengthening fortifications at Constantinople. Additionally, Hunnic mercenaries, possibly provided by Ulden himself, played a significant role in Roman military affairs, serving as bodyguards to figures like Stilicho and continuing to fight for the Romans against Alaric's forces. Amidst these tumultuous events, Flavius Aetius, the future Roman Magister Militum and adversary of Attila, spent time as a hostage among the Huns, further illustrating the complex play between Roman and Hunnic spheres of influence during this period. Well, after Ulden, historical sources on the Huns begin to get a little sparse. Around 412, or perhaps the following year, 413, the Roman statesman and writer Olympiodorus of Thebes embarked on an embassy to Charaton, described as the first of the kings among the Huns. Olympiodorus's account of this mission survives only in fragments, but it does shed some light on the diplomatic interactions between the Romans and Huns during this period. Now, the entire purpose of Olympiodorus's embassy was to appease Charaton following the death of a certain Donatus, who was allegedly unlawfully killed. Like I said, fragments, right? While some historians speculate that Donatus might have been a king of the Huns, others argue that his Roman name suggests that he was likely a Roman refugee that was simply living among the Huns. Well, whichever way it is, the exact location of the meeting between Olympiodorus and Charaton remains a mystery, with some suggesting it took place on the Pontic steppe due to Olympiodorus's sea voyage, while others propose Charaton resided in Pannonia. In addition to diplomatic affairs, the Huns continued their incursions into Thrace in 412, further highlighting their military activity in the region. These raids into Roman territory underscored the ongoing challenges posed by the Huns to the stability of the Eastern Roman Empire and its borders. However, beyond these scant references, details about the Huns' activities and leadership during this period are once again
limited. And, well, we can only really speculate about them. After their earlier raids, the Huns, led by a leader named Ruga, launched another incursion in 422, and they managed to reach the walls of Constantinople. This attack compelled the Eastern Roman Empire to agree to pay an annual tribute to the Huns. Subsequently, in 424, the Huns fought alongside the Romans in North Africa, indicating a temporary alliance with the Western Roman Empire. However, tensions resurfaced in 425, when the Western Roman Magister Militum Aetius marched into Italy with a large force of Huns to confront the Eastern Empire. Despite initial hostilities, the campaign ended with reconciliation, and the Huns received gold before returning to their own territory. In 427, the Romans broke their alliance with the Huns and launched an attack on Pannonia, potentially reclaiming part of the region. The leadership dynamics among the Huns were complex to say the least at this period, with Ruga and his brother Octar emerging as the most prominent figures. Ruga is believed to have ruled the eastern lands of the Carpathians, while Octar controlled the territory to the north and west of the Carpathians. With Octar's death around 430, during a conflict with the Burgundians, it likely paved a way for his nephew, Attila, to power in the eastern Hunnic territories. Ruga's involvement in Roman affairs continued in 432, when he aided Aetius in regaining his position as Magister Militum. In 433, Aetius surrendered Pannonia Prima to Ruga, possibly as a gesture of gratitude for the Huns' support. However, tensions escalated once again when Ruga announced his intention to attack tribes that had sought refuge in Roman territory, leading to his death and the withdrawal of the Huns from Roman lands. Following the death of Ruga, the Hunnic Empire was passed into the hands of his nephews, Attila and Bleda. While Bleda is assumed to have held authority over the eastern territories, Attila governed the western regions. This arrangement allowed the Huns to assert their dominance over neighboring powers, notably demonstrated in the Treaty of Margus, signed with the Roman Empire in the year 435. The Treaty of Margus solidified the Huns' position. It did this by securing trade rights and increasing the annual tribute from the Romans. Additionally, the treaty obligated the Romans to surrender Hunnic refugees and fugitive tribes, consolidating the Huns' control over their dominion. In 437, Attila and Bleda fulfilled a commitment made by their predecessor, Ruga, to support Aetius in Gaul. Their intervention led to the destruction of the Burgundian kingdom on the Rhine and the suppression of the Baugadei rebellion. This military success further bolstered the Huns' reputation as formidable allies and formidable adversaries in the region. A year later, in 438, a contingent of Hunnic warriors joined forces with the Roman general Litorius in a failed siege of Toulouse. Concurrently, the Huns expanded their influence in Scythia and engaged in conflicts with the Sorosgi people, indicating their continued military engagements and territorial ambitions. Tensions between the Huns and the Roman Empire escalated in 440, when the Huns launched attacks on Roman territories during an annual trading fair. Citing Roman breaches of the territory, such as alleged plundering of Hunnic royal tombs by the Bishop of Margus, the Huns engaged in hostilities that culminated in the sack of several towns and the capture of Viminacium. Despite these acts of aggression, negotiations finally ensued, and they decided on a temporary truce, although further conflicts erupted in the subsequent years. Around 443 or 447, Attila assumed sole leadership of the Huns, potentially leading to increased aggression towards neighboring powers. By 444, tensions between the Huns and the Western Roman Empire had escalated to the brink of war. However, diplomatic efforts, possibly orchestrated by Cassiodorus, averted open conflict, leading to concessions to the Huns, including territorial gains along the Sava River, and Attila's appointment as Magister Militum with a stipend. And as we arrive to Attila, we end the part 1 of the Huns' history. Well, we almost ended. We have some time left to talk about the culture and some finer points of the Huns. So let's go into some of that, shall we? The Huns have often been depicted as pastoral nomads, sustaining themselves through herding and migrating with their livestock in the search of grazing lands. However, the evidence that we have may challenge this characterization, at least in its simplest terms. The term nomad somewhat oversimplifies their lifestyle. You see, the Huns, like other nomadic groups of the Eurasian steppe, had clearly defined territories and moved within these spaces in search of pasture. Typically, pastoral nomads alternate between summer pastures and winter quarters, with the latter remaining consistent. Jordanes describes the Hunnic Altzigari tribe as pasturing near Cherson on the Crimea, and then wintering further north in the Sivash region. Their herds comprised various animals, including cattle, horses, goats, and possibly sheep. Interestingly, there is some evidence that they brought with them Bactrian camels. Sheep bones are also frequently found in Hun period graves, indicating their significance in the herds. The majority of the Huns' diet consisted of meat from their livestock, particularly mutton, supplemented by sheep's cheese, milk, and horse meat. During times of scarcity, they may have resorted to consuming horse blood. Ancient sources uniformly deny that the Huns practiced agriculture, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests at least some degree of agricultural activity among the steppe nomad populations. As nomads, the Huns were of course highly skilled equestrians, spending much of their time on horseback. Roman sources described them as inseparable from their horses, often living, sleeping, and even raising children on horseback. Despite Roman depictions of their horses as unattractive. The exact breed remains uncertain, though it is speculated to be a type of Mongolian pony. Horse remains are notably absent from the identified Hun burials, leading to speculation that they predominantly rode geldings based on anthropological and archaeological findings. Now onto the government structure of the Huns, which has been another topic of scholarly debate. Some do argue that the Huns were initially a loose confederation with leaders acting independently, while others contend that they were more organized with an almost centralized power, resembling other steppe empires. It is suggested that the Huns initially ranked a hierarchy, but eventually developed one quite similar to their surrounding Germanic societies. There is an absence of named Hun leaders until Uldin, indicating their initial unimportance. Permanent kingship emerged with the Huns' invasion of Europe and constant warfare. However, some modern observers describe Hunnic rule under Attila as more of a confederacy rather than a state or an empire, at least in the terms we would use them. A Roman source, Ammianus Marcellinus, mentions that the Huns did not have kings, but rather groups of leading men for times of war. These leading men had limited power and likely did not inherit their positions. However, it's been argued that Ammianus's statement may refer to the absence of a single ruler, as other sources mention multiple Hunnic kings. And on to that first Hunnic named ruler, Uldin. Well, he disappeared after that unsuccessful war, and this suggests a kind of transient quality to Hunnic kinship. It's proposed that Uldin was actually not a name, but a title, indicating a sub-king rather than a permanent ruler. Some have referred to Attila as a king or an emperor, but his native title remains unknown. Attila later appointed his son Elac as co-king, and has suggested that the Huns eventually adopted a system of ranked kings, but this came after Attila. Now, the source of Priscus also mentions picked men in Attila's government, suggesting their importance in the Hunnic administration. It's also argued that these individuals played a crucial role in governing the empire, overseeing detachments of the army and collecting tribute. However, these picked men may simply denote prominent individuals, without any fixed ranks. It's suggested that lower-ranking officials may have been responsible for tax collection and tribute. And unlike the Iranian Huns, the European Huns did not mint their own coins. Now here's something interesting. Artificial cranial deformation, changing the shape of your skull in layman's terms, a practice of lengthening the skulls at the back through binding, emerged in Europe on the Pontic steppe in the 2nd and 3rd centuries before spreading to the Carpathian Basin, where it became quite prevalent in the 5th century. During the Hun period, between 50 to 80% of all burials within the Carpathian Basin contained individuals with artificially elongated skulls. Scholars have linked this chronology and distribution to nomadic invasions in Asia,
particularly the Huns, suggesting it was initially practiced by their nobility and later adopted by Germanic groups who were influenced by them, notably the Gepids. However, some argue that the practice was introduced by the Alans and Sarmatians, who were closely associated with the Huns. Also, some people in modern days have convinced themselves that this is proof of aliens being on Earth and guiding the hand of man through nefarious means. Well, I think that for argument's sake, we can perhaps dismiss that one, at least for the moment. The goal of artificial cranial deformation has been debated. While some suggest it aimed to create a physical distinction between nobility and commoners, others argue it served to indicate kingship and distinguish families. And it wasn't just the Huns doing this. They found it in Mesoamerica as well, and some other parts of the world. Seemed to be quite a popular look before our modern era. Now, as for language and linguistics within the Hun Empire, it wasn't just one, there was a variety of them that were spoken by a variety of different peoples. Priscus noted that the Hunnic language was different from others at Attila's court, where a mixture of Latin, Hunnish, and even Gothic was spoken. Scythian subjects spoke their own tongues, along with Hunnish and Gothic or Latin, with Gothic potentially serving as a lingua franca. The use of 4 languages at different governmental levels, Hunnic, Gothic, Latin, and Sarmatian, was also prevalent. The Hunnic language itself, well, that remains enigmatic, with only a few recorded works suggesting an Indo-European origin. Scholars have proposed, though, various classifications, including Turkic, Mongolic, Eastern Iranian, and Yanesian, though the corpus is once again limited. Now, regarding marriage and the role of women in general, well, the elite, they got to practice polygamy, while the commoners, well, they were likely mainly practicing monogamy. Contrary to Ammianus Marcellinus's claims of Hunnish women living in seclusion, Priscus's first-hand account depicts them freely interacting with men. Hunnic women were observed swarming around Attila, apparently, and playing active roles in social and domestic affairs, with some even holding positions of authority over small villages. The pastoral nature of the Huns' economy likely afforded women significant influence within the household. Well, the religion of the Huns, that's another thing that we don't quite have much information on, with limited and sometimes contradictory information from historical sources. Marcellinus suggested that the Huns had no religion, while Salvian classified them as pagans, albeit that is a very broad brush. Jordanes Getica mentioned the worship of the sword of Mars among the Huns, signifying Attila's right to rule. This practice is noted among other steppe peoples and may have held symbolic significance rather than actual literal worship. Some scholars argue that while the Huns themselves may not have regarded Attila as divine, some of his subject people likely did. Belief in prophecy and divination is also attested among the Huns, with some suggesting the presence of shamans conducting these practices. Additionally, there are indications of a belief in water spirits, and the possibility of small idols being made, although once again direct evidence is few and far between. The Huns may have worshipped the sky and the steppe deity Tengri, kind of like the Mongolians, while others note that the worship of trees and sacrifices to fire, water, and celestial bodies were among the Caucasian Huns. There is also mentions of human sacrifice, particularly in funerary rites, although its extent and frequency are uncertain. Hopefully not too many human sacrifices. Now, despite these pagan beliefs, there are also records of Huns converting to Christianity and receiving Christian missionaries, with, of course, varying degrees of success. Attila is said to have tolerated both Nicene and Arian Christianity among his subjects, although there are accounts of Christian slaves being forced to participate in Hunnic religious activities. Archaeological evidence related to the religion of the Huns is limited, but it does provide a few insights. For example, burial practices, including burning objects and the absence of kurgans, suggest a unique funerary custom that may have differed from those of other steppe peoples. The scarcity of Hun-related burials in the Carpathian Basin raises questions about their burial practices and material culture adoption. But once again, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Maybe we just need to find where the Huns were being buried, if they weren't just cremated. Overall, the religious beliefs and practices of the Huns remain a subject of ongoing research and debate. And until we find a little more, well, we're just gonna have to try and make it up as we go. But don't subject that to peer review. The Vandalic War, a campaign carried out by the Eastern Roman Empire under Emperor Justinian I, with the goal of recapturing the North African territories controlled by the Vandal Kingdom. With forces led by the brilliant Belisarius, the Byzantines embarked on an expedition across the Mediterranean, landing in modern-day Tunisia. The war culminated in a stunning victory for Byzantium, leading to the capture of the Vandal king, Gelimer, and the reintegration of the northern African provinces back into the Roman Empire. It's one of those wars that doesn't often get talked about. So, that's why I'm here today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe goes a very long way. Now, without further ado, relax, and let's begin. During the early stages of the Western Roman Empire's decline in the 5th century, the Vandals, in an alliance with the tribe of Alans, had settled in the Iberian Peninsula. Facing an invasion by imperial forces in the year 429, Bonifacius, the Roman governor of the African diocese, and a rebel against the rule of Emperor Valentinian III, sought assistance from King Gaiseric of the Vandals. Responding to the call, Gaiseric and his people, numbering around 80,000, came across the Strait of Gibraltar into Africa. Now, upon their arrival, the Vandals
and the Alans pursued their ambition to take control of the African provinces for themselves, far beyond merely the deal of aiding Bonifacius. By 435, their control over territories, including Mauritania Caesarensis, Mauritania Citifensis, and much of Numidia, was widely acknowledged by the Western Roman government, though its recognition was meant as more of a temporary measure. Therefore, conflicts resumed shortly after, culminating in the Vandals' capture of Carthage, the African capital, in October 439. Do remember, when we use the word African capital, we're speaking of the Roman province of Africa, so not the continent in our modern vernacular. The subsequent treaty in 442 significantly altered the Vandals' status, granting them the prosperous provinces of Zergotina and Bizergena, not as federate allies, but as holders of their own right. It was this transition that marked the establishment of the Vandal kingdom, with Carthage as its new center, laying the foundation for a new dominance in the region with the Vandals at the head. Of course, if you want to know how the Vandals got there, go check out my video on the history of the Vandals. But for today, let's just talk about the Vandalic War in greater detail. With the Vandals' acquisition of control over the African grain trade, which, by the way, was a critical resource for Italy, they embarked on a series of ambitious naval raids across the Mediterranean. These raids extended to the Aegean Sea, and they reached their zenith with the notorious sack of Rome in 455, an event that unfolded over an entire 2 weeks and marked a dramatic highlight in the Vandals' histories of incursions and raids. Of course, living in Rome in the 5th century, there was a very high likelihood you were going to get raided. It just was the style at the time. Now, the death of Valentinian III in the same year provided an opportunity for Gaiseric to consolidate and even expand his control. He reassured dominion over the Mauritanian provinces and extended his reach to include the islands of Sardinia, Balearics, and Corsica. Sicily was on the brink of conquest, but it was spared, thanks largely to the presence of Ricimer. Well, despite their expansive and frankly aggressive endeavors, the Vandals faced several Roman military responses aimed at curbing their power. Initial efforts, such as the Eastern Roman generals Aspar's failed expedition in 431, and the thwarted assembly by the Western Emperor Majorian in 460, did little to deter the Vandals. Majorian's not a name you've heard of, isn't it? Yeah, didn't really leave much of a mark in history, I'm afraid. Now onto a more significant challenge in 468, when a massive joint effort by the Western and Eastern Roman empires, led by Basiliscus, ended in failure against Gaiseric's forces. This defeat, coupled with the continued Vandal harassment of Greece, compelled the Eastern Emperor Zeno to negotiate what he called a perpetual peace with Gaiseric around the year 475. It signals a reluctant acknowledgement of Vandal power in the Mediterranean. Now,
How did the Vandal kingdom set itself apart from other Germanic successors of the Western Roman Empire? How were they different from the Visigoths? Well, essentially one of the main facets was they rejected the existing Roman socio-political structures in favor of their own system, which they frankly thought was much better. In contrast to the kings in Western Europe who maintained a semblance of subordination to the emperors, including the use of imperial portraits on their coinage, the Vandal kings asserted their independence very brazenly and openly. Their distinct identity was further emphasized through the use of their native language and unique dress, marking a clear separation from the Romano-African populace. The Vandals, primarily followers of Arian Christianity, engaged in the persecution of Chalcedonian Christian minorities, a policy that was particularly intensified under the reigns of Huneric and Gunthamund. Despite many protests from the Eastern Roman Empire, a peace lasting nearly 6 decades was maintained, with periods of amicable relations, notably during the reign of Thrasimund, who largely halted the persecutions. The ascension of Hilderic in 523 marked a shift towards re-establishing closer ties with Rome. Hilderic, who had familial connections to Valentinian, ceased the persecution of Chalcedonians and engaged in diplomatic exchanges with Justinian. He even adopted the emperor's likeness on Vandal coinage. This alignment with Rome, however, coupled with military setbacks, sparked more than little discontent among the elite Vandals, and it led to Hilderic's deposition and subsequent imprisonment by his cousin Gelimer. Of course, the Romans were quite keen to seize on this, and Justinian, seizing upon Gelimer's refusal to restore or release Hilderic, used it as a justification for an invasion, especially after securing peace with the Sassanid Persians in 532. The Byzantine capital's response to the impending war was arguably quite mixed, with memories of the failed expedition in 568 looming very large on people's minds. Financial concerns were also there, and there were also the usual military apprehensions regarding the Vandals' naval capabilities. Despite opposition from figures like John the Cappadocian, Justinian was bolstered by church support and the plight of persecution victims from Africa, pushing forward with his plans for what would become a pivotal campaign. Immediately following Gelimer's ascent to power, his rule was quickly marred by internal strife as he targeted Vandal nobility with persecution, seizing assets and executing quite a few of them. Actions that of course eroded his legitimacy and led to unrest. The discontent fueled revolts in Vandal kingdom's outer reaches. Sardinia, for example, saw its governor, Godas, seek independence, while in Tripolitania, the local populace under Prudentius rose against Vandal control. These uprisings, though seemingly spontaneous, may have been influenced also by Justinian's diplomatic efforts, as both rebel leaders sought the emperor's aid, hinting at more of an orchestrated resistance against Gelimer's rule, with the Romans kind of just giving them a little push in the right direction. Now Justinian responded to Goda's plea for aid by dispatching the commander Cyril and 400 men to join the invasion force against the Vandals, then proceed to Sardinia. Gelimer, in an attempt to quash the Sardinian rebellion, allocated a significant portion of his naval and military resources under his brother Tarzon to the task, critically depleting the defensive capabilities against the looming Roman expedition. His decision to focus on Sardinia, neglecting the Tripolitanian revolt due to its perceived lesser threat and geographical remoteness, it was sort of in the middle of nowhere, and also waiting for Tarzon's return before addressing any other politics. Those were the main factors that weakened his position. Now, meanwhile, in the backdrop of all of these events, diplomatic maneuvers played another key role, as Gelimer sought an alliance with the Visigothic king Theudis, aiming to bolster his defenses through external support. Meanwhile, Justinian worked to secure a strategic advantage by negotiating with the Ostrogothic kingdom of Italy for their neutrality and, when the time came, assistance. The Ostrogoths, who were at the time aggrieved by the Vandals' mistreatment of the Ostrogoth princess Amalafrida, Thrasymun's widow, facilitated the Roman campaign by allowing use of Syracuse's harbor for the invasion fleet, and they also provided a supply market for the Roman forces. Justinian appointed Belisarius, one of his most accomplished generals, to command the expedition against the Vandals. Belisarius, who had already proven his military prowess against the Persians and in quelling the Nika riots, was particularly well suited for this mission, for two additional reasons. First, his native Latin language skills, and second, his genuine concern for the welfare of the local populations, which ensured quite a bit of disciplined behavior from his troops. These traits were anticipated to garner support of the Latin-speaking African populace. Alongside Belisarius on this campaign were his wife, Antonina, and his secretary, Procopius, who would later chronicle the events of this war. Procopius detailed an expeditionary force of 10,000 infantry, a mix of regular field army and federate troops, 5,000 cavalry, including 1,500 of Belisarius's personal guards, the Bucellari, and additional mounted archer contingents of 600 Hun mercenaries and 400 Herul mercenaries. The exact numbers of the Bucellari, the personal bodyguard, within the cavalry figures still remain rather unclear. Either way, this formidable force was commanded by a cadre of very seasoned officers, and transported by a fleet of over 500 ships manned by 30,000 sailors, with protection from 92 warships. So definitely geared up. They were going all in at this point. Of course, the perception of the expeditionary force's size varies, with some viewing it as small, given the Vandals' military capabilities. Potentially, this reflects a logistical constraint or strategic limitation on potential losses. Now, over on the Vandal side, the army, comprising essentially everyone they could get, in terms of able-bodied males, lacked the professional structure that the Byzantine forces had, and it was estimated to be between 20 to 40,000, based on varying assessments of the total Vandal population. Over time, the Vandals had become accustomed to a rather luxurious lifestyle, at least as luxurious as you could get back then, and this potentially diminished their martial prowess. You know, good times create weak men. You know how it goes. Still, their military tactics, which were heavily reliant on light cavalry without ranged weapons, were ill-suited to face Belisarius's well-armored cataphracts and horse archers. Always with the horse archers. Very hard to beat. Now the Vandals' position was further compromised by the great amount of internal division they were going through, including the lingering loyalty to Hilderic among some of the factions. There was also uncertainty around the allegiance of the Maori tribes, who remained on the fringes of the conflict, most likely poised to ally with whoever looked like was going to win. With grandeur and the presence of both Justinian and the Patriarch of Constantinople, the Roman fleet set out on its mission against the Vandals on the 21st of June, 533. Initially hindered by logistical delays and strong winds, the fleet's journey from the Dardanelles to Methone was marked by preparatory delays for horses and, of course, more unfavorable sailing conditions. It was in Methone where Belisarius utilized the downtime for troop training and fostering unity among the rather diverse military contingents. Unfortunately, this period also saw an outbreak of dysentery among the troops. Never a fun time. It was attributed to moldy bread provided by John the Cappadocian in a cost-saving measure. Somewhat ironic, isn't it? Well, Belisarius quickly addressed this situation and allowed for the army's treatment and recovery, and maybe in the future a little less moldy bread. Proceeding from Methone, the fleet navigated the Ionian Sea towards Zakynthus, then crossed over to Italy. The journey there was plagued by additional challenges, including a lack of wind and fresh water, culminating in the fleet's arrival in Catania, Sicily. It was here Belisarius dispatched Procopius to Syracuse to learn more about what the Vandals were doing and their movements, where a fortunate encounter with a merchant revealed the Vandals' ignorance of the Byzantine expedition, and also Gelimer's absence from Carthage. Armed with this intelligence, Belisarius promptly directed the fleet towards Africa, landing near Cape Captivada, significantly south of Carthage. Upon reaching the African shores, Belisarius quickly convened a council, weighing the strategic options for assaulting Carthage. Opting for caution over immediate aggression, he chose to fortify a camp for the night, considering the historical precedents and current military considerations. Belisarius's strategy, of course, extended beyond mere military tactics, and he sent people out to garner up some local support. This was evident when he disciplined troops for minor thefts from a local orchard. He didn't want to disenfranchise anybody. It underscores this necessity of maintaining discipline and respect towards the locals. Of course, after you conquer these people, you'll want them to become willing subjects. It's a lot easier that way. Definitely less complicated. And who knows, if you really impress somebody, they might even open the gate for you if they're on the inside of the city. You never know. Don't write it off. It's happened before. But I digress. The Roman army's advance towards Carthage began with a structured march along the coastal road, with detachments assigned to guard the reconnaissance rolls, ensuring a protection against potential Vandalic counterattacks. Upon hearing of the Roman landing, Gelimer promptly instructed his brother Amatus in Carthage to muster the Vandal forces and ordered the execution of Hilderic and his kin. Furthermore, he commanded his secretary, Bonifatius, to prepare for the evacuation of the royal treasury to Spain should the Vandals face defeat. Just in case, get rid of all the treasure. Now Gelimer's tactical response to the Roman advance was constrained by the absence of his elite troops, who had all gone with Tarzan, compelling him to adopt a strategy of more cautious engagement while preparing for a decisive confrontation near Carthage at Ad Decimum. As Roman forces progressed through key locations towards Carthage, their first direct encounter with the Vandals occurred near Grasse, resulting in a minor skirmish that didn't really have a significant outcome. Subsequently, Belisarius led his troops through the perilous Cape Bon Peninsula, momentarily losing the protective oversight of his fleet. Only momentarily, though. They were okay. The confrontation at Ad Decimum unfolded on the 13th of September, under circumstances that were admittedly less ideal for the Vandal side. Due to a miscoordination, Amatus engaged the Romans prematurely, and he got killed while doing it. Critical mistake. While Gelimer's nephew, Gebamund, and his contingent were decisively defeated by the Romans' Hunnic allies. Gelimer's arrival with the main Vandal force initially scattered the Roman vanguard, but the discovery of his brother's body somewhat distracted him, undermining the Vandal offensive. This moment of vulnerability allowed Belisarius to regroup his forces, launching a counterattack that routed the Vandals. Gelimer's subsequent retreat to Numidia signaled a Roman victory at Ad Decimum, leaving Carthage completely unprotected and paving the way for Belisarius's unopposed entry into the city. Belisarius's awareness of his triumph over the Vandals only became fully apparent after dusk, following the regrouping with John the Armenian, his cavalry, and the 600 Hun mercenaries. They spent the ensuing night on the battlefield, a pause that allowed for the rest of the army, including Belisarius's wife, Antonina, and the infantry, to catch up with them. By the evening of the next day, they approached Carthage to find its gates wide open and the city alight, presumably in celebration. Despite this seemingly welcoming gesture, Belisarius was cautious of a potential ambush under the cover of darkness, and intent on maintaining strict control of his troops, chose to camp outside the city limits instead of walking straight in. Smart guy, you can never be too careful. That's why he keeps winning. Belisarius. Now at the same time as this, the Roman fleet had successfully navigated around Cape Bon, and, informed of the victory, headed to anchorage near Stagnum, which was pretty close to Carthage. Contrary to Belisarius's orders aimed at maintaining discipline and order, Callinomus and his crew embarked on a looting spree in the nearby merchant community of Mandriacum. The following morning, on September 15th, with Carthage's defences unresponsive and zero sign of Vandal opposition, Belisarius organized his forces before the city. Reiterating his calls for discipline among his troops, he led them into Carthage, where the locals actually received them warmly, reportedly impressed that they weren't immediately robbed. What about all the looting? What about this sack that we were warned about? Hang on a minute. The Romans are being nice to us. Good strategy. Like I said, when you conquer a people, it's easier for them to submit willingly. Well, after they'd finished their triumphal parade and waving and blowing kisses, Belisarius promptly occupied the royal palace, symbolically taking Gelimer's place by sitting on the throne and partaking in the feast initially prepared for Gelimer's anticipated victory celebration. Meanwhile, the Roman fleet made its way into the Lake of Tunis, and the soldiers were distributed throughout the city for billeting. The captured Vandals were detained to forestall any insurgency, securing a pretty immediate peace in the city. Everything was going so smoothly. What could possibly go wrong? Well, in anticipation of Gelimer's counterattack, Belisarius wasted no time in commencing the restoration of Carthage's defensive walls, which actually had been rather neglected and were largely in ruins, a discovery that they made on further inspection. Understanding the strategic importance of securing Carthage against a siege, he dispatched Solomon to Constantinople with the news of the victory, all the while preparing the city for a possible attack. In the ensuing weeks, as Belisarius focused on reinforcing Carthage's defences, Gelimer, along with any of his surviving forces, retreated to Bulla Regia. There, by distributing wealth, he solidified the support of the local populace and summoned Tarzan and his troops back from Sardinia, where they had successfully reasserted Vandal control and eliminated Godas. As Gelimer awaited Tarzan's return, his ranks began to swell, with both survivors of the Battle of Adesinum and the contingent of Maori allies. Despite this, a significant number of Maori tribes from Numidia and Pisacena chose to pledge their allegiance to Belisarius and the Byzantine Empire instead, and they even offered hostages and requested the traditional imperial regalia in exchange for their loyalty. Belisarius, prepared for such negotiations by Justinian, complied. Hands were shaken, deals were struck, sending the requested insignia and funds, though the loyalty of the Maori remained contingent on the conflict's outcome. Now at the same time, there was also the matter of the capture of Tarzan's messengers, who, unaware of Carthage's fall, simply sailed directly into the city. There was also the failure of Gelimer's envoys to secure an alliance with Theodas in Spain really left out in the cold. Additionally, Belisarius did receive reinforcements from Cyril, who had been dispatched from Sardinia, only to find it under Vandal control once again. Upon receiving Gelimer's summons, Tazon promptly departed Sardinia for Africa, rallying to Gelimer's side at Bulla. The Vandal king, faced with the strategic challenge of retaking Carthage, opted for an aggressive stance, including severing the city's water supply and blocking food shipments, aiming to either besiege the city or simply force a decisive confrontation with Belisarius, according to whichever interpretation you're going with. Now, to hit Carthage a little bit harder, Gelimer dispatched agents within the city, though Belisarius took stringent measures against potential traitors, including the one incident of a public execution of a would-be defector. That ought to send a warning. Now, a particular challenge to Belisarius's control came from the Hun mercenaries, whose loyalty was tested by Vandal overtures and their dissatisfaction with being stationed in Africa. By promising rich rewards and repatriation post-victory, Belisarius secured, albeit temporarily, their allegiance, though their loyalty akin to that of the Maori. Now, after ensuring the support of Carthage's residents and the military, as well as fortifying the city's defenses to a pretty good extent, Belisarius set his sights on a direct confrontation with Gelimer to sort it out like gentlemen once and for all. In mid-December, he led his forces from Carthage towards Gelimer's stronghold at Tricamarum, situated about 28 kilometers away. This engagement, like the earlier clash at Ad Decimum, was dominated by cavalry, with the Roman forces facing a numerical superiority. Both commanders held their least reliable units, the Maori for the Romans and the Huns for the Vandals, in reserve, mindful of their questionable loyalty. We weren't going to use the Huns too quickly, only if we had to. The pivotal moment of the Battle of Tricamarum came when John the Armenian, leading the Roman side, launched successive charges against the Vandal center, and ultimately leading to Tazon's death. The general was gone. The battle is turning in our favor. This, of course, turned the tide, precipitating a full-scale Roman assault and resulting in the Vandals running back to their encampment in panic. Witnessing the irreversible defeat, Gelimer fled into Numidia's hinterlands with a handful of his followers. This signaled the very sad end of Vandal resistance. The Vandals subsequently deserted their camp, leaving it to be looted by the victorious Romans. Of course, the looting rule, or rather rule against it, was waived in this stage, because they weren't civilians, and they were just Vandals. Take everything you can. The victory, however, highlighted the tactical challenges of Belisarius, including managing a dispersed army prone to interdiscipline and the risk of counterattack due to heedless plundering post-battle. One historian, J.B. Bury, remarked on the outcome's contingency, attributing the Roman success more to fortune rather than strategic superiority, especially given the potential for a different result had the Vandals been led by a more adept commander. But then again, that's just what all the losers say, isn't it? The Romans won. Get over it. But Procopius himself marveled at the war's unexpected conclusion, seeing it as a twist of fate rather than a triumph of military strategy. Well, whichever way it was, in the aftermath of the Battle of Tricamarum, a Roman contingent led by John the Armenian initiated a relentless pursuit of Gelimer, pressing close until an unfortunate accident claimed John's life. This pause to mourn their fallen leader inadvertently allowed Gelimer to elude capture, finding temporary refuge first in Hippo Regius and then in Medius on Mount Papua, where he sought the support of the local Maori population. In response, Belisarius dispatched Pharas with 400 men to blockade Gelimer at the mountain stronghold, effectively cornering the Vandal king. Belisarius himself personally proceeded to Hippo Regius, where Vandals seeking sanctuary ultimately surrendered, lured into surrender by promises of humane treatment and safe passage back to Constantinople. Not a bad deal. In a stroke of luck, the Roman general secured the Vandal royal treasury, intended for transport to Spain by Gelimer's secretary Bonifatius, who was thwarted by adverse weather, and exchanged it for his safety, and a portion of the wealth, of course, according at least to Procopius. Now simultaneously, Belisarius aimed to consolidate Roman control over the far-flung territories of the former Vandal kingdom. Of course, it wasn't just going to stop at Africa now, wasn't it? Key missions were dispatched. Cyril to Sardinia and Corsica, bearing Tazon's head as a grisly testament to Roman victory. One John to Caesarea, another to the strategic fortresses of Septem and Cadira near the Straits of Gibraltar, and Apollinaris to claim the Balearic Islands. Support was also extended to Triptopolania's provincials, harried by Maori raids. Additionally, Belisarius sought the return of Lilybaeum from the Ostrogoths, a port in western Sicily previously under Vandal dominion. This demand, involving diplomatic exchanges between Justinian and the Ostrogothic rulers, inadvertently set the stage for the subsequent Roman invasion of Italy. Gelimer's prolonged standoff at Medius saw a daring but unsuccessful assault by Pharas, highlighting the blockade's stringent conditions. Despite repelling the attack, Gelimer and his men faced dire straits, isolated and starving. It was only in March, after protracted negotiations and assurances of his safety, that Gelimer was finally captured, surrendering himself to Roman forces. He was then escorted to Carthage, marking the end of his resistance and the culmination of the Roman campaign to reclaim North Africa. Amid ambitions and political maneuvers within his own ranks, Belisarius faced allegations of aspiring to establish an independent dominion in Africa. These accusations prompted Emperor Justinian to present him with a crucial choice: either return to Constantinople or remain in Africa. This was a test of his loyalty and intentions. There was only really one right answer. Belisarius, always ahead of the game, and having intercepted one of the accusatory messages, knew the writing was on the wall. And regardless of how he felt about it, he opted to return to the Byzantine capital, thus dispelling suspicions about his allegiance. Upon his departure from Africa in the summer, Belisarius was accompanied by the defeated Vandal king Gelimer, also numerous Vandal captives who were subsequently incorporated into the Byzantine military as the Vandali Lusitaniani, and also a significant portion of the Vandal treasure. Weren't going to forget that. The treasure not only symbolized the tangible success of the campaign, but also included historically and culturally significant items that were looted from Rome, such as the imperial regalia and the menorah from the Second Temple, spoils of Titus's conquest of Jerusalem. In Constantinople, Belisarius was honored with a triumph, a ceremonial victory not witnessed in the city since its founding, and unprecedented for a private citizen in centuries. This event showcased the extensive loot from the campaign, and featured Gelimer as the star of the show, in a spectacle of Roman victory and barbarian subjugation, replete with symbolic acts of submission before Emperor Justinian. Procopius's account of the triumph highlights the grandeur of the spoils and the poignant moment of Gelimer's grim realization of his fate, framed by his recitation of a verse from the Hebrew scriptures, emphasizing the transient nature of power and fortune. Now Gelimer, despite his defeat, despite being the one who fought the Byzantines, was granted a substantial estate in Galatia, though he did decline elevation to patrician status, as he was unwilling to abandon his Arian Christian faith. Meanwhile, Belisarius's achievements were further recognized by his appointment as consul ordinarius for 535, and this offered him a rare privilege of a second triumphal procession through Constantinople, an occasion marked by ceremonial display and the distribution of those coveted war spoils among the populace. Emperor Justinian was adamant about erasing the Vandal presence from North Africa, aspiring to revert the province back to its state prior to Gaisaric's conquest. This ambition led to sweeping reforms. The Vandals were stripped of their right to hold office, and they weren't allowed to own property. In fact, anyone who did own property had their lands reverted to previous owners. And if you thought that was bad enough, if you were a Vandal man, you were enslaved. And if you thought that was bad enough, if you were a Vandal woman, you were taken away by Roman soldiers. And I don't have to give you any descriptions about that. Now, the religious landscape also shifted dramatically, with the Chalcedonian Church reinstated to its former prominence, and the Arian Church, to which the Vandals adhered to, well, they faced suppression. By April 534, even before Gelimer's capitulation, Justinian had re-established the traditional Roman provincial administration, opting for governance by a praetorian prefect instead of a diocesan vicarius, reflecting the peculiar status of Africa, isolated from the then Ostrogothic-ruled parent prefecture of Italy. The legions under Belisarius's command remained as the region's garrison, a precautionary measure against potential unrest, overseen by a magister militum along with various regional commanders. Currently, a significant effort to fortify the province was undertaken, marking the landscape with numerous defensive structures that persist as archaeological sites to our modern day. Despite the efforts to solidify Roman authority, the empire's grip on Africa was still quite tenuous. Belisarius had managed to secure the coastal provinces, but the interior, well, especially the territories such as Mauritania and Numidia, remained largely under the sway of the local Maori tribes, much as they had during the earlier Vandal kingdom. Initial Maori submission was short-lived, giving way to rebellion against Roman rule. The situation was somewhat stabilized under Solomon, Belisarius's former aide, who faced both success and setbacks, including a significant military mutiny and, ultimately, his death in a battle, which was actually against the Maori. Well, the true extent of Rome's reassertion of control in North Africa is a matter of debate. And if you ask Procopius, well, his accounts highlight the challenges and hardships faced by the local population in the wake of reconquest, pointing to displacement, destruction, and economic turmoil as just a few of the lingering consequences of the campaign. This narrative suggests a more complex and fairly troubled integration of the province back into the Roman fold, marked by the ongoing strife and dissatisfaction. But we all know that the first couple of turns have a public order hit, don't they? Well, and there we have it. The end of the Vandalic War. In the expanse of the eastern Eurasian steppe, a tale unfolds from the annals of ancient Chinese chronicles. A tale of a formidable group of nomadic tribes known to us as the Xiongnu. This narrative begins in the 3rd century BC and stretches all the way to the waning years of the 1st century AD, painting a picture of a people whose lives were interwoven with the rhythms of the steppe. The Xiongnu, however, weren't just any group of nomads. They represented a tribal confederation, a sophisticated amalgamation of different peoples, united under a common cause and leadership. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel, all of my videos are available ad-free on the Patreon. We also have a merch store. At the moment, it's a little limited, but you might want to go have a look. Otherwise, bump me up in the algorithm with a like, a comment, and a subscribe. Without further ado, let's begin today's topic, all about the Xiongnu. Before the emergence of the Xiongnu as a dominant force in Central and East Mongolia, the region was home of the slab grave culture, known for its unique burial practices, and traced back to the ancient Northeast Asian origins, enduring until the 3rd century BC. Genetic analyses have pointed out that the people of the slab grave culture were the direct forebears of the Xiongnu. The formation of the Xiongnu, as such studies do suggest, was not a simple affair, but rather involved significant mixing with populations from West Eurasia, adding even more layers of complexity to this mysterious ancestral tapestry. Well, let's go back and try and trace some of the roots of these ancient peoples. In the era of the Western Zhou dynasty, spanning from 1045 to 771 BC, the Zhou faced continuous skirmishes with various nomadic tribes to their north and northwest. These tribes, bearing names like the Shenyun, Guifang, and several others simply identified as Rong, including the Shirong, Shanrong, and Quanrong, were known for their incursions into Zhou territories. Interestingly, the Zhou's own northward expansion, especially into the Wei River Valley, encroached on these nomadic tribes' traditional lands. This, of course, prompted frequent confrontations. Early Chinese history is such as this. The established dynasties versus the barbarians. The aggressive push northward led to the displacement of the Siwa culture, as the Zhou dynasty sought to extend its reach. A significant turning point came in 771 BC, when the Quanrong tribes overran the western Zhou's capital, Haojing, leading to the fall of the last western Zhou king. Following this, the responsibility of managing the northern frontier fell to the Qin state, who was previously a vassal of the Zhou. To the west of the emerging Xiongnu power, the Pazyryk culture flourished in the period between the 6th and 3rd centuries BC. This culture, associated with the Scythians, is known through artifacts and mummified remains found in the Siberian permafrost, specifically in the Altai Mountains, Kazakhstan, and nearby areas of Mongolia. South of where the Xiongnu would rise, the Ordos culture developed within the Ordos Loop, that's modern-day Inner Mongolia, China, from the 6th to the 2nd centuries BC. By the way, when we say Inner Mongolia, there are, as it seems, two Mongolias, the country of Mongolia and the province of Mongolia, which is in northern China. Well, this culture of uncertain ethno-linguistic origins is speculated to represent the easternmost settlement of Indo-European speakers. During the 2nd century BC, the expansion of the Xiongnu led to the displacement of the Yuezhi people, forcing them to migrate to Central and Southern Asia, thereby reshaping the ethnic and cultural identity of the region. In the annals of ancient China,
The grand historian Sima Qian crafted a meticulous narrative within his magnum opus titled The Records of the Grand Historian, around 100 BC. Among its many accounts lies a comprehensive portrayal of the Xiongnu, tracing their lineage back to Chun Wei, who himself hailed from the esteemed lineage of Lord Xia, better known as Yu the Great. Yu the Great, by the way, was the somewhat mythological figure credited with stemming a lot of the flood problems in the Chinese antiquity. Whether or not he's a real person, well, that's still debated. Sima Qian made a clear demarcation between the settled Huaxia people, commonly referred to as the Han, and the nomadic Xiongnu, painting them as starkly contrasting entities. Civilization versus nomadic society, encapsulated by the Hua-Yi dichotomy. He noted the early presence of the Xiongnu northwest of Wild Goose Gate and Dai Commanderies before 265 BC, just prior, by the way, to the Zhao-Xiongnu War, although some scholars argue that earlier references to the Xiongnu may have been anachronistically substituted with the term Hu people. The Xiongnu were often distinguished from other nomadic groups, such as the Hu people, yet Chinese sources do sometimes lump them together. Sima Qian's own writings seem to reflect this inconsistency, as he alternatively considered the Donghu or the Xiongnu as representative of the Hu proper. Ancient China frequently encountered nomadic peoples like the Xianyun and the Xirong. These groups were later speculated in Chinese historiography to potentially be the ancestors of the Xiongnu. The interactions between these nomads and the Chinese were often marked by military conflicts, with the Shang and Zhou dynasties frequently subjugating and enslaving the nomads during their many periods of expansion. During the tumultuous warring states period, the states of Qin, Zhao, and Yan aggressively expanded into nomadic territories inhabited by the Xiongnu and other Hu peoples. The Zhao-Xiongnu War stands out as a significant example of these confrontations. It has been proposed that the Xiongnu were part of a Xirong subgroup known as Yiqu, who had long resided in Shanbei and had been influenced by Chinese culture for generations until they were displaced by the Qin dynasty. Qin's military campaigns against the Xiongnu resulted in the expansion of its territory, of course at the expense of the nomads. After the unification of the Qin dynasty, that was the first unified dynasty of China, by the way, the Xiongnu posed a constant threat to its northern borders, particularly during times of natural disasters, when they were more likely to seize the moment and launch attacks, capitalizing on the already confused enemy. Now the dawn of the Xiongnu's ascendancy is shrouded in the tales of Toman,
their inaugural leader, who held sway from 220 to 209. In a pivotal moment in 215, Emperor Qin Shi Huang dispatched the formidable General Meng Tian to curb the Xiongnu's burgeoning influence. Meng Tian's relentless campaign culminated in the expulsion of the Xiongnu from the Ordos Loop, compelling Toman and his people to seek refuge in the expansive Mongolian plateau. With Toman's demise in 209 BC, the reins of power then fell to his son, Modu, a figure destined to leave his mark on history. In the face of the looming threat posed by the Qin dynasty, Modu Chanyu orchestrated the consolidation of the disparate Xiongnu tribes into a formidable confederation. This transformative move endowed the Xiongnu with newfound strength, enabling them to muster large armies and execute more sophisticated military strategies. The tides of fortune shifted dramatically in 207 with the collapse of the Qin dynasty, paving the way for the ascendance of the Western Han dynasty in 202 BC. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop of instability, the Xiongnu thrived, embracing Han agricultural techniques and adopting aspects of the Han lifestyle, including the utilization of slaves for labor, and of course, the construction of Han-style dwellings. Buoyed by internal cohesion, Modu Chanyu embarked on a relentless campaign of expansion, extending the boundaries of the Xiongnu Empire in every direction. To the north, he vanquished neighboring nomadic peoples such as the Dingling of southern Siberia, and subdued the Donghu of eastern Mongolia and Manchuria. Notably, he avenged the previous humiliations by reclaiming the Xiongnu's ancestral lands along the Yellow River, wrested from them by the Qin general Meng Tian many moons before. Under Mogu's sagacious leadership, the Xiongnu's might grew to such proportions that they posed a formidable threat to the Han dynasty. In a stunning display of military powers, Modu besieged Emperor Gaozu with a colossal army at Putang Fortress in 200 BC, very nearly toppling the fledgling Han Empire. However, a negotiated settlement ultimately averted the catastrophe, with Gaozu consenting to cede northern territories and pay tribute to the Xiongnu in exchange for peace. The Xiongnu's sphere of influence continued to expand unabated, culminating in the expulsion of the Yuezhi from the Hexi corridor in 176 BC. This bold assertion of dominance solidified the Xiongnu's presence in the western regions and reaffirmed their status as the preeminent nomadic power on the periphery of the Han Empire. By the time of Modu's passing in 174, the Xiongnu had firmly established themselves as the foremost among the nomadic peoples bordering the Han Empire. Their prowess was lauded furthermore in the books of the Han, epitomized by their
discerning respect for diplomatic protocol, as demonstrated during encounters with Han envoys, a testament to their burgeoning influence on the political stage. It wasn't all just about the fighting. One must choose his battles. At the apex of Xiongnu society stood the Chan Yu, a title synonymous with the Emperor of China, wielding unrivaled authority over the realm. Assisting the Chan Yu were the two Qi kings, with the two Qi kings of the left typically designated as the heir apparent. All of this indicates a hereditary succession pattern. Below this upper echelon were various officials, paired in left and right positions, including the Guli, army commanders, great governors, Deng Hu and the Gudu. These officials oversaw different aspects of governance and military affairs, forming a hierarchical structure reminiscent of a disciplined army. Following the reign of Modu, subsequent leaders implemented a dualistic system of governance, dividing the Xiongnu territory into left and right branches. The Chan Yu presided over the central domain, akin to the emperor's authority in China. Longcheng, nestled amidst the Kanghai Mountains, emerged as a focal point of Xiongnu power, serving as the annual meeting ground and de facto capital. To the north of Shanxi, the Tuqi king of the left administered territories stretching northward from Beijing, while the Tuqi king of the right held sway over the Ordos Loop region, extending into modern-day Gansu province. However, as the Xiongnu faced displacement northward into present-day Mongolia, their political landscape underwent shifts and adaptations to accommodate their ever-evolving circumstances. Among the frigid winter of 200 BC, the tension between the Han and the Xiongnu reached a boiling point, as Emperor Gaozu of Han personally led his forces against Modu Chanyu's encroaching dominion. However, the Battle of Baidong turned into a harrowing ordeal for Gaozu, as he found himself ensnared in an ambush orchestrated by swift Xiongnu cavalry. Cut off from his supplies and reinforcements for a grueling 7 days, the emperor narrowly evaded capture, escaping with his life, but not without suffering a significant blow to his military prestige. At this point, recognizing the futility of prolonged military confrontations, the Han dynasty sought alternative means to placate the Xiongnu menace. Enter the He-Qin marriage alliances, a diplomatic gambit involving the exchange of Han princesses, who were actually often just commoner women falsely labeled as royalty, to Xiongnu leaders in a bid to curtail border raids. Alongside these matrimonial overtures, lavish gifts were dispatched to appease the Xiongnu, signaling a shift towards a more conciliatory approach.
After a pivotal defeat at Pingcheng in 200 BC, Emperor Gaozu abandoned militaristic endeavors in favor of negotiation. In 198, Liu Jing was dispatched to broker this peace, culminating in the aforementioned Heqin Agreement. Now this landmark treaty established the framework for Sino-Xiongnu relations over the ensuing 6 decades, marked by periodic renewals and escalating tribute payments to the Xiongnu. Now, while the Xiongnu reaped substantial rewards from these arrangements, the Han dynasty, of course, found them costly and ineffectual, with marriage treaties often viewed as humiliating concessions. The audacious exploits of Lao Shang Chanyu underscored the fragility of this peace, as incursions deep into Han territory persisted despite the diplomacy. Notably, marriage alliances were not confined solely to Xiongnu royalty, did you know? As defections and intermarriages between Han officials and the Xiongnu began to become increasingly commonplace. These unions served as both diplomatic gestures and strategic alliances, blurring the lines between Han and Xiongnu loyalties. Well, all in all, the legacy of these entanglements endured beyond the collapse of the Han dynasty, as subsequent dynasties grappled with similar challenges of diplomacy and alliance building with the nomadic neighbors. The interwoven tapestry of the Han-Xiongnu relations reverberated across the centuries. The Han dynasty readied for war when Emperor Wu sent Jiang Qian westward to forge an alliance with the Yuezhi against the Xiongnu. They'd had enough. Although Jiang's mission had failed, his reports spurred the Han to prepare for a large-scale attack via the northern Silk Road. The official break with the Xiongnu did not come until around 133 BC, following a failed ambush. Full-scale war then erupted in 129, with Han cavalry launching a surprise ambush. Over the next years, Han generals reclaimed territories, forcing the Xiongnu court to flee north of the Gobi Desert. Logistical challenges hindered prolonged campaigns, but the Han managed to secure victories, including the War of the Heavenly Horses against Dayuan. The Chinese always have quite cool names for their wars, by the way. This expanded Han control over strategic regions and weakened the Xiongnu's hold, making them no longer a significant threat, at least for now. Ban Chao later led successful campaigns against Xiongnu remnants harassing the Silk Road caravans, earning accolades for his service to the Han. Despite this, the Xiongnu's influence in western regions resurged after his death, with subsequent emperors not venturing as far west until the later Tang dynasty.
Now, upon the demise of a Chan Yu, the throne could not pass to his brother if his son was not of age, akin to the Gaelic dynasty system. This succession practice often ensured an adult male ruler, yet it certainly managed to sow the seeds of discord in later generations when multiple lineages vied for power. In 60 BC, after the 12th Chan Yu's passing, Woyan Chudi, his cousin's grandson, seized power, stirring discontent by appointing his own loyalists. This move antagonized many, leading to rebellion by the 12th Chan Yu's son in 58. Woyan Chudi's isolated position culminated in him taking his own life, leaving the rebel son, Hu Han Ye, to ascend as the 14th Chan Yu. A power struggle, of course, ensued, with Woyan Chudi's faction installing his brother Tu Chi as Chan Yu in 58. Subsequently, multiple contenders emerged, resulting in conflicts and shifting allegiances. By 53 BC, Hu Han Ye sought Chinese support against his rival Zhezhi, who eventually met his demise in 36 while attempting to carve out a new realm near Lake Balkhash. In 53 BC, Hu Han Ye chose to align with Han China, entering into tributary relations. The terms required the Chan Yu or his representatives to visit the Han capital, send a hostage prince, and present tribute to the emperor, marking a shift from a brotherly state to an outer vassal status. Now, despite this, the Xiongnu maintained political sovereignty and territorial integrity, with the Great Wall still acting as a boundary. Hu Han Ye sent his son as a hostage to the Han court, and personally paid homage to the emperor in 51 and subsequent years, receiving generous rewards for it. However, when he sought to marry an imperial daughter, Emperor Yuan declined, offering ladies-in-waiting instead. Meanwhile, Zhezhi, upon learning of his brother's submission, sent envoys with tribute, but never paid homage personally. In 36 BC, Chen Tang defeated Zhezhi in battle, securing his head as a trophy. Tributary relations ceased during the reign of Hu Dui from 18 AD to 48 due to political upheavals. Seizing the opportunity, the Xiongnu regained control over the western regions and neighboring peoples. Hu Duershi even contemplated reversing the tributary system in 24 AD, but he didn't get that far. Emperor Guangwu adopted a policy of appeasement towards the rising power of the Xiongnu under Hu Duershi. And despite Hu Duershi's aspirations to emulate his ancestor Modu, he faced challenges in establishing firm authority due to growing regionalism within the Xiongnu ranks. In a departure from traditional succession norms,
Huduarsha designated his son Punu as his heir, leading to descent from the Ritu king of the right, who actually had a stronger claim. This dispute led to the succession of 8 Xiongnu tribes under B, that Ritu king of the right, leadership in 48 AD, forming the southern Xiongnu. So now you see the Xiongnu were cut in half. Meanwhile, Punu's realm, known as the northern Xiongnu, centered around the Orkhon region. Punu, also titled the Northern Chan Yu, exerted military pressure on the southern Xiongnu. I'm sure that the Han people would have been quite happy to see the Xiongnu fighting each other instead. In 49 AD, Han governor Ziyong, along with the Wu Huan and Xianbei, launched an attack on the northern Xiongnu, resulting in significant defeats for them. Subsequent battles against the Xianbei and the Han further weakened the northern Xiongnu, with the Chan Yu fleeing northwest with his followers. Around 155 AD, the Xianbei decisively defeated and subdued the northern Xiongnu. The remnants of the northern Chan Yu's tribe settled in Yueban near Kucha, subjugating the Wu San, while others fled towards Kangju in Transsaxania, eventually evolving into the Heptathalites according to historical accounts. In 50 AD, facing natural disasters and internal strife, the southern Xiongnu submitted to Han China, leading to tighter control through a tribute system. They were resettled in frontier commanderies alongside Han settlers, fostering economic reliance on trade with the Han. Tensions between Han settlers and nomadic lifestyles led to rebellion in 94 AD, joined by Anguo Chanyu. Later, during the late 2nd century AD, the southern Xiongnu became embroiled in Han court rebellions. In 188, the Chan Yu was murdered for agreeing to aid Han suppression efforts, leading to even more succession turmoil. In 215 to 216 AD, warlord Cao Cao detained Hua Chuchuan Chan Yu and divided his followers, aiming to prevent rebellion and using them as cavalry auxiliaries. The Xiongnu aristocracy adopted the surname Liu for prestige, claiming relation to the Han imperial clan. Afterward, the southern Xiongnu were partitioned into local tribes under Han surveillance, retaining political organization and later playing significant roles in Chinese politics during the 16 Kingdoms era. Amidst unrest and internal conflicts, the southern Xiongnu in Shanxi sought to regain their power. Initially unified under Liu Bao, they were later divided back into 5 factions by the Cao Wei and Western Jin courts. However, during the early Jin period, the Xiongnu intensified their revolts and even managed to breach the Great Wall. The turning point came in 304, during the War of the 8 Princes, which weakened Jin's authority in northern China. Liu Yuan, son of Liu Bao and a Jin general, seized the opportunity and allied with the Xiongnu. Deceiving his prince, Liu Yuan joined the Xiongnu and was acclaimed as the Grand Chanyu. Subsequently, he proclaimed himself the King of Han, framing his rule as a continuation of the Han dynasty. Liu Yuan welcomed Han Chinese and non-Xiongnu tribes to serve under him, and in 308 he was generally seen among these as the new emperor. The Western Jin dynasty, struggling with internal strife and natural disasters, failed to contain this new Han threat, especially after Liu Cong's rise to power. In 311, the Jin army suffered a devastating defeat against Han forces, leading to the sack of Luoyang and the capture of Emperor Huai in the disaster of Yongjia. Subsequently, the Jin restoration in Chang'an was crushed by Han forces, humiliating both Emperor Huai and Emperor Min. After the fall of Chang'an, remnants of the Jin dynasty survived in the south as the Eastern Jin dynasty. However, it wasn't all smooth sailing. Internal conflicts plagued the Han dynasty under Liu Cong's rule. His reign saw discord among his ministers, leading to factionalism and executions. Shouldn't have looked at him funny, Moreover, Liu Cong failed to contain Shi Le, a powerful general who controlled the eastern regions. Liu Cong's death in 318 sparked a coup led by Jin Zhuan, resulting in the massacre of the emperor and much of his aristocracy. The coup was eventually quelled by a combination force led by Liu Cong's cousin Liu Yao and Shi Le himself. During Jin Zhun's rebellion, surviving Han loyalists rallied around Liu Yao, proclaiming him as the new emperor. In 319, Liu Yao relocated the capital from Pingyang to Chang'an and renamed the dynasty as Zhao. Unlike his predecessors, Liu Yao emphasized his Xiongnu lineage by honoring Modu Chanyu and distancing himself from the previous goal of restoring the Han dynasty. However, Liu Yao's reign continued the legacy of Liu Yuan and Liu Cong, leading historians to collectively refer to it as Han Zhao. In the same year, Shi Le declared independence and established his own state of Zhao, challenging Liu Yao's authority over northern China. This distinction led historians to differentiate between Han Zhao and Shi Le's later Zhao, referring to the former as former Zhao. Liu Yao then consolidated his rule over the Guangzhong region and expanded westward by defeating remnants of the Jin dynasty and vassalizing territories like former Liang and Chuochi. Despite his efforts, however, Liu Yao's attempt to seize Luoyang and later Zhao ended in defeat, as he was captured and summarily executed by Shi Le's forces in 329.
with Chang'an falling to later Zhao, and the Han Zhao dynasty, well, they came to an end, paving the way for later Zhao's dominance over northern China for the next 2 decades. The Tiefu tribe, descended from Zhubei and connected to the Dugu branch of the Xiongnu, rose to prominence under the leadership of Liu Hu in 309. Engaging in a rebellion against the western Jin from Shanxi, Liu Hu's tribe was eventually displaced to the Shuofang commandery in the Ordos Loop. Despite being vassals to stronger neighbors, the Tiefu maintained their presence in the region until they were vanquished by the Northern Wei dynasty in 392. Liu Bobo, a surviving member of the Tiefu tribe, sought refuge with the Qiang-led later Qin after going into exile. Tasked with guarding Shuofang, Liu Bobo rebelled in 407 and established the Hu Xia dynasty, adopting the surname Helian. Helian Bobo's military campaigns contributed to the decline of later Qin, culminating in his conquest of the Guangzhong region from the Eastern Jin dynasty in 418. Following Helian Bobo's demise in 425, the Xia dynasty faced rapid decline due to pressure from the Northern Wei. By 428, both the emperor, Helian Chang, and the capital fell to Wei forces. Helian Ding, Bobo's brother, succeeded him and expanded Xia's territory by conquering the western Jin in 431. However, he was ambushed and captured by the Tuyu Hun while campaigning against northern Liang, leading to the downfall of the Xia dynasty. Helian Ding was then executed by the Wei dynasty in the following year. Tongwangcheng, one of the capitals of the Hu Xia dynasty, was constructed during Helian Bobo's reign. Discovered as recently as 1996, Tongwangcheng has been designated as a cultural relic under the top state protection by the State Council. Efforts to restore its historical significance, including repairing the Yong'an platform and the 31-meter tall turret, are still underway. The Juchu clan, a branch of the Xiongnu, resided in Gansu and belonged to the Lu Shuihu ethnic group, which was a mixture of various ethnicities, including Xiongnu, Yuezhi, Chang, and others along the Lu River in present-day Jiangye, Gansu. In 397, the Juchu clan supported the rebellion led by Han Chinese governor Duan Ye against the later Liang, establishing the northern Liang. Juchu Mengxun, their leader, overthrew Duan Ye in 401, and the Juchu clan ruled over northern Liang for most of its existence. Following the destruction of the western Liang in 421, the northern Liang gained control over the Hexi corridor and access to western regions. However, with the northern Wei dynasty encroaching on their borders after the demise of the western Qin and Hu Xia states, the northern Liang submitted as a vassal to both the Wei
and the Liu Song dynasty in the south. Ultimately, the Jurchen clan's power was extinguished by the Northern Wei in 439, marking the demise of their state as the last of the 16 kingdoms. Despite this, their remnants resettled in the city of Gaochang in 442, before facing destruction by the Rouran in 460. And with that, the history of the Xiongnu fades away. And we've reached the end of our video for today. Once again, thank you very much for joining me. If you've enjoyed the content, then subscribe to the channel and hit the bell button. Otherwise, I'll continue making content and you won't even know. How sad. All the best to my beloved listeners. I'll see you tomorrow. You know I'm always here. Enjoy your day. Good night, everyone.